Chapter 2099. With a thought, Xiao Chen extended his hand, and a vast, boundless, blurry picture of 10,000 dragons soaring in the sky appeared. Gong Liangyu, who felt that it was over, relaxed for a moment. His perfect aura revealed some openings. Such a scene was very exciting, making one's blood boil. Everyone in Secret Realm 97, no matter where they were, could see this shocking scene when they raised their heads. The moment Xiao Chen activated his bloodline, it instantly blasted apart the Earth Dao domain that covered the ground. At the same time, 3 Dao might layered over Xiao Chen's body, working with his bloodline power. One could see a trace of scarlet shadow coalescing in the thousands of sword images. The rubble, and dust from the explosion piled up like a mountain. Gong Liangyu was in there, his status unknown. However, this thought only lasted for an instant before Gong Liangyu's expression changed. The surging dragon might gathered on Xiao Chen's body, causing Xiao Chen's aura to erupt again, continuously climbing. Even a fool could tell that this was not the right time to clash head-on with Xiao Chen. Gong Liangyu felt sullen and upset. However, his shocking rationality suppressed all rash actions, remaining incredibly calm. Right now, if Xiao Chen did not admit defeat and let the realm spirit send him out, he might die to this 10,000 swords returning to the heart. After awakening the blue dragon divine body, Xiao Chen could endure even more of the ancient energy from his great desolate Ian bloodline. Is that it? Xiao Chen roared, and the berserk dragons quietened down. The earlier ferocity and berserk instantly vanished. Gong Liangyu had not expected his sure-kill trump card to be so useless before Xiao Chen. By the time Gong Liangyu recovered his wits, the picture suddenly descended and suppressed him. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes vanished completely. Dressed in white, he fell to the ground somewhat weakly. Although this was his first time encountering the Earth Dao domain, Xiao Chen was more than 70% confident of breaking this Earth Dao domain. How can it be like this? Boom, 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 boom. Heaven's unfairness. Only I am supreme. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the scene in the secret realm was earth-shattering. The examinees on this side were all scared silly. A foot as large as a mountain trampled him down. Kacha! Kacha! Xiao Chen crushed the image of the mountain behind him as it rose up from the ground. When the scroll was unfurled, the entire sky was filled with dazzling golden light. Gong Liangyu did not panic in the face of danger. His figure moved backward, trying to buy himself some time to come up with a plan. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Buddhist divine ability, Dharma world. Seeing that Xiao Chen had no intention of admitting defeat, Gong Liangyu's eyes flashed with hostility as he spoke coldly. The reason why it had never been broken. Xiao Chen broke the restrictions of Gong Liangyu's Earth Dao domain on his movement technique. Xiao Chen instantly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's leaderless dragons. Immediately, 10,000 dragons soared into the air behind him, roaring. Furthermore, with the support of Xiao Chen's bloodline, the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist reached a horrifying level. Anyone would feel unbearable pain as Xiao Chen stomped down. An ordinary sovereign personage would probably turn into meat paste with one stomp. In 3 seconds, Xiao Chen stomped a total of 100 times. After 100 stomps, Dharma World came to an end. After enduring the final strike of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Gong Liangyu, who had been suppressed for a long time, erupted. A terrifying aura soared up from his body, and the image of an ancient mountain rose up from the ground behind him. Gong Liangyu showed doubt for the first time since the fight started. He was stunned for a moment. Gong Liangyu brought out his Earth Dao domain to its limits. However, just as the mountain was about to soar into the clouds, oh no! The might of this secret technique already rivals that of an ordinary strike of a divine vein realm sovereign emperor. Congratulations to all the participants. The 100 spots for Secret Realm 97 have been decided. Those who survive will be qualified to participate in the second round of the test. Gong Liangyu felt suspicious in his heart. Did Xiao Chen's attack end here? Just as Gong Liangyu's foot was about to stomp down, Xiao Qin's great desolate Ian bloodline instantly activated. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change. He moved his hands unhurriedly, sending out dense sword images. In that case, let's fight to our heart's content, fighting to the death. He successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. Why did Ancestor Dragon City not take him in? With the support of the 10,000 Dragons picture, although Gong Liangyu fought steadily, he was still forced back step by step. This was a scene that no one expected. The strongest expert in Secret Realm 97, Gong Liangyu, slaughtered all the participants within 500,000 kilometers. This is the Supreme Dragon Fist. Gong Liangyu's expression did not change, but his murderous intent soared in his heart. I'll let you be arrogant for now. Let's see how long you can erupt for. He could no longer tolerate this kind of entanglement with Xiao Chun, a 47-year-old sovereign personage. Not admitting defeat? In that case, die. This was definitely a trump card that Gong Liangyu planned to use in the second stage of the test. Gong Liangyu, who originally thought that he would be severely injured, executed his killing move the instant Xiao Qin's Dharma world came to an end. Amidst the loud noise, one mountain peak after another was snapped in half. The scene on the light screen trembled endlessly. One could only see Xiao Qin's gargantuan feet descend mercilessly over and over again. Bang! The spectators were flabbergasted, feeling incredibly shocked. After receiving this punch, Gong Liangyu felt his internal organs crack as he got knocked back 500,000 kilometers. 10,000 tall mountain peaks rising from the ground. Gong Liangyu continuously shattered the dragon images flying at him. Because time was limited, Gong Liangyu needed to wait for the best opportunity to make a move. However, Gong Liangyu was too unfathomable. The thousands of sword lights filled with scarlet images bounced back with tinkling sounds, unable to break this painting. The universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame turned into a pair of yin and yang fish, chasing each other in the starry heavens of the Secret Realm. The reversal of the situation on the light screen for Secret Realm 97 excited all the participants and the sovereign emperors in the entire desolate city. The thousands of dragon images looked solid, carrying Xiao Qin's hot-bloodedness and pride as they charged endlessly at Gong Liangyu like a torrential storm. The Supreme Dragon Fist was one of the 3 most ferocious offensive fist techniques in the world. Xiao Chun could not clash head-on with it. A resplendent and dazzling sun-like light burst out from Gong Liangyu's chest. In the next moment, thousands of sword lights shot out from his chest. Even though Xiao Chun already held a huge advantage, he did not relax at all. He was cold and emotionless, inspiring despair. Gong Liangyu was forced back by Xiao Chun. After enduring the full set of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Gong Liangyu, who felt incredibly sullen, seized the perfect opportunity after Xiao Chun finished executing his fist lights to erupt with power. A painting appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Then, he unhurriedly tossed it into the air. However, Xiao Chun forced Gong Liangyu to execute it in this stage of the test. Heaven Dragon Regrets. Commanding the Dragons. A vast and boundless Taiji yin-yang flame diagram covered the starry heavens, spreading throughout the Secret Realm. Furthermore, Gong Liangyu was forced into such a situation. He did not dare to imagine how the powerhouses of his test zone would view him. When Gong Liangyu executed the Supreme Dragon Fist smoothly, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He had already been knocked back 500,000 kilometers, arriving in the territory of another one of the top 10 participants. A figure covered in wounds and disheveled hair charged out of a pile of rubble, looking very miserable. When this foot landed, the surrounding tall mountains all flew away. The ground cracked, and countless peaks appeared. Whoosh! 10,000 Dragons picture, Supreme Dragon Fist. The little light figure appeared before everyone in the Secret Realm's void and announced the end of the test. Great desolate divine eyes, bloodline activated. Endless life, endless battle. Gong Liangyu's body trembled slightly, and he turned into a 3-kilometer-long saber. Gong Liangyu looked up, stunned. Punch after punch, Gong Liangyu showed a bitter expression as he clenched his teeth and held on, continuously getting pushed back. Inyang burst. Rumble. Everyone said that Gong Liangyu was ruthless, cold, and emotionless. However, when the Xiao Chan showed his ruthlessness, it was even more chilling. My goodness, this truly lives up to being one of the 3 most ferocious fist techniques in the world. Even Gong Liangyu does not dare to challenge its sharpness. Xiao Chen revealed his true form and hovered in the air. The golden light in his eyes had already dimmed. The duration of his bloodline was about to end. 10,000 swords returning to the heart. The offensive aura coming from Xiao Chan was incredibly terrifying. It was like an ancient, great, desolate Ian roaring at him. Every sword strike contained a drop of Gong Liangyu's heart blood. This terrifying killing move made the cultivators outside the light screen suck in a breath of cold air. Xiao Chen did not give up. He continued to wait. Now, this opportunity finally appeared before him. As Xiao Chan pointed with one hand, this vast Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram descended on Gong Liangyu. At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura suppressed Gong Liangyu for the first time. After fighting with the black and white eggs for 4 years, Xiao Chan was no stranger to the Dao domain. I can still breathe. Why do you say that it's over? However, how could Xiao Chan give Gong Liangyu this opportunity? He immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, the strongest martial technique of the dragon race. Xiao Chan grabbed ferociously with his right hand, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram exploded. The terrifying might of the flames radiated out, killing many of the participants who could not dodge in time. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy surged, and his blood surged. As a vast dragon roar rang out, 10,000 dragons attacked when he punched. Die. However, at this moment, Xiao Chan activated his bloodline and unleashed his full power. For a short time, his cultivation was no weaker than a peak sovereign personage. Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Upon seeing the terrifying secret technique that Gong Liangyu executed in the secret realm, the sovereign emperors in desolate cities' starry heavens immediately saw how extraordinary the 10,000 swords returning to the heart was. Chapter 2100. The first stage ended. Inside Secret Realm 97, Xiao Chen looked at his ranking, 98th. Gong Liangyu, who ranked first, had 4 million faux god spirit jades, still ranked first. He's not dead yet. As Xiao Chen looked at the 3-kilometer-tall pile of rubble, he entered deep thought. Of the elemental great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, the Earth Great Tao was the most resilient. The saying as firm as a boulder or as stable as a mountain described cultivators who cultivated the Earth Great Tao. Earth was also the foundation of many elemental Great Tao. The many Great Tao in the world evolved from the Earth Great Tao. The elemental Great Tao did not differ in strength. However, one had to admit that cultivators who grasped the Earth Great Tao were more difficult to deal with. The Earth Great Tao was also one of the more difficult elemental Great Tao to cultivate. It was extremely incredible that Gong Liangyu could break through the Earth Great Tao to the Tao domain. Whoosh! The rubble in front flowed like water, and Gong Liangyu slowly emerged from it. Participant Gong Liangyu, congratulations. You ranked 13th overall in the first stage. Ranking 13th meant that Gong Liangyu would not be a seeded participant in the second stage. This was a significant blow to Gong Liangyu, who was determined to rank within the top 10. You should rejoice that the test is over. Gong Liangyu looked coldly at Xiao Chen. It was all because of this person. If not for Xiao Chen would have been able to rank within the top 10. Indeed, when the great desolate Ian bloodline vanished, the test ended. You are overthinking. Luck is also a part of strength. No matter how lucky I am, I obtained this result through hard work and perseverance. It had to be said that this was Xiao Chen's luck. However, this was also the result he obtained after persevering. Xiao Chen was very open-minded, not feeling as conflicted or dissatisfied as Gong Liangyu. To Xiao Chun, it was already a pretty good result to be able to enter the next stage. More than 1 million participants gathered in the entire martial epic. This was a super test for sovereign personages under 500 years old. The first stage eliminated more than 900,000 participants. Xiao Chun already felt satisfied that he did not get eliminated. As for talking about luck, it seemed a little petty. Without perseverance and doing everything he could, he would not be able to enjoy luck. I hope you won't run into me in the next round. Gong Liangyu snorted coldly as a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Now, he felt that Gong Liangyu wasn't that scary anymore. If he really felt that he had only relied on luck to pass this stage, if he were to meet the other party in the second test, he might not have to put himself in such a sorry state. In the secret realm, the bodies of the remaining 100 people started to fade as they were teleported out by the realm spirit. Xiao Chun's body flickered as he appeared on the starry sky, Dao Pillar in Desolate City. As soon as he appeared, he was shocked to find that he was surrounded by nothing but empty land. The examinees who had been eliminated had already taken the initiative to make way for Xiao Chun and the other examinees. Apart from him, there was only one person in the entire Barren City assessment area who had passed the first test. Everyone else would have to go through the loser's bracket and undergo rounds of cruel battles to obtain a limited number of spots. Nangong Feng, Sovereign Emperor Xing Ji's disciple. A person at the side greeted Xiao Chun and reported his name. Xiao Chun nodded slightly and said, Xiao Chun, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciple. At the mention of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, a strange look flashed in Nangong Feng's eyes. When Xiao Chun discovered that only he and Nangong Feng had passed the first test, he found it somewhat strange. This Desolate City assessment area is too unlucky. Nangong Feng glanced at Xiao Chun and said indifferently, Desolate City is just a transit point. There are not many experts here, so it is only average in the first place. The results of this test are very polarized. The three dynasties assessment areas occupy 60% of the spots. The special astral zones assessment areas account for 20%. Many of the other assessment areas were even completely wiped out. The Heavenly Alliance was a super faction that spanned the entire Great Thousand Realms. However, the three dynasties, which occupied Great Luck, had more true experts. As for the so-called special astral zones, they were only those that were far from the central Great Realm. However, due to many factors, the spiritual energy of these outer regions was no weaker than that of the central Great Realm. They even gave birth to special secret realms that could nurture many experts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The thrones of the purple-haired old man and the group of sovereign emperors flew to the two. City Lord Shangguan revealed a smile and said, Congratulations to the two of you for passing the first test. In the end, the Heavenly Alliance changed the rules before dying. I thought that the Desolate City assessment area would be completely wiped out. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu, Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Present. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Sovereign Emperor Xinggu stood up and appeared. Then, they arrived before the purple-haired old man and bowed respectfully. The two of you each lead a disciple and bring glory to my Desolate City assessment area. I will reward you well. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu, I will give you 100 million primeval heavenly pills, 100 subdivine crystals, and a 10,000-year-old herb king. You can choose whatever you want in the treasure pavilion. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu revealed an expression of joy. Subdivine crystals were peak-grade spirit jades, extremely rare. Obtaining 100 of them would be a great fortune to a sovereign emperor. As for primeval heavenly pills, they were somewhat insignificant. However, 100 million was a completely different matter. The so-called 10,000-year-old herb king referred to natural treasures that were more than 100,000 years old. They were treasures that could extend one's life at any time. The other sovereign emperors revealed envious expressions. The reward for this test were several times higher than before. However, this made sense when they thought about it. There were more than 1 million participants, and the Heavenly Alliance changed the rules at the last minute. No amount of rewards would be too much for someone who could lead the participants through the first test under such circumstances. Otherwise, City Lord Shangwan wouldn't be able to keep his face if everyone in the desolate city's examination area was wiped out. As for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, haha, I really do not know how to reward you this time. To think that you managed to bring out a powerful, demonic genius who grasped martial and soul as one at the age of 47. Furthermore, you even passed the first test. You have given me a pleasant surprise. The purple-haired old man's gaze fell on the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, and he naturally revealed a smile. Lord Shangwan, you are too serious. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor replied politely. The purple-haired old man laughed loudly and said, I am not exaggerating. Earlier, several Heavenly Alliance Corps doyens asked me about Xiao Chun. He expressed his willingness to accept Xiao Chun into the Heavenly Alliance. I am truly flattered. This has never happened in the 10,000 years I have been in Desolate City. Ha ha ha. The moment Xiao Chun said that, the surrounding sovereign emperors burst into an uproar, feeling incredibly shocked. Within the Heaven Alliance, aside from the Alliance Master and the Deputy Alliance Master, the Law Kings held the highest position. For example, the purple-haired elder was only a Grand Elder, not a Core Grand Elder. However, the purple-haired elder was a bit special. He had to oversee Desolate City. Although he was a Grand Elder, his status and authority were not inferior to that of a Core Grand Elder. Most of the doyens in the other regions were 9 vain sovereign emperors. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor also had a chance to become a doyen. However, he didn't care much about it, so he retreated. Now, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu was doing his best to climb up the ranks and become one of the Heavenly Alliance's doyens. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu and his disciple, Nangong Feng, showed envy and shock on their faces. To think that a core doyen took a fancy to Xiao Chun. This was a blessing that could not be obtained even in several lifetimes, something that Nangong Feng did not even dare to dream about. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu felt even more depressed. If Xiao Chun were his disciple, he might have directly become a doyen with this contribution. To think that such a good thing fell into the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's lap. No matter how Sovereign Emperor Xinggu thought about it, he felt uncomfortable. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt slightly startled. He had not expected a core doyen to notice Xiao Chun. Previously, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was only one step away from becoming a doyen. He knew very well how horrifying the strength of the core doyens, who were above doyens, was. The core doyens had the authority to bring the disciple they fancied into the Heavenly Alliance. However, the core doyens could use such authority only once or twice at most. The Heavenly Alliance was a super faction made up of many peak merchant associations. For the sake of the Heavenly Alliance's continuous operation, it needed strict alliance rules. The Heavenly Alliance's test was one of the most serious matters of the Heavenly Alliance. No mistakes could be tolerated. Even the core doyens could use such authority only once or twice for Xiao Chun. This showed how much they valued Xiao Chun. For a core doyen to be willing to use this privilege that could only be used once or twice for Xiao Chun showed how much they valued Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun might not understand the significance of this, but these sovereign emperors understood it very well. Xiao Chun, what's your decision? If you are willing, you can formally join the Heavenly Alliance without needing to participate in the second stage. The purple-haired old man said softly as he looked at Xiao Chun. The purple-haired old man entered deep thought. Then, he nodded and said, very well. I'll tell you the information of these core doyens in private. The purple-haired old man entered deep thought. Then, he nodded and said, all right. I'll tell you the information of these core doyens in private. Thank you, Lord Shangwan. At the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's signal, Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute, thanking the purple-haired old man. The purple-haired old man looked at the other participants and said, the second stage will be held 10 days from now. If you want to participate in the loser's arena, make your preparations and come 10 days from now. If you're not willing, Those who still have faux God Spirit Jades can exchange them for some resources you need in Desolate City. Thank you, Lord Shangwan. Chapter 2101. After the purple-haired old man finished speaking, he left with the group of Desolate City's upper echelon. The first stage of the test came to an end. Brother Peach Blossom, you are really lucky. I brought 10-odd people into the Heavenly Alliance and worked hard for more than 1,000 years, but I cannot compare to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's good disciple. Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu said somewhat eccentrically as he walked over. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and said, I was indeed lucky. I'll take my leave first. I still have to discuss the Court Doyen's invitation with Xiao Chun. Humph. Seeing the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's indifferent attitude, even bringing up the matter of the Court Doyens taking a fancy to Xiao Chun, Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu felt disgusted. Even if Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu wanted to lose his temper, he could only hold it in. After a while, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and the others returned to Desolate City via the Starry Heaven Dao platform. They found a residence near the overflowing sea to settle down. The highest pavilion of the residence had a window on the top floor, which allowed one to see the vast, radiant, overflowing sea. At this moment, Xiao Chun and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor were alone in the pavilion. The others had already left. Xiao Chun, do you know why I was not in a rush to get you to agree to Lord Shangwan on the Dao platform? Xiao Chun felt suspicious. I don't know. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor went to the window and looked at the overflowing sea. After some thought, he said, within the Heavenly Alliance, the Court Doyens are below the Alliance Chief and the Vice Alliance Chief. Catching the eye of a Court Doyen is extremely rare. It is an extravagant hope that many people do not even dare to dream of. I was afraid that you would be too excited and unable to make a decision. Hence, I wanted you to calm down before making a decision that truly follows your heart. Xiao Chun thought about it. At that time, he had indeed felt a surge of emotions. Suddenly hearing such good news while being stared at by tens of thousands of eyes, his emotions fluctuated greatly. There's one more thing. Catching the eye of a Court Doyen might not be a good thing. Feeling confused, Xiao Chun asked, why is that? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave Xiao Chun a deep look. After hesitating for a moment, he said, compared to the other super factions, the Heavenly Alliance's internal structure is much more complicated because it is made up of merchant associations. The level of chaos here was much worse than that of the veteran super factions like the Bushin Palace, the Universe Origin Sect, the Hidden Spirit Temple, and the Profound Heaven Holy Land. Not all of them are good people. Factional struggles are also quite intense. Originally, these things were very far away from you. My original intention was for you to rely on your own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance. This way, it would be easier for you to be respected, and you would have more freedom. Let me put more bluntly. If you rely on the Court Doyens to support you and enter the Heavenly Alliance, you will not be able to do so. If you want to retreat in the future with this favor, how can you retreat? If I'm not careful, I might get caught up in the conflict between the factions and sink deeper and deeper. It'll be even more troublesome if I can't retreat, even if I wanted to. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words held a deeper meaning. It seemed like he had been forced to retreat from Peach Blossom City for some reason back then. Now, he didn't want Xiao Chun to repeat his mistakes. Xiao Chun was still fine. At the very least, he had retired and was in a half-hidden state, no longer caring about the Heavenly Alliance's matters. He knew that Xiao Chun joined the Heavenly Alliance because the Heavenly Alliance had more freedom. If Xiao Chun ended up being tied down, Xiao Chun might feel vexed. When Xiao Chun heard that, he entered deep thought. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words calmed him down completely. Indeed, if Xiao Chun could not leave the Heavenly Alliance in the future because of this favor, the losses would outweigh the gains. There's no rush. It will not be too late to make a decision after I know which senior elder took a liking to you. There are also many rather neutral Court Doyens in the Heavenly Alliance. There's no need to rush. Many thanks, City Lord. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute. It's fine. You can withdraw first and make your preparations. You might have to participate in the second stage 10 days later. However, Xiao Chun did not leave. He showed a hesitant expression, like he wanted to say something. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked, "Is there something else?" "Yes. I would like to borrow primeval heavenly pills from City Lord." Xiao Chun had always been decisive and rarely hesitated. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed about borrowing primeval heavenly pills. "How much?" "At least 3,000 primeval heavenly pills." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor raised his eyebrows and sighed softly. Then, he walked over and placed a hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. After a while, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor revealed an expression of understanding. "It turns out that you have been stuck at the bottleneck of small perfection sovereign personage for close to 2 years already. The resources needed to break through the bottleneck are indeed astronomical. 30 million primeval heavenly pills might not be enough. How about this? I'll lend you 50 million primeval heavenly pills and return you a rank 7 cloud-breaking pill. That way, you'll have a better chance of breaking through to great perfection sovereign personage." After the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor understood, he felt very forthright, not hesitating at all. After a pause, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor continued, "You don't have to feel like you owe me a favor. You and I are helping each other. By letting you participate in the test, I do not need to be criticized for not doing anything. Furthermore, Lord Shangwan will give me a reward that will not be lesser than this." Xiao Chen nodded slightly. However, he still owed the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor a favor in his heart. No matter what, without the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, Xiao Chun would not have been able to enter the Heavenly Alliance's test. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor lent him 50 million primeval heavenly pills on a whim, even giving him a rank 7 heavenly pill. Xiao Chen admired the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's forthrightness. "However, are you sure you want to break through at this time? Once you fail, you will have to recuperate for half a month. After that, the Heavenly Alliance's test will be over." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chun cautiously. Xiao Chun received the storage ring that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. Then, he said calmly, "I've already made up my mind. Given Gong Liangyu's strength, I estimate that he will rank within the top 100. Right now, I find it hard to even block him. If I do not improve, I do not have much hope of passing the test." "Good. With a great battle ahead, it is not impossible to cut off all means of retreat." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded and personally sent Xiao Chun off. After returning to his room, Xiao Chun thought to himself, 50 million primeval heavenly pills. If I work hard and do not have any fortuitous encounters, I will have to work hard for at least 2 years. This time, Xiao Chun not only wanted to use this opportunity to break through to great perfection sovereign personage, but also break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 11th layer in one go and comprehend the Thunder Dao domain. Xiao Chen's Saber Dao still had flaws that he could not fix. However, he had never slacked off on his Thunder Dao. He grasped the 5-element Divine Lightning and the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning hidden in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen's Thunder Dao was not much weaker than his Saber Dao. Every time the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through a layer, Xiao Chun had to undergo a lightning tribulation. The 11th lightning tribulation would definitely be extremely terrifying, but if he could survive it, he would definitely be able to survive it. However, if Xiao Chun successfully cleared it, his understanding of the Thunder Dao would definitely reach a new level. The Thunder Dao domain would be within his grasp. If everything went according to plan, Xiao Chun would be able to advance to great perfection sovereign personage and grasp the Thunder Dao domain within 10 days. At that time, the increase in strength would not be just a little bit. Even if Xiao Chun did not bring out all his trump cards, he would have a 60% chance of defeating Gong Liangyu. Cultivation was secondary. The most important thing was the Dao domain. Without a Dao domain, Xiao Chun would be at a disadvantage. With the Earth Dao domain, Gong Liangyu would naturally be undefeatable when facing Xiao Chun. There would come a time when he could turn things around. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor is right. If I rely on core doyens to enter the Heavenly Alliance, I will definitely face many restrictions and not have much freedom. Actually, this is not in line with my character. I can only grasp the initiative by relying on myself. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. At this moment, his heart was clear. After thinking it through, he felt relaxed. More importantly, Xiao Chen also felt proud in his heart. Everyone believed that he was too young and would find it hard to pass this Heavenly Alliance's test. Since everyone believed that he could not rely on his own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance, then he would prove it to everyone. Even if he was only 47 years old, he could still rely on his own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance. As long as one lived, one had to possess inextinguishable confidence. Why can't I do the same? Divine Universe Steel. With a thought, the Divine Universe Steel flew out of Xiao Chen's body. Then, his figure flashed and entered the steel. The Tao platform in the steel was even larger than Desolate City's Starry Heaven's Tao platform. A blood moon hung high above the Tao platform. Whoosh! Xiao Chen turned into a beam of light and directly entered the blood moon. Then, the Divine Universe Steel in the room vanished into thin air. A white figure slowly descended from the blood moon in the Blue Dragon Ancient City's secret realm. The black and white eggs, the two chatterboxes, boasted excitedly on top of a dilapidated, ancient palace. Black Egg looked up and exclaimed somewhat excitedly, "Look, is Egg back?" White Egg looked in the direction Black Egg pointed. "Haha, it really is Egg. He probably needs a beating. Come. I can't wait anymore." Chapter 2102. The Land of the Blood Moon. Before Xiao Chen landed, he saw the black and white eggs flying towards him. "It has only been a short while. Why are you coming back already?" Black Egg asked Xiao Chen after landing, feeling it was strange. White Egg cackled and said, "Could it be that you are really asking for a beating?" Xiao Chen said, "With your current strength, you are not a match for me. If anyone is going to be beaten up, it will be me." "Nonsense. Come. Let's have a spar." The black and white eggs immediately felt unconvinced. They took up a stance, wanting to fight Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "There's no rush. I will fight you after I break through to Great Perfection's Sovereign Personage and grasp a Tao domain. When you reach Great Perfection's Sovereign Personage, we can adjust our strength to peak Sovereign Personage. If we work together, we can be considered unrivaled among Sovereign Personages. Are you sure you want to fight us?" The black and white eggs gave Xiao Chen strange looks. They were both faux gods and would always be one cultivation level higher than Xiao Chen. "Is that so? I'll look forward to it. I hope that you can give me a pleasant surprise." A fighting spirit flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said seriously, "The stronger the black and white eggs were, the higher his chances of clearing the second stage would be." "Are you serious? How did you manage to obtain so many resources in such a short time? Could it be that you're being chased and are hiding here?" Xiao Chen looked around and chose a place to break through. Then he said casually, "I've borrowed resources from others. I will have to return them in the future." The black and white eggs chatted softly as they watched Xiao Chen leave, finding it strange. He is in too much of a rush. I wonder what he experienced outside for him to want to break through to Great Perfection's Sovereign Personage now. Right? Although he reached the bottleneck of Small Perfection's Sovereign Personage long ago, his chances of breaking through will be much higher after a few years. Let's wait. I hope nothing happens to Egg. Otherwise, it will not be fun. Breaking through to Great Perfection's Sovereign Personage was definitely risky. If one failed, one would have to recuperate for several months at best. The Heavenly Alliance's test was filled with experts and experts. Xiao Chen cut off all means of retreat, staking everything on one throw. In any case, Xiao Chen no longer had a way out. If he did not advance to Great Perfection's Sovereign Personage and grasp a Tao domain, he basically had no hope of passing the test. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out. Breaking through in the Land of the Blood Moon was actually more difficult than in the outside world, because the spirit chi there was much sparser. However, the benefits were also very obvious. It was quiet enough, and there was nothing to be afraid of, no commotion. Xiao Chun chose a spot and laid a spirit-gathering formation. Then, he casually waved his hand, and more than 10 million primeval heavenly pills immediately spread over the formation. The dense spiritual energy scattered everywhere, but it was all absorbed by the spirit-gathering formation, not a single bit dissipating. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed in the center of the formation. Primeval heavenly pills floated around him. Closing his eyes, he sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his energy. The tens of thousands of primeval heavenly pills immediately sank and entered the spirit-gathering formation. Then, the formation compressed and condensed it, surging into Xiao Chen's body in the center of the formation, wave after wave of impact. Spiritual energy flowed through his meridians and surged over like ferocious beasts. An ordinary sovereign personage's physical body would not have been able to endure such an impact. However, Xiao Chun had an acquired divine body. He calmly allowed his body to withstand the impact and directed the spiritual energy into his primal core. When a martial artist cultivated, the Yuan Dan was the vessel. To put it simply, it was to make the container bigger and stronger. But in reality, it was much more complicated. A breakthrough in cultivation. Not only could it withstand more true essence, but most importantly, it could also change the quality of true essence, making it more condensed and vigorous. True essence was the foundation of all martial skills, cultivation methods, and secret techniques. If two people had the same cultivation methods, martial skills, and mystic techniques, if the quality of their true essence was different, then there would be a clear difference in strength. Sovereign Personage had 4 stages. Every breakthrough was as difficult as ascending to heaven. If not for the fact that Xiao Chun was exceptionally talented, possessed the great desolate era bloodline, and had cultivated the acquired divine body, he would not have been able to survive. It was impossible for Xiao Chun to have a chance to break through to great perfection sovereign personage within 4 years. Time passed slowly. Xiao Chun's breakthrough to great perfection sovereign personage did not go smoothly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Xiao Chun had exhausted 30 million primeval heavenly pills. During this time, Xiao Chun ran into many dangerous situations. His complexion flickered, and his life force weakened. This worried the black and white eggs, who were watching from afar. I have to use the cloud-breaking pill. Xiao Chun flicked his finger and took out the rank 7 cloud-breaking pill that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. When the cloud-breaking pill entered Xiao Chen's mouth, it melted like a clump of flame, instantly igniting the spiritual energy in his body. The intensity of his spiritual energy instantly increased several-fold. After using the cloud-breaking pill, he had to use it in one go, staking it all on one throw. Otherwise, once this spiritual energy was extinguished, all his previous efforts would be for naught, leaving him with no way out. This egg is really worrying, Black Egg said somewhat worriedly. The best way to make a breakthrough is to wait for the conditions to be right. There is no need to forcefully break through. Egg can do that. However, she is in too much of a rush. If she uses resources to forcefully break through, she will have to bear this risk, White Egg said softly. White Egg said softly. Its tone was similarly filled with unconcealable worry. Although the 2 combat puppets were heartless and did not hold back when they beat up Xiao Chun, they had known each other for a few years. However, they had known each other for a few years, after all. They had some feelings for each other, so they did not want anything to happen to him. Boom! Just as the 2 discussed, a terrifying might and pressure suddenly erupted from Xiao Chen's body. A dragon roar resounded in the surroundings from his body. Xiao Chen's aura underwent a drastic change, undergoing a complete transformation. Great perfection, sovereign personage. Egg succeeded. The black and white eggs immediately rejoiced. Their figures flashed as they prepared to congratulate Xiao Chun. Even though Xiao Chun had been stuck at a bottleneck for 2 years and already had deep accumulations and the help of the cloud-breaking pill, he might not be able to break through. Even if he could not successfully break through, there was still only a 50-50 chance of success. It was indeed worth celebrating. Wait a moment. Black Egg quickly pulled White Egg back and retreated at the same time. In the next moment, tribulation clouds gathered in the surroundings. Soon, surging thunder clouds flickered with electric light above Xiao Chen's head, radiating out continuously. Soon, these black thunderclouds, which gave off an incomparably suppressive feeling, covered most of the sky above the land of the Blood Moon. Even the Blood Moon was covered. The secret realm of the Blue Dragon ancient city turned pitch black. The black and white eggs only stopped after retreating a long distance. They appeared incredibly shocked. What is going on? Lightning tribulation? Egg is really going all out. She already broke through to great perfection sovereign personage. To think that she still wants to go further. It might be some kind of cultivation technique. However, why does this lightning tribulation feel ridiculously strong? The black and white eggs muttered softly. They discovered that the thunderclouds in the sky were no ordinary tribulation clouds. Even they felt some fear and unease. The strength of this lightning tribulation was somewhat terrifying. It is still storing up power. This lightning tribulation is somewhat exaggerated. The entire land of the Blood Moon suddenly turned incredibly suppressive. The churning thunderclouds in the sky looked majestic, like they could swallow up everything. The black thunderclouds were incredibly dense, like the vast sea hanging in the sky, undulating. This was the lightning tribulation that the purple thunder divine incantation needed to undergo to break through to the 11th layer. After breaking through this lightning tribulation, Xiao Chen's purple thunder divine incantation would reach the highest layer, the 12th layer. This was the final lightning tribulation of the purple thunder divine incantation. Xiao Chen could only undergo this tribulation when he was a great perfection sovereign personage. If he was a small perfection sovereign personage, there would be no hope at all. Chi! Suddenly, two bolts of black lightning appeared in the sky, tearing through the darkness. They were like the evil claws of a ferocious beast in the thunderclouds as they charged at the black and white eggs. Bang! The black and white eggs shattered into pieces, scattering all over the ground. Whoosh! It was not over yet. Another two bolts of lightning descended from the sky, blasting at the pieces on the ground. This startled the black and white eggs, who had been pretending to be dead. They quickly reformed and fled. Let's go. The black and white eggs felt stunned as they quickly retreated. They kept retreating until they nearly reached the borders of this secret realm. Only then did the black and white eggs truly avoid the pursuit of the lightning bolts and get chased out. Why do I feel somewhat uneasy? White Egg looked at the thunderclouds in the sky somewhat nervously. Then it looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the middle of the thunderclouds. This tribulation lightning is truly unheard of. Given the structure of this secret realm, it is impossible for it to have such terrifying lightning-attributed spiritual energy. I can only say that Egg's cultivation technique triggered the martial epic's origin tribulation lightning, ignoring the existence of this secret realm. As the black and white eggs discussed, the desolate slave soul reaper had appeared on the city walls at some point in time, looking at Xiao Chen in confusion. In the Blue Dragon ancient city, the Blue Dragon statue suddenly appeared in the mountain range where the ancient Tao platform was. The Blue Dragon statue swam around the mountain range, its spiritual eyes looking at the thunderclouds, filled with confusion. Rumble! The dragon spirit controlled the ancient Blue Dragon statue to swim around continuously until its entire body emerged from the mountain range. The countless wandering dragon souls in the city entered the Blue Dragon statue. In the next moment, the Blue Dragon statue used its colossal body to encase the entire Blue Dragon ancient city. Even when the golden armored army attacked, the dragon spirit did not make a move. However, now, it seemed to fear that this tribulation lightning would affect the Blue Dragon ancient city, so it used its final trump card. Chapter 2103. After clearing the final layer of the Purple Thunder Divine incantation, It would be the 12th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. At that time, when the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 12th layer, it would be at peak consummation. The cultivation technique that had accompanied Xiao Chun for 47 years would also reach its peak. Xiao Chun had experienced the danger of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's lightning tribulation long ago. He had narrowly escaped death several times. If it wasn't for Ao Jiao blocking the last lightning tribulation for him, Xiao Chun would have died without a doubt. The final lightning tribulation would definitely be extremely dangerous, with only a slim chance of survival. However, Xiao Chun did not feel any fear in his heart. He was no longer the same as when he first underwent his tribulation in the Sky Dome realm. He had already undergone his tribulation several times. Furthermore, he was already a great perfection sovereign personage and had cultivated his Thunder Great Tao to the peak. If nothing unexpected happened, he was very confident of clearing the final lightning tribulation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Thunder clouds rolled in the sky, creating a myriad of phenomena. Sometimes it was like tens of thousands of horses galloping, sometimes it was like angry waves roaring, and sometimes it was like thousands of troops passing through. "He's here," Xiao Chun exclaimed softly and opened his eyes. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. It was a bolt of lightning that descended from the sky. It tore through the darkness and illuminated all directions. Xiao Chun's expression was calm. He closed his eyes again and allowed the lightning to fall on his body. Hua! In an instant, the lightning on Xiao Chun's body was dazzling and dazzling, erupting with a light comparable to the sun. In the distance, the black and white eggs felt slightly surprised. Xiao Chun had cultivated the blue dragon divine body and awakened it again. He had already reached 20% of a pure-blooded blue dragon. With just the strength of his physical body, he would be able to withstand a few lightning tribulations. After all, this was just the beginning. The best part was yet to come. That's right. Preserve your true essence and soul power. I don't know how many waves of lightning tribulation there will be. If my quintessential essence and soul power dry up at the end, it will be very troublesome. White Egg nodded slightly and said softly. However, a trace of doubt appeared in Black White's eyes. She said in a deep voice, "Strange. Why is it different from what we thought? White Egg, look. What happened?" A Tao disc appeared behind Xiao Chun, who was bathed in the light of the tribulation lightning. That was the Tao circle of the great Tao of thunder. As the power of the thunder tribulation poured into it, it shone with divine light. The sky was filled with boundless thunderclouds that resembled an upside-down ocean. The waves roared angrily, and it was a majestic sight. Lightning flashed in the sky, and strong winds howled. It was dark and stifling. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere on the ground. The dust was like snow, dancing wildly in the wind. Endless sand swept through the entire secret realm. However, under the contrast of this Tao ring, Xiao Chun was quiet and peaceful amidst this dangerous and oppressive phenomenon. He was like a saint bathed in divine light. He is using the lightning tribulation to break through to the Tao domain. White Egg was startled. It had not expected Xiao Chun to be so ambitious. To think that Xiao Chun dared to split his attention while undergoing his tribulation, using tribulation lightning to break through his thunder Tao domain. However, Xiao Chun was indeed a genius. He used tribulation lightning to stimulate his Tao domain to make a breakthrough. Was there a more effective method in the world than this? The miraculous effects of divine pills and natural treasures were not as direct as tribulation lightning. The only thing was that once Xiao Chun went overboard, he would end up losing himself. Rumble. Tribulation lightning descended in waves. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared in this land of the blood moon. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and endured, not blocking at all, letting the tribulation lightning baptize his physical body. The terrifying tribulation lightning inflicted unimaginable pain on Xiao Chun's physical body. Each baptism looked resplendent and dignified, but in reality, it was even more painful than being hacked into pieces. This was because Xiao Chun could not block it at all. It was like a soldier taking off his armor and walking through a rain of arrows. Slowly, the Tao might on Xiao Chen's body grew stronger. The aura radiated by the Tao disc formed an invisible barrier for Xiao Chun. He's betting all his hopes on his Thunder Great path. If his Thunder Great Tao cannot break through to the Tao domain, he will definitely die under the tribulation lightning. How ruthless! Black Egg sighed softly, its tone filled with worry. The benefit of giving up on resisting was that the tribulation lightning's energy could perfectly infuse into his great Tao energy. This allowed Xiao Chun to rely on the tribulation lightning to break through bottlenecks to the greatest extent. However, the drawback was clear. Right now, Xiao Chun could only rely on his physical body and Tao might to block the tribulation lightning. It was very possible that the tribulation lightning would strike him to death before he comprehended a Tao domain. The second wave of tribulation lightning is here. White Egg looked at the sky. An impenetrable electric black hole had already formed above Xiao Chen's head. Through the black hole, Xiao Chun could vaguely see a sea of pure tribulation lightning inside. The black hole spun continuously, storing up power for the second wave of tribulation lightning. Right after White Egg spoke, many lightning-materialized weapons flew out from the sky at Xiao Chun. There were spears, sabers, swords, moons, and all sorts of weapons flying at Xiao Chun. Each lightning-materialized weapon contained a deep Tao, even more terrifying than a real Tao tool. Kassier! Kassier! In the next moment, thousands of weapons attacked. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and tightly clenched his right fist. Xiao Chen's veritable essence, energy, and vital chi surged, and an indistinct 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind him. However, when the lightning Tao tools were about to charge over, determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and he slowly loosened his right fist. Xiao Chen allowed the thousands of lightning Tao tools to attack his physical body. Come! Bang! 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 Explosions immediately rang out on the surface of Xiao Chen's body. Every explosion was startling, leaving horrifying wounds on Xiao Chen's body. However, Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and did not make a sound, enduring it silently. When this wave of tribulation lightning was over, Xiao Chen's body was riddled with holes. There was practically no place left unscathed. Xiao Chen's entire body was charred black, a terrible sight to behold. He looked like a beggar in a sorry state. Only the Tao disc behind Xiao Chun remained holy, giving off an even more resplendent light. The hazy Tao might strengthened significantly again. It's still not enough. Xiao Chun sensed his Tao domain and discovered that it was still an indiscernible door away from the Tao domain. He still could not break that door. It was something that could be seen but not reached. It made one feel helpless and somewhat despair. When others comprehend the Tao domain, it takes at least 100 years, and most 400 to 500 years. That is if they have good talent. I do not have that much time, so I can only continue like this. I can only gamble with the tribulation lightning's power. I have to believe in myself. A determined light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he used his later heaven-divine body to quickly recover his physical body. Even in despair and helplessness, he could not give up hope. Xiao Chen's physical body had just recovered when the third wave of tribulation lightning charged over. This time, the tribulation lightning that descended materialized many famous mountains and great rivers. The tribulation lightning mercilessly rained down on Xiao Chun, suppressing the world. Boom! 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 The speed at which the thunderous mountain fell was like hailstones. They did not give Xiao Chun a chance to catch his breath. Soon, this lightning mountain pressed him into the ground. Strong winds howled, and sand flew for 5,000 kilometers around. The lightning mountains continuously crashed down, not giving Xiao Chun a chance to catch his breath. Xiao Chun saw the lightning mountains descend continuously, completely drowning out Xiao Chen's figure. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He can't be dead, right? White Egg's heart skipped a beat, startled by this scene. However, it could not help wanting to charge forward. However, Black Egg held it back. Black Egg said seriously, "Don't act rashly. Look, that old dragon is not moving." Black Egg looked around and saw the eyes of the blue dragon statue surrounding the ancient city flickering with spiritual light as it stared at the lightning mountains, not moving at all. Boom! All of a sudden, a beam of light burst forth. A terrifying Tao aura shattered the descending lightning mountain into pieces. A figure soared into the air in the darkness, showing a determined and expressionless face. It was Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's Thunder Dao was one step closer to a Dao domain. Now he could clearly see what that invisible door looked like. Xiao Chun's comprehension increased, and his Dao might instantly strengthened, blocking the descending lightning mountains. Xiao Chun made good use of his time to recover from his injuries, not daring to waste a single second. Soon, the fourth wave of tribulation lightning descended. This time, huge cauldrons containing Dao Charn descended. Xiao Chun's physical body had just recovered. Before he could forget the pain from the lightning mountains, he had to endure the damage from the huge cauldrons. Fifth wave, sixth wave, seventh wave. Every time there was a lightning tribulation, Xiao Chun thought that he would be struck down. However, he always managed to stand up at the last moment. Using his strong blue dragon divine body, Xiao Chun forcefully endured the waves of tribulation lightning. Others only felt that Xiao Chun had relied on luck to clear the first stage against Gong Liangyu. However, no one knew how much Xiao Chun had paid to get to where he was today. In the secret realm, no one knew what kind of bitterness and persistence Xiao Chun had hidden behind his shocking trump cards. After forcefully enduring the seventh wave of tribulation lightning, Xiao Chun's physical body could no longer recover. His injuries accumulated continuously. His body was destroyed and healed over and over again. Even after awakening his blue dragon divine body once, he was somewhat lacking, unable to provide much help to Xiao Chun. The eighth wave of tribulation lightning arrived. Formless lightning. Xiao Chun, who was preparing to deal with the tribulation lightning, suddenly cried out miserably. To think that the tribulation lightning of this stage was hidden in the wind, in the air. It was formless and invisible and untouchable. However, it was everywhere. The wind blew gently, and thousands of tribulation lightning streaked across Xiao Chun's body like knives. This wave of tribulation lightning was unblockable, unheard of, or seen before. Oh no! White Egg could not help exclaiming, "This is the formless lightning that Master once mentioned. Even if Xiao Chun uses his full power, he might not be able to endure it. He has to give up on breaking through to the Dao domain. Otherwise, he will die for sure." Chapter 2104. The formless lightning was shadowless and formless. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to hide. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and did his best to maintain his calm, maintaining the thunder great Dao. He had never seen such tribulation lightning before. He had not even heard of it. Xiao Chun did not know how to deal with it. If this continued, this formless lightning would slowly grind his physical body into dust, not leaving anything behind. Calm down. Calm down. At the critical moment, Xiao Chun stabilized his emotions. This concerned his life and death. He needed to think of a way to deal with the formless lightning. Xiao Chun's thoughts raced. Thousands of ideas appeared in his mind in an instant. First, the formless lightning was definitely a false proposition. If it were truly formless, it would not hurt him. How to deal with it was the key. Did it merge with the wind? Xiao Chun thought of this possibility. The wind moved slightly, and his physical body felt like it was being cut by a knife. This was the most direct explanation. If that was the case, there was a way to block it. Xiao Chun took a deep breath, and his vital qi surged. Enduring the intense pain, his entire body trembled ferociously. Bang! A strong wind blew on the surface of Xiao Chun's body, forming an invisible wind wall in front of him. Ka! 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 The terrifying lightning of the 5 stars arrived again, but it was ineffective. Xiao Chun could not help screaming again. Wrong. I thought wrong. The formless lightning did not merge the tribulation lightning with the wind. Am I going to give up? Continuing to maintain the Tao domain and letting his physical body endure the lightning tribulation to break through to the Tao domain seemed somewhat unrealistic. If he lost his life, what Tao domain was there? Damn it. However, Xiaochen was not willing to give up like this. After enduring 7 waves of tribulation lightning, his physical body had suffered unimaginable pain. After much difficulty, his Thunder Great Tao approached the Tao domain. If Xiaochen gave up on this opportunity, who knew when he would get another chance to break through to the Tao domain? The black and white eggs felt anxious. Right now, Xiaochen's physical body continuously suffered the torture of the formless lightning in the air. This 8th wave of tribulation lightning was somewhat ridiculous. Xiaochen's physical body already reached the brink of collapse at any moment. I already came this far. I absolutely cannot give up. Wasn't the path of a martial artist just like that? Since ancient times, those who had established the hegemony of a dynasty, the ambitious and ruthless people of their generation, had all walked back and forth between life and death countless times. Xiaochen thought to himself, I have to find a mystery behind the formless lightning. If it wasn't melted into the wind, then where was this invisible lightning hidden? Thoughts flashed through Xiaochen's mind like lightning. In an instant, thousands of ideas popped up, and then he rejected them one by one. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Xiaochen's mind, and he suddenly remembered. Space. That's right, it had to be space. This invisible lightning had perfectly fused with space. It had nothing to do with the wind. This wave of thunder tribulation was a perfect fusion of the great path of thunder and the great path of space, which was why it was invisible. However, knowing was one thing, but how to avoid it was the key. Right now, the most important thing was that his physical body couldn't hold on much longer. He had to buy some time for his physical body. Think of a way, I can do it, I can do it, I can definitely do it. Under the torture of the invisible lightning, Xiaochen clenched his teeth and his eyes turned red. He stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Death God Mask. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen thought of the Death God Mask he obtained. Without even thinking, he quickly took it out. Aside from isolating one's aura, the Death God Mask also had 2 secret techniques, the Soul Attack, Death God Chop, and Void Shadow. Whoosh! After executing the secret technique, Void Shadow, Xiaochen's physical body slowly turned illusory and vanished. Xiaochen's illusory state was extremely short, just 2 or 3 seconds. However, these 2 or 3 seconds, these 2 or 3 precious seconds, gave Xiaochen a chance to catch his breath, pulling his physical body back from the brink of collapse. When Xiaochen reappeared, a portion of his physical injuries had already recovered. He had narrowly escaped death. Xiaochen was like wild grass that had regained new life, showing vigorous life force. Under the mask, his eyes filled with determination and calmness. After executing the secret technique once, I won't be able to execute it again for a while. I can only rely on myself now. Xiaochen calmly analyzed the situation. Since he had merged with space, it was already impossible to avoid it. All that remained was to quickly break through to the Tao domain while his newly recovered physical body could still last for a while. Right now, his physical body could last for another 15 minutes under the assault of this formless lightning. 15 minutes is enough. If I do not break through to the Tao domain in 15 minutes, then I can only blame my bad luck and fate. After figuring this out, Xiaochen's heart calmed down again. The terrifying, mysterious phenomena in the surroundings and the horrifying lightning black hole hiding above could not disrupt his emotions. After removing the Death God Mask, Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and started his final gamble. The formless lightning tribulation brought destructive damage to the physical body. However, it was also of great help to breaking through to the Tao domain. Xiaochen could clearly sense that every bolt of formless lightning could loosen the bottleneck of his Tao domain. The heavenly Tao was merciless. The formless lightning continued to torture Xiaochen coldly. In the distance, the black and white eggs did not know what to say when they saw that Xiao Chun still persisted. At the crucial moment, the black and white eggs could not help Xiao Chun. They could only pray for Xiao Chun. At the place where the tribulation took place, Xiao Chen's newly recovered physical body quickly became riddled with holes and injuries. However, the Tao disc behind him remained resplendent and dazzling from start to finish, flickering with light. At this moment, the brilliance of the Tao ring was extremely bright. It gave the feeling of a silkworm about to break out of its cocoon, putting in its final effort and struggle. It looks like he is about to break through. White Egg said joyfully as it watched the Tao disc behind Xiao Chun slowly close up. This wave of tribulation lightning will be over soon. Good things came in pairs. The Tao disc behind Xiao Chun slowly closed up and condensed into a spot. The light that the Tao disc gave off made this dark world look like it was daytime. The eighth wave of tribulation lightning also slowly faded at this moment, significantly weakening. Good? This is good. As long as Xiao Chun breaks through to the Tao domain, the veritable essence energy and soul energy that he saved will be more than enough for him to clear the final wave of tribulation lightning. The black and white eggs rejoiced. Normally, tribulation lightning was split into 9 waves. After 9 waves, it would be over. After persisting for so long, Xiao Chun was finally going to get what he wanted. Boom! However, before the 8th wave of tribulation lightning completely faded, the 9th wave of tribulation lightning suddenly descended without any warning. The 9th wave of lightning tribulation suddenly descended, faster than anyone's reaction time. A vast sea turned into silver light and poured down from the terrifying lightning black hole in the sky. The vast sea was made of pure tribulation lightning. The speed at which it fell could not be measured with common sense. Whoosh! In an instant, the sea of lightning buried Xiao Chun and spread out further. Rumble! The ocean waves surged. This was a sea of thunder and lightning. The black hole in the dome continuously poured the water down. It looked like a hole had appeared in the sky, and the silver seawater poured down like lightning. There was no end to it. The black and white eggs were flabbergasted as they watched the sea swallow up Xiao Chun, who could not react at all. Let's go. When the black and white eggs startled to their senses, they discovered that Wang's sea was about to drown the entire secret realm. A terrifying sea of lightning surged in all directions like a flood. The tribulation lightning transformed into an ocean, forming this boundless ocean. No one knew how terrifying its might was. Feeling anxious, the black and white eggs leaped up and flew towards the blue dragon statue. In this mystic realm, there was no place that could guarantee absolute safety. Only the blue dragon statue that enveloped the entire ancient city was slightly safer. The water spread in all directions, and soon, the entire mystic realm became a vast ocean. Even the blue dragon statue was engulfed in an ocean of lightning. The black and white eggs stood on the dragon's head, feeling somewhat stunned and speechless. At this moment, the 2 chatterboxes did not know what to say. The boundless ocean was the 9th wave of tribulation lightning. If there had been any living beings in this mystic realm, all of them would have died in that moment. The black clouds in the sky slowly scattered, and the lightning black hole slowly mended. The terrifying, mysterious phenomenon vanished. After the storm passed, the blood moon still enveloped this world. What cultivation technique does Egg cultivate? The formless lightning is already terrifying enough. However, what exactly is this 9th wave of tribulation lightning? A vast ocean appeared. The black and white eggs said softly. The scene before them already surpassed their understanding. Back when they followed their master, they had never experienced such a lightning tribulation, so they knew nothing about it. This is a lightning sea from the primal chaos space. It is normal that you 2 fools do not know about it. Just at this moment, another voice rang out beside the black and white eggs, startling them. When White Egg reacted and realized that it was the blue dragon statue's dragon spirit speaking, it retorted with an upset expression. Who says we do not know? We just do not want to say. Stop being so long-winded. If you continue, I will toss you two down. The black and white eggs quickly shut up. There was a lightning sea below. Although the two would not die if they went down, they were not willing to suffer such torture. Egg, do we still have a chance to survive? Black Egg asked carefully after a moment of silence. If you comprehend the thunder Dao domain at the last moment, you should be able to survive. The two of you are forged from divine materials and do not have physical bodies. You can go down and take a look, the dragon spirit said after some thought. It wanted the black and white eggs to go down and take a look. Whether Shao Chun lived or died, it had to figure out what was going on. Upon hearing that they wanted to go down the lightning sea, the black and white eggs immediately started pushing the responsibility around. Black Egg asked White Egg to go down, and White Egg asked Black Egg to go down. Chi, chi, chi. As the two argued endlessly, piercing sparks of electricity rang out. The desolate slave soul reaper leaped into the lightning sea. A wave of lightning splashed out, and the water splashed onto its huge body, crackling and flickering. The desolate slave soul reaper pretended not to hear anything. It walked on the lightning sea, heading for where Shao Chun underwent his tribulation. All right, silly egg is going down. The two of us do not need to go down. The black and white eggs immediately rejoiced and stopped arguing, watching quietly. How noisy! The two of you should go down and help as well. The dragon spirit snorted coldly and shook its hand. The black and white eggs let out startled cries as they fell into the lightning sea. Chapter 2105. The black and white eggs cried out endlessly in the lightning sea. However, since they already went down, there was no point in going back up. Together with the desolate slave soul reaper, the black and white eggs started searching for Shao Chun in the lightning sea. The lightning sea before them was truly a vast ocean that filled the entire secret realm, stretching out as far as the eye could see. It was no exaggeration to say that searching for a person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The most important thing was that this was a sea of lightning. Soul energy could not penetrate it at all. When the viscous seawater touched it lightly, sparks flew everywhere, crackling and exploding nonstop. Undercurrents surged in the seawater. Occasionally, huge waves surged up. Even sovereign personages had to retreat. Otherwise, they would either die or be injured. Fortunately, the black and white eggs and the desolate slave soul reaper were not human cultivators and did not have bodies of flesh and blood. Otherwise, they would not last long in this lightning sea. What a huge wave! The energy in this water is chaotic. It is really hard to find him. Black Egg dived for a while before flying out, kicking up a wave and sending out electric light. Z, Z, Z. Electric sparks flickered endlessly. The black and white eggs were at their wits' end. This was really hard to find. Walking in this lightning sea was extremely difficult. The undercurrents surged in the water. Shao Chen's body was definitely not where it was originally. If the undercurrents swept up Shao Chun and got carried away, there would be no way to find him. The black and white eggs could only wait for the lightning sea to scatter before starting their search. However, it was hard to say whether they could find Shao Chun at that time. The desolate slave soul reaper walked in the lightning sea and arrived at the place where Shao Chun underwent his tribulation. Its huge body half knelt in the sea. It stretched its hand down and searched around, but could not find anything. Do you think Egg got blasted into nothing by the lightning sea at the last moment? White Egg asked somewhat worriedly. Right now, it was very difficult for them to walk in the water. It was hard to imagine how Shao Chun, who had endured the impact of the seawater and then got submerged, could survive. Black Egg looked at the lightning sea and said helplessly, "Stop speaking nonsense. How can an acquired divine body that awakened once be destroyed so easily? His physical body is definitely still there. Whether he is dead or alive is hard to say." Poor Egg. Boom! On the vast ocean, a wave surged. The wave was 1,000 feet high, and there seemed to be a figure on the top of the wave. It's Dandan. White Egg's eyes lit up as it exclaimed in pleasant surprise. So. Black and White Egg got up at the same time and chased after the surging waves. They had to catch Xiao Chun before he went down. Otherwise, if he sank to the bottom of the sea, no one knew when he would reappear again. However, as the waves slowly sank, the Black and White Eggs were still some distance away. Shua! Just as the Black and White Eggs felt helpless, Xiao Chen's sinking physical body flew up ferociously. It was the desolate slave soul reaper. It pulled Xiao Chun over with a palm strike and took a look. Then he slowly put down Xiao Chun and gently tossed him to the Black and White Eggs before returning alone. He's still alive. He did not die. It looks like it was as that old dragon said. Xiao Chun managed to comprehend the thunder Dao domain at the last moment. Hurry up and go up. After checking Xiao Chen's aura, the Black and White Eggs rejoiced. When they turned their heads to look for the desolate slave soul reaper, it was already nowhere to be seen. Xiao Chun felt very tired. His eyelids felt heavy, and he could not open his eyes. Xiao Chen's consciousness turned blurry, not knowing what happened. He tried to open his eyes, but could only open a crack. Through the crack, Xiao Chun seemed to see the Black and White Eggs. Then, he fell unconscious. When Xiao Chun woke up again, 6 days had passed. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes, the familiar blood moon hanging high in the sky entered his eyes. "You're awake?" A voice rang out by Xiao Chen's ear. It was White Egg's voice. Xiao Chun stood up and moved slightly. Then he heard the bones in his entire body crackle like beans being fried, giving off crunching sounds. After the sounds faded, Xiao Chun stretched his body and immediately felt incredibly comfortable, delighted. Xiao Chun clenched his fist. The energy contained in his hand delighted him. "How long did I sleep for?" Xiao Chun asked Black Egg. He remembered comprehending the thunder Dao domain at the last moment. However, before Xiao Chun could feel happy, a pile of silver light struck him and sent him into a severe coma. Feeling like he had slept for too long, Xiao Chun worried that he would miss the Heavenly Alliance's second stage of the test. 6 days. Black Egg said to Xiao Chun as he leaned over. Since when was there a sea? Xiao Chun turned his head to take a look and was startled. He saw a boundless ocean at the bottom of the cliff. Look at how frightened you are. This is after the tide ebbed. The previous few times, the entire secret realm was flooded. What did you think it was? A sea of lightning. Thanks to you, this is your 9th wave of tribulation lightning. Back then, the two of us were badly frightened. That old dragon in the city said that it was some sea of lightning in the primal chaos space. I wonder how it became your tribulation lightning. Speaking of this, you have to thank us properly. Right. Back then, this sea drowned you, and we did not even know if you were dead or alive. The two of us nearly lost our lives when we went down to fish you up. That was a vast sea. It was difficult to move. Don't forget how good we were to you, Egg. The Black and White Eggs revealed their chatty nature once more. Xiao Chun only said one sentence, and the two of them started talking again, preventing him from interrupting. However, Xiao Chun finally understood what was going on. When he stood up and looked at the sea below, he immediately felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, he had successfully comprehended a Dao domain and broken through to the final layer of the Purple Thunder Divine incantation. With this tribulation, Xiao Chun could be considered to have undergone a nirvanic rebirth, undergoing a complete transformation. That's right. The two of us have already adjusted to peak sovereign personage. Come, Egg. Let's fight against each other. Quickly. Don't dawdle. The Black and White Eggs felt itchy, urging Xiao Chun to fight against them. Xiao Chun really wanted to test his current strength. What were his chances of defeating the Black and White Eggs, who were peak sovereign personages? Xiao Chun's original plan was to successfully break through to great perfection sovereign personage and comprehend a Dao domain. Then, he would fight the Black and White Eggs to test his strength. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. He had already been here for 8 days. He had disappeared for 8 days, and the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor was still waiting for a reply. Xiao Chun had to return quickly lest the Peach Blossom sovereign emperor worry. Sorry, next time. I have something urgent to look for now. After Xiao Chan rejected the black and white eggs, he turned to leave. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a tall figure appeared in the blood moon. Death Chi surrounded this figure, showing no expression. Under the moonlight, this figure appeared lonely and desolate. It was the desolate slave soul reaper. The desolate slave soul reaper held many sovereign emperor corpses in its hand as it headed for the blue dragon ancient city alone. Seemingly noticing Xiao Chen's gaze, the desolate slave soul reaper stopped under the blood moon and turned its head to look at Xiao Chun. As their gazes met, Xiao Chun saw that Soul Reaper's eyes were turbid, dim, and lifeless, filled with death chi. As a desolate slave, Soul Reaper was somewhat special compared to the other desolate slaves. It seemed like a strand of wool remained. However, in the end, it was just a dead person. The desolate slave Soul Reaper turned its head away, no longer paying attention to Xiao Chun. Then, it slowly headed for the blue dragon ancient city, clad in a faint layer of scarlet moonlight. For some reason, Xiao Chan felt sorrow in his heart as he looked at the desolate slave Soul Reaper. Many years ago, Soul Reaper might have been a peak expert of the blue dragon bloodline. He must have been very famous when he was alive. He should not be living like this. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at Soul Reaper's back, remaining silent for a long time. After Soul Reaper vanished, entering the blue dragon ancient city, Xiao Chen soared into the air and flew towards the blood moon. After returning to his residence in Desolate City, before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's voice rang out in his ears. Quickly come and see me. After disappearing silently for 8 days, Xiao Chen did not dare to tarry. After calming his emotions, he went to the pavilion from the previous time. Great perfection, sovereign personage, you really succeeded. The resources I lent you were not wasted. When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor saw Xiao Chen, he felt slightly startled. Doubt flashed in his eyes. He discovered that aside from Xiao Chen's significant improvement in cultivation, there seemed to be some other changes. Xiao Chen noticed the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's doubts. Fortunately, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not pursue the matter, allowing him to release his bated breath. Lord Shangwan sent news. The Cordoyan who took a fancy to you is the faux god Swearin Ji, the most ambitious person in the Heavenly Alliance. Chapter 2106. An ambitious person? Xiao Chun thought to himself. Then, he looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and asked, So, what is City Lord's suggestion? I do not recommend that you rely on Cordoyan Swearin Ji to enter the Heavenly Alliance. There are too many implications, and it will be hard for you to back out in the future. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was rather direct, calmly voicing his opinion. In that case, I'll reject it. Xiao Chen also calmly made his decision, not hesitating at all. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chen in shock. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen answered so quickly. It looks like the fortuitous encounters in the past few days gave you a lot of confidence. In that case, I'll help you reject Lord Swearin Ji's invitation. After leaving the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's pavilion, Xiao Chen ran into Yun Fei and Lei Hao, the two true disciples of Peach Blossom City, on his way back. The two had not passed the test. Yun Fei, who originally had high hopes, had been eliminated at the very end. In the past few days, Yun Fei should have been asking around about the loser's arena before deciding whether to participate or not. Little brother Xiao Chun, where have you been the past few days? Lei Hao asked warmly when he saw Xiao Chun. I entered closed-door cultivation and only came out today. Yin Fei's expression suddenly changed in shock. After a while, he said, Congratulations. Lei Hao felt suspicious about why Yin Fei was congratulating him. Then, he checked Xiao Chen's aura. When he discovered that Xiao Chen was already a sovereign personage like them, he could not help feeling shocked in his heart. This Xiao Chen before him was only 47 years old, but he was already a great perfection sovereign personage. However, Lei Hao still performed a cupped fist salute and said, Congratulations. No wonder, little brother, Xiao Chen disappeared for the past few days. The two of us are truly ashamed of ourselves for little brother Xiao Chun. Many thanks. Have you decided to participate in the loser's arena? Xiao Chun asked. Lei Hao and Yun Fei sighed upon hearing that, appearing somewhat dispirited. Lei Hao said, I've already given up. I already exchanged the faux god spirit jades for resources. Yun Fei has decided to continue participating. Yun Fei said sullenly, the loser's challenge rules are a 10,000-person chaotic battle royale. 10,000 people will kill each other in a chaotic battle royale. Only one survivor will continue to participate in the 10,000-person chaotic battle royale. After the chaotic battles, the 10 spots for the Heavenly Alliance will be determined. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was startled. The difficulty was truly terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was hellish. What are the rules for the winner's group challenge? Lei Hao asked, finding it strange. Little brother Xiao Chun, didn't the core Doyens already take a fancy to you? Why are you still concerned about this? I just talked to the city lord, and he has already rejected it. Lei Hao and Yun Fei were both shocked. They had never imagined that Xiao Chun would agree to a core Grand Elder's request. This was simply inconceivable. It was something that others wouldn't even dare to dream of. Yet Xiao Chun had actually rejected it. Countless people would be heartbroken if they knew about this. They would have wasted such a great opportunity. Little brother Xiao Chun, you have to consider this carefully. The rules for the winner's group challenge are 100 people fighting each other in a chaotic battle royale. Only one person can survive. Then, 100 people will obtain the qualifications to enter the Heavenly Alliance. The difficulty is no easier than the loser's group. Lei Hao advised sincerely, as the individual strength of the winner's group was much higher than that of the loser's group. While it looked like a 100-person chaotic battle royale, these 100 people were all peak sovereign personages who had survived the first stage of intense battles. Given Xiao Chun's strength, even if he advanced to great perfection sovereign personage, his chances of standing out would still be very slim. Yun Fei interrupted. Lei Hao, there is no need to advise him. Little brother Chen definitely can think of what we know. He definitely has his own determination to reject it. Furthermore, I don't think little brother Chun is someone who makes decisions easily. Xiao Chun thought to himself, I made this decision rather easily, without much conflict or hesitation. The pros and cons would not make it too difficult for Xiao Chun to decide. Since Xiao Chun was an ambitious person, he definitely had something in mind and would definitely make a request in the future. Clearly, Xiao Chun could not accept such a request. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. The best way was to rely on himself to enter the Heavenly Alliance. 2 days later, Xiao Chun's group appeared on the Starry Heavens Dao platform together with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. When Xiao Chun appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The sovereign emperors on the thrones in the starry heavens could not help casting their gazes on Xiao Chun. They had all heard that this youth had rejected the core Doyen's request. After hearing this news, everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. They couldn't imagine it. What kind of person would make such a rash decision? Either that person was a fool or overly confident in himself. Quick look. To think that Xiao Chun does not show any expression at all. He looks very calm. This fellow is really hateful. He wasted a chance for nothing. If only it were me. Humph. To think that he rejected the core Doyen's invitation. Could it be that he thinks that he can pass the test in the winner's group? He really does not know how to conduct himself. That Lord will probably be very angry when he finds out about this. Indeed, if it were me, I would be angry as well. A faux god lowered his status to invite you, yet he rejected it. Discussions broke out everywhere. They could not understand Xiao Chun's decision. Out of respect for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, the many sovereign emperors did not discuss it. At this moment, the happiest person was naturally Sovereign Emperor Xingge. Ha ha! Little brother Peach Blossom, you are here. Whoosh! Sovereign Emperor Xingge actually descended from the starry heavens and arrived before Xiao Chun and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. This enthusiasm came from the bottom of his heart and was not the slightest bit hypocritical. After learning that the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor had rejected Sovereign Emperor Shangwan's invitation, Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu felt very happy. After the shock, Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu rejoiced. This way, only his follower, Nangong Feng, would enter the Heavenly Alliance in the entire desolate city test zone. This little brother Xiao Chun is truly worthy of this old man's admiration. You have courage. Youth should have the drive and sharpness of youths. This old man believes that if I were your age, I would definitely not be as decisive as you. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu said with a smile as he shifted his gaze to Xiao Chun. Senior Xinggu, you are too polite. Xiao Chun replied calmly. Ha ha ha, I'm not being polite. This old man speaks from the bottom of my heart. Youths like you are becoming increasingly rare. You want to rely on your own strength to pass the test. Who would dare to underestimate such pride? I'll put my words out there. If you can enter the Heavenly Alliance, this old man will personally reward you with 30 million primeval heavenly pills. Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu laughed loudly, feeling very good. However, he smiled coldly in his heart. It would be strange if you can pass the test. The Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor said with some mockery, Brother Xinggu is really forthright. Since you admire my followers so much, why not reward him now? I can see that you are smiling very happily. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu said somewhat embarrassedly, there is no point in giving it now. If little brother Xiao Chun loses his drive, I will be doing something bad out of good intentions, losing my motivational effect. Xiao Chun said sincerely, many thanks for Sovereign Emperor Xing Ji's favor. Actually, you can give me 30 million primeval heavenly pills first. After I pass, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu can give me another 70 million primeval heavenly pills. That would be even more motivational. This junior will thank Sovereign Emperor Xinggu in advance. Good. Lord Shangwan, who was on the throne in the starry heavens, smiled and said, It is rare for Xinggu to put so much thought into this. It is settled, then. If little friend Xiao Chun can rely on his own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance and bring glory to my desolate city, I will personally reward Xiao Chun with another 20 million primeval heavenly pills. The other sovereign emperors immediately agreed, praising Sovereign Emperor Xinggu and Lord Shangwan for their enthusiasm. Many people agreed, but no one was foolish enough to take out primeval heavenly pills to motivate Xiao Chun. To sovereign emperors, primeval heavenly pills were nothing. However, 30 million was a heart-wrenching loss. Sovereign Emperor Xinggu was immediately stupefied. He had made a huge profit this time, digging a hole for himself and burying himself in. Initially, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu was just too excited and casually made some empty promises. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun made a fool out of him. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and said, Brother Xinggu, everyone is looking at you. Ha! Little friend Xiao Chun, you have to work hard. My primeval heavenly pills are not easy to obtain. Don't embarrass our desolate city. Before the gazes of the sovereign emperors, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu gritted his teeth and took out a primeval heavenly pill. Then, he tossed it heavily at Xiao Chen's face. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's smile did not change. However, he felt like a fool in his heart, extremely upset. However, Xiao Chun could not be bothered with all this, taking it calmly. Before the victor's group test started, Xiao Chun had already obtained 30 million primeval heavenly pills for no reason. What would be happier than this? Chapter 2107. No matter how depressed Sovereign Emperor Xinggu was, the Heavenly Alliance's test still had to continue. The purple-haired old man waved his hand to silence everyone. Then, he said, You probably already know the rules of the second stage of the Heavenly Alliance's test, so I will not repeat them. Nangong Feng. Here. Nangong Feng took a step forward, cupped his hands, and said loudly, Greetings, Lord Shangwan. The difficulty of this Heavenly Alliance's test is the highest in history. You should be the one with the highest chance of passing the test in my desolate city test zone. Don't disappoint me. Don't let my desolate city test area get wiped out. Everyone is watching you. The purple-haired old man said gravely to Nangong Feng, filled with hope. Nangong Feng felt immense pressure. He said in a deep voice, "I will definitely do my best to pass the second stage." The purple-haired old man looked around and turned his head. Xiao Chun. Yes. Xiao Chun took a step forward, bowed slightly, and said softly, "Greetings, Lord Shangwan." As the purple-haired old man looked at Xiao Chun, a complicated expression appeared on his face. He really could not understand this young man. This was a great opportunity that many people dreamed of, but he actually rejected it. However, that made sense. Xiao Chun was the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciple. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had retreated bravely. Do your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I have high hopes for you. Even if you cannot pass the Heavenly Alliance's test this time, as long as you are willing, I can represent the Heavenly Alliance and keep the doors open to you. The purple-haired old man's words were considered a very high evaluation. He was quite optimistic about Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun already had such accomplishments at such a young age. As long as he became a sovereign emperor, he would definitely become a faux god. Thank you, Lord Shangwan. The purple-haired old man's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on those who were preparing to participate in the loser's arena. He said softly, "The loser's arena is not without hope. You all know how cruel the loser's arena is, yet you still dare to continue challenging. I admire you all. Begin." With the many sovereign emperors driving, the starry heavens Dao platform slowly spun. Xiao Chun and Nangong Feng stood together. The other people from the loser's bracket stood to one side. "Can you tell us why you gave up on the core Doin's invitation?" Nangong Feng looked at Xiao Chun curiously. Many people did not understand this question. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then, he answered honestly, "I do not want too many restrictions. I hope to rely on my own strength to enter the Heavenly Alliance." Surprise flashed in Nangong Feng's eyes. He could sense the truth in Xiao Chen's words. These were Xiao Chen's true thoughts. Good luck. Such an answer caused Nangong Feng to think highly of the other party. Then, he said his blessing softly. Whoosh! The formation was activated. First, the thousands of people in the loser's bracket disappeared from the Dao platform. Following that, Xiao Chun and Nangong Feng disappeared. The losers group would have 10,000 people on the same stage and engage in a chaotic battle. Only one person would survive and continue on to the next round. Out of hundreds of thousands of people, they had to kill their way to 10 people before they could obtain the final quota. The victors group would have 100 people on the same platform. One person from each secret realm would survive and enter the Heavenly Alliance. Shua! 100 light screens appeared in the starry heavens. The cultivators who passed the first stage appeared before everyone's eyes. The light screens for the loser's bracket did not appear. In theory, they were all eliminated. Lord City Lord, Xiao Chun is on the light screen for Dao Platform 8. Old Chui immediately informed the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor when he discovered Xiao Chun. A continent floated in the starry heavens on the light screen for Dao Platform 8. To sovereign personages, a continent's size could be seen with one glance. There was nowhere to hide, and there was no way to hide. At this moment, all the sovereign emperors in Desolate City focused their gazes on the light screens for Xiao Chun and Nangong Feng. An intense battle would start soon. Those who could enter the second stage were all peak sovereign personages. There were no weaklings. This was because the first stage was already sufficiently cruel. The weak would not be able to pass it by luck. As Xiao Chun stood on a mound on the continent, he looked around. This continent was filled with the auras of experts. Everyone was accumulating power in the dark, waiting for the battle that was about to begin. 1 in 100 would be chosen, and the survivor would be king. Whoever survived to the end would obtain the right to enter the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chun looked around and discovered a familiar figure. Gong Liangyu. That was right. It was Xiao Chen's old rival, Gong Liangyu. He and Xiao Chun were actually placed together again in the second stage. Whoosh! At this moment, Gong Liangyu sensed Xiao Chen's presence. Their gazes met, and an invisible clash immediately ensued. Gong Liangyu's lips curled up slightly as he said softly, "Interesting." Xiao Chun felt slightly stunned, somewhat surprised. However, he quickly calmed down. The battle had not started yet. Everyone was restricted by the realm's spirit. The most important thing was to remain calm. The many sovereign emperors in the starry heavens above Desolate City set this place abuzz. Gong Liangyu. Gong Liangyu and Xiao Chun both appeared in Dao Platform 8. It's over. Xiao Chen's situation was not optimistic in the first place. Now, he runs into Gong Liangyu. Truly, enemies often cross paths. Aside from Gong Liangyu, there are many experts in Secret Realm 8 as well. I took a quick look. Several of them ranked within the top 100 of the previous stage. If Xiao Chun had known, would he have regretted rejecting Lord Swearengee's invitation? Originally, the sovereign emperors did not think much of Xiao Chun. Who could have expected that Xiao Chun and Gong Liangyu would end up in the same group again in the second stage? Some people even guessed that someone did this on purpose. After all, this was too much of a coincidence. Putting Xiao Chun and Gong Liangyu together in the second stage was simply not giving them a chance to survive. City Lord, aside from Gong Liangyu, there's another person called Lin Shi in Secret Realm 8. He also ranked within the top 20 of the first stage. There are 4 or 5 people in the top 100, all of whom are not to be trifled with. Old Shui said softly from beside the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Old Shui, who was beside the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, reported softly. Xiao Chen's situation was not optimistic. They're not easy to offend. How can Xiao Chun be easy to offend? It will not be easy for anyone to trample on Xiao Chun, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said indifferently. Although the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not think that Xiao Chun could become the final victor, he was very confident in Xiao Chen's strength. However, he was very confident in Xiao Chen's strength. Even if he failed, he would have to pay a sufficient price to obtain victory from his hands. Old Shui remained silent at the side. He did not know where the city lord got his confidence from. Was it because Xiao Chun broke through to great perfection sovereign personage? However, most of the people who passed the second stage were peak sovereign personages. Furthermore, they had remained at this peak for more than 100 years. Compared to the other participants, Xiao Chen's breakthrough was not considered a significant improvement. Whoosh! The familiar little light figure appeared on the continent. It looked at the crowd and said, "Congratulations to everyone for successfully entering the final stage of the Heavenly Alliance's test. In this stage, the survivor is king. Whoever survives to the end will qualify to enter the Heavenly Alliance. Whether you are willing or not, the continent under your feet will continuously shrink. In the end, it will only be able to withstand one person. Those who lose their footing will be eliminated." Now, I announce the official start of the second stage. Right after the realm spirit spoke, Xiao Chun felt the restrictions on his body vanish, allowing him to move freely. A chaotic battle instantly started. Without any hesitation, everyone found the nearby participants and mercilessly attacked. Kill. The most dazzling of the 100 participants, Gong Liangyu, unleashed his Dao domain and brandished his palms, sending palm strike after palm strike. Gong Liangyu continuously sent out heavy palm winds that were dense and dense. Furthermore, the palm winds contained even sharper sword lights. If one got careless and got struck by the sword chi, one would immediately suffer severe injuries. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying Gong Liangyu killed 2 genius participants. At this moment, the strength that Gong Liangyu displayed was even more horrifying than in the first stage. This made sense. After clearing this stage, no matter what, they could enter the Heavenly Alliance. There was no need to hide any strength at all. They just had to ensure their advancement. Aside from Gong Liangyu, Lin Shi and the others, who ranked in the top 10, fought with all their might, not holding back at all. Amid the chaotic battle, Xiao Chun showed a stern expression as he held the tyrant saber. His aura appeared very young among the 300 or 400-year-old sovereign personages. However, the killing intent and might contained in his aura were not vague at all. Xiao Chun held absolute confidence in his heart, not showing any fear at all. He calmly analyzed. At the end of this stage, it will definitely be a fight between kings. The weak will be eliminated first. Right now, those peak experts are all releasing their auras to prove that they are qualified to participate in the end. There is no need for me to hide too much. I will end the battle quickly and prove my strength. Suddenly, a candle dragon image appeared behind Xiao Chun. A candle flame flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Immediately, the two peak sovereign personages charging at him burned with a terrifying ice flame. Terrifying ice flames burst out, burning his soul and body at the same time. Kill! Xiao Chen's gaze was cold and emotionless. He drew the tyrant's saber and instantly sent out a strong saber intent. When he attacked, he executed the Mahaya abstinence violation saber techniques, resolving the mundane. A swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Then, his face turned cold, losing all the expression that a person of the mundane should have. Since the mundane is resolved, it is eternal. An eternal and inextinguishable saber light flew out from Xiao Chen's chop. The ferocious and cold Buddhist might continuously clashed with the auras of the two peak sovereign personages. Damn it! What kind of flame is this? My speed has decreased significantly, and my soul is still burning. Quickly make a move. This saber light is not easy to deal with. After Xiao Chun used the candle dragon eye to burn the physical bodies and souls of the two peak sovereign personages, they had to face Xiao Chen's resolving the mundane. The two peak sovereign personages immediately panicked and flustered. Dang! 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 After resolving the mundane, Xiao Chun executed his flawless saber, Dao, continuously. Using his body as a saber, his thoughts as a saber, and his heart as a saber, Xiao Chun erupted with his full power, not holding anything back. After 10 moves, he killed the two peak sovereign personages on the spot. Kassier, blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by disbelieving heads, appeared on the light screen. The group of sovereign emperors in the desolate city's sovereign emperor benches, including the purple-haired old man, were stunned. Xiao Chun easily killed two peak sovereign personages by himself. Chapter 2108. The chaotic battle started. This was the first time Xiao Chun used his full power since his tribulation. Xiao Chun already brought out his strongest strength. Within 10 moves, he killed two peak sovereign personages. Good. The purple-haired old man could not help praising loudly, his eyes lighting up. Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu immediately felt somewhat weak. He smiled coldly in his heart. This is just the beginning. The best part is yet to come. This fellow is only this bit of strength. It is far from enough to clear this stage. Flawless saber technique, flying heaven stance. A figure soared into the air, and a moon descended. A bright moon descended from the sky. The participant fighting with Xiao Chun was stunned. Then, he moved back in a fluster and sent out a resplendent sword light, trying to shatter this bright moon. Boom! However, when the bright moon shattered, a loud sound rang out. The participant vomited a mouthful of blood as the energy shock wave knocked him back. How can this saber intent be so strong? Horror flashed in this cultivator's eyes. Xiao Chun clearly did not comprehend the saber Dao domain, but his saber intent was somewhat ridiculously strong. Dying! Heartbreaking stance. Xiao Chun shouted as his heart shattered. Intense pain spread throughout his body. Then, he turned into a flash of lightning and charged forward. Amid this boundless pain, Xiao Chun erupted with his full power. He turned into a flash of lightning and charged forward. It was too fast, too fast. Xiao Chun could not tell if it was a saber light or lightning light. By the time he startled to his senses, the saber in Xiao Chun's hand had already stabbed into the other party's forehead. Pusii. The saber pierced through the other party's head. The horrifying impact immediately caused the participant's body to explode. Even the realm spirit could not save him, and he died on the spot. No wonder Xiao Chun was so ruthless. In this final stage, no one would hide their strength. For the sake of a Heavenly Alliance spot, everyone would do their best, not holding anything back. If one showed mercy, one might be the one to die. Rumble. The continent started to crumble and shatter. Its surface area continued to shrink, forcing the remaining participants to fly to the center. The cruel killing had just begun. An even more intense clash was yet to come. The continent below was everyone's living space. The realm spirit had said that this continent would continuously shrink until only one person could survive. It was foreseeable that as the living space continued to shrink, the slaughter would become more and more intense. So powerful. Many people who noticed Xiao Chun felt their hearts skip a beat, and their expressions changed greatly. Then, Xiao Chun killed 2 peak sovereign personages in 10 moves and forcefully killed a participant, leaving the other party unable to retaliate. Those who could clear the first stage were all outstanding talents, sovereign personage elites. Every one of them was a peak existence among sovereign personages. They were not people that anyone could casually trample on. Was Yun Fei strong when he used the 13 wind-riding swords? However, even a strong sovereign personage like Yun Fei could not clear the first stage. One could easily imagine how horrifying the strength of a sovereign personage who cleared the first stage was. The more it was so, the more it proved how powerful Xiao Chun was now. Great perfection sovereign personage. He was not just a great perfection sovereign personage. He relied on his physical body to endure the heaven-shaking, lightning tribulation until the end. Who could understand that kind of pain and bitterness? What do you want? What he wanted was to start a massacre now and rely on his own strength to advance into the Heavenly Alliance. I'll prove it to whoever says I can't. Whoosh. Figures flickered in the air. Xiao Chen's performance already inspired fear in the other participants. They needed to work together to deal with him. As the 10-odd candidates spoke, they soared into the air and surrounded Xiao Chun. One should not complain about being too eye-catching. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon wanted true elites, powerful sovereign personages that were 1 in a million. Not only could one suppress one's opponent in a one-on-one battle, but one also needed sufficient strength and means to deal with such encirclement. In the future, after one became a Heavenly Alliance member, the dangers one would face would only be more difficult than now. Just look at the top 100. Gong Liangyu, Lin Shi, which of them was not? They faced the attacks of 10-odd participants. If one was a genius, one should not fear the jealousy of others or the encirclement of others. If one could endure it, one would qualify for the final test of this stage. If one could not, it would only mean that one was a fake genius, not someone the Heavenly Alliance needed. As Xiao Chun watched the 10-odd participants charge over, his expression did not change. He remained extremely calm. As long as he did not get surrounded and fall into an absolute disadvantage, he could fight. The purple Thunder Divine incantation circulated wildly in his body. With every step Xiao Chun took, the winds and clouds changed. Boundless electric light burst out of his body. Surround him. Seeing Xiao Chun move so fast, the others were startled and wanted to kill Xiao Chun. The most direct method was to surround him and merge their auras to suppress Xiao Chun at the same time. At that time, no matter who it was, they would not be able to breathe or move under the suppression of 10-odd peak sovereign personages' auras. Even Gong Liangyu would not be able to do anything. He would have to die. As Xiao Chun ran, he gently pushed the ground with his feet, and the ground cracked. A strong wind blew, and lightning flashed everywhere, kicking up sand into the air. 5-element divine lightning, thunder monarch spear. Xiao Chun used his thunder Dao domain to drive the 5-element divine lightning, forming a short spear shooting out boundless electric light in his hand. Whoosh! Xiao Chun ferociously tossed out the short spear. In that instant, the resplendent electric light was dazzling and dazzling, so piercing that others could not open their eyes. The short spear was so fast that the people chasing Xiao Chun could not dodge in time. Someone immediately cried out miserably. The short spear struck him, and his body exploded, turning him into a mangled mess. The strong impact of a short spear pierced through that person's chest, sending him flying. Whoosh! 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 As Xiao Chan ran and leaped, he occasionally turned his head back. Then, the short spears driven by his Thunder Dao domain and the five-element Divine Lightning flew out. Why did Xiao Chen modify the Thunder Monarch spear into a short spear? At this moment, its advantages became apparent. Although the spears were weaker, they could be formed faster and expended less energy. They could be formed continuously. As long as there were enough of them, the destructive power would be even greater. The many short spears became nightmarish existences to the participants chasing Xiao Chun. Their originally soaring auras fell to rock bottom as miserable cries rang out. Something's wrong. Quickly scatter. Slowly, the pursuers realized that something was wrong. Xiao Chun was not fleeing out of fear of them. Instead, he was trying to kill them all. However, it was already too late. The instant these people realized that something was wrong, Xiao Chun suddenly turned around. Firmament's rage. The great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon's roar spread out in the world. A colossal hand containing saber light and lightning descended from the sky. Pan, after comprehending the Thunder Dao domain, be it Firmament's rage or the Thunder Monarch spear, their might had more than doubled. This colossal hand containing the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon descended ferociously. None of the people chasing Xiao Chun managed to escape. Xiao Chun remained expressionless as he grabbed with his 5 fingers. His palm immediately generated a huge suction. It grabbed all the examinees who were injured by the gigantic palm into its palm. Lightning and boundless saber light spread out in his palm. It was like a small world of hell. Xiao Chun ferociously clenched his fist. When he opened it again, boundless lightning and saber light spread out in all directions. A strong wind blew as blood rained down from the sky. Xiao Chun killed all the pursuers, not leaving a single one alive. Many of Xiao Chen's martial techniques were related to the Thunder Dao, allowing him to comprehend the Thunder Dao domain. Xiao Chen's increase in strength was not as simple as what the outside world understood. Advancing from small perfection sovereign personage to great perfection sovereign personage was a qualitative change. Looking around, there were less than 30% of the candidates left. However, the continuously collapsing continent left no space for everyone. The living space under them could not accommodate 30-odd people at all. Someone had to be eliminated or die before they could have a place to stand. Cruel. This was a truly miserable slaughter, far more terrifying than the first stage. The continuously shrinking living space forced everyone to kill each other. Coincidentally, the candidates who had existed for a longer time were definitely stronger existences. The slaughter would only become more intense. Everyone would have to bring out their full potential. At this point, no one could think about anything else. Whether it was the intense killing intent in the air or the shrinking living space, everyone had no choice but to continue fighting. Right now, this was not just a test of strength, but also a test of mental state. This was equally cruel. Many of the participants paled somewhat. Sweat covered their foreheads as they panted heavily. The participants could not adapt to this miserable situation. Their hands, which held their sabers, trembled. Kill. The chaotic battle intensified. Xiao Chen showed a cold expression as he held up his tyrant saber. He did not show any fear in such a miserable situation. The advantage of his mental state allowed him to face all this calmly. His aura was not affected at all. On the contrary, some experts with weak mental states could bring out only 80 to 90% of their strength. The sovereign emperors sitting on their thrones in desolate cities, starry heavens, could not say anything. Everyone stared at the light screen. This Xiao Chun had truly given them a pleasant surprise that they had not expected. Such a state of mind, such strength, it really allowed people to see what a true, peerless monster was. No wonder Xiao Chun dared to reject Lord Swearengee's request. He really wanted to rely on his own strength to charge into the Heavenly Alliance step by step. Xiao Chun wanted to use his strength to silence all those who did not submit. Chapter 2109. At this point in the intense killing, what was more important was the test of one's mental state. One's mental state had always been important. However, it was not as obvious as one's cultivation, so one normally did not pay much attention to it. However, the Heavenly Alliance powerhouses were all peak experts with outstanding mental states. Naturally, they understood the importance of mental states. This stage was so intense, shrinking everyone's living space step by step. The participants were all participants with outstanding mental states. Compared to the truly intense scene, this was nothing. If one could not even endure the intense scene before them, they would end up like this if they ran into an even greater scene in the future. In reality, the remaining 30-odd people were about the same in terms of cultivation. Their combat prowess was already very close. Everyone had their own trump cards. They might have comprehended a Dao domain, grasped a peak secret technique, or used a different killing move. Everyone had a chance of defeating the other party. However, there was a problem with their mental states, preventing them from bringing out their strength. The result that awaited them was either a miserable death or being saved by a world spirit and sparing their lives. At this point in the Heavenly Alliance's test, luck no longer mattered. Mental states directly determined life and death. Boom! The land under Xiao Qin's feet shrank further, and the living space shrank further. The killing turned even more intense. The stench of blood lingered in the air. Many people felt fatigued. The pressure in their hearts magnified infinitely, preventing them from stabilizing their emotions. Xiao Qin's heart was as clear as a mirror. His eyes were like limpid autumn water, calm and unperturbed. Amid the intense killing, Xiao Qin's heart remained unmoved. His clear eyes always showed a trace of stubbornness and calmness. Whoosh! A figure entered Xiao Qin's vision. Without thinking, he materialized the heartbreaking stance with his tyrant saber. Dang! The saber and sword clashed, erupting with huge force. However, neither moved back. This was because the land under Xiao Qin's feet had shrunk to an extremely small size. No one knew if the land under Xiao Qin's feet would crumble the moment he moved back. Dang! 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 In an instant, Xiao Qin exchanged more than 100 moves with the newcomer, not moving back at all. Their auras materialized thousands of mysterious phenomena as they clashed wildly, each trying to push the other back. However, after another 100 moves, the two still did not move back at all, evenly matched. The rhythm of the battle accelerated. For the first time, Xiao Qin felt that this was somewhat problematic. The other party should be within the top 100 of the first stage. The two of them fought endlessly, each using the sword Dao and saber Dao techniques they had mastered to the limit. They were evenly matched. Neither of them had any obvious weaknesses. The other party had the Wind Dao domain, but Xiao Qin also had the Earth Dao domain. The other party's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Qin's. However, Xiao Qin's saber Dao was slightly superior. It's Lin Shi. Many sovereign emperors and desolate cities, starry heavens recognized Xiao Qin's opponent. Zhang Xian gasped in shock. This was an existence whose strength was only inferior to Gong Liangyu in the 8th dueling ring. It was not Lin, Xiao Qin's, but Lin, Gong. The one was Xiao Lin, was Lin's. Damn it, why is the random person I chose so terrifyingly strong? Even if I defeat the other party, how am I supposed to fight Gong Liangyu? Am I doomed to not be able to enter the Heavenly Alliance? Frustration appeared in Lin Shi's heart. When he thought of certain outcome, he could not help feeling frustrated. Indeed, even if he defeated Xiao Qin, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He would have to pay a huge price. Indeed, even if he defeated Xiao Qin, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He would have to pay a huge price. An opening. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. He sensed some fluctuations in his opponent's mental state, revealing an opening. In that instant, thousands of thoughts flashed in Xiao Qin's mind. Is there really an opening, or is this a trap? Should I fight it out? Fight it out. Without any hesitation, Xiao Qin decided to execute a killing move the instant the other party's mental state fluctuated. Dermic World. Xiao Qin's figure trembled slightly, and he immediately turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. The tyrant's saber in his hand became 100 times larger. Without even thinking, Xiao Chun used his 3-kilometer-tall body to execute the flawless saber Dao. Void-breaking stance. When Lin Shi saw Xiao Chun execute Dermic World, his expression changed. He immediately felt his aura crumbling at a startling pace. The thousands of mysterious phenomena materialized by his wind, Dao, domain, all shattered. After executing Dermic World, Xiao Chun's pressure suddenly increased explosively. Originally, there was only an unremarkable opening. After Xiao Chun caught hold of it, it immediately expanded to a point where there was no way to recover. Lin Shi did not have time to think. He could only passively execute his killing move, clashing with the void-breaking stance that Xiao Chun executed with his body. Kasie. Lin Shi vomited a mouthful of blood. After exchanging 1,000 moves, Xiao Chun finally knocked him into the air. Whoosh! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun's physical body returned to its original form. However, the tyrant saber in his hand stabbed into Lin Shi's chest at the same time. Huang Dang. The sword in Lin Shi's hand fell to the ground. He paled, feeling his life force quickly vanishing. Many thanks. Xiao Chun pulled out the tyrant's saber, and blood spurted out of his chest. Xiao Chun's saber intent destroyed Lin Shi's internal organs at a terrifying speed. However, Xiao Chun already held back, not immediately finishing off the other party. The realm spirit would send him out before Lin Shi died. Originally, it looked like a draw. However, the victor was decided in the blink of an eye. This was mental state. In a battle of life and death, Xiao Chun was still letting his thoughts run wild. He thought that it was nothing, only thinking about how to deal with Gong Liangyu. Even Xiao Chun himself did not realize that he had already exposed an opening. This was how it was when one's mental state was insufficient. While one thought that it was nothing, in reality, it gave the other party an opportunity. Victory ended in one breath, so fast that Lin Shi did not have any room to salvage the situation. Normally speaking, even if Xiao Chun executed Dermic World, as long as he did not expose an opening, Dermic World would not be able to destroy Xiao Chun's aura. Instead, because Xiao Chun executed his killing move rashly and did not achieve the desired effect, he would expose an opening, allowing Xiao Chun to take advantage of it. However, there were no ifs in this world. In this battle of life and death, Lin Shi was thinking about how to deal with Gong Liangyu after defeating Xiao Chun. He had given Xiao Chun a chance for nothing. Otherwise, even if Xiao Chun could win, it would have been an extremely difficult victory. Many thanks. Should I thank you as well? Lin Shi's body slowly immaterialized. He revealed a bitter, self-mocking smile. He had truly learned something in this battle. Even though he no longer had the right to join the Heavenly Alliance, he would definitely not make the same mistake again in the future. If he kept an eye out, he might be able to save his life in the future. After all, this was just the Heavenly Alliance's test. Xiao Chun was not Lin Shi's enemy and did not kill him. After saying that, the realm spirit sent Lin Shi out. He did not dare to show any dissatisfaction, as he had already lost the right to join the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chun turned around and saw that Gong Liangyu had not finished off his opponent yet, still in a bitter battle. Gong Liangyu's opponent was not weak at all. Gong Liangyu's opponent was not much easier than Lin Shi's fight with Xiao Chun. If Lin Shi saw this scene, he would probably feel so much regret that his intestines would turn green. In reality, Xiao Chun could imagine it. At this point, only 4 people remained. How could there be any weaklings? Everyone was about the same level. The only difference was their mental states. However, when Xiao Chun fought Lin Shi, he did not have such thoughts at all. All Gong Liangyu thought about was how to defeat Lin Shi, how to not reveal any openings, and how to grasp the openings his opponent gave him. He finally grasped the opportunity. Whoosh! Gong Liangyu and his opponent, who were in a bitter battle, turned their heads at the same time, and their gazes landed on Xiao Chun. Surprise flashed in the two's eyes. Clearly, they had not expected Xiao Chun to win. Furthermore, Xiao Chun won so easily, not paying much of a price at all. It looks like they are preparing to attack me at the same time. In just an instant, Xiao Chun thought of what would happen next. These two were currently fighting. They definitely did not want Xiao Chun to watch. Anyone would feel on edge. Xiao Chun thought to himself, this is a little different from what I imagined. However, this might be an opportunity. When the two worked together, it looked like Xiao Chun had no chance of victory, with only a slim chance of survival. However, heaven never bars one's way. What looked like a dead end happened to be an absolute opportunity. Gong Liangyu and his opponent stopped at the same time. The two did not communicate at all, but tacitly locked their auras on Xiao Chun. What are you trying to do? Xiao Chun's expression immediately changed drastically. An indiscernible fluster flashed in his eyes as he slowly retreated. Seeing the fluster in Xiao Chun's eyes, Gong Liangyu revealed a cold smile. He said seriously, "You are really surprising. Unexpectedly, you comprehended a Dao domain in just a few days. However, many times, aside from strength, luck is very important as well. It looks like luck is on my side this time. Go in peace." Whoosh! A moment ago, Gong Liangyu and his opponent were fighting to the death. Suddenly, they worked together to attack Xiao Chun. Such a scene stupefied the sovereign emperors in desolate cities' starry heavens, who had revealed expressions of joy. The sudden change in the situation left them at a complete loss. Chapter 2110. Kill. Gong Liangyu and his opponent attacked at the same time, charging at Xiao Chun. Immediately, an overwhelming might surged over, looking like it would force Xiao Chun out. Either one of them was about the same strength as Xiao Chun. If the two worked together, Xiao Chun had no chance of victory. Furthermore, the continent had already shrunk significantly. As long as they could force Xiao Chun out, he would be eliminated. The result seemed to be predictable. However, was luck really on Gong Liangyu's side? The moment Xiao Chun grasped Lin Shi's opening and defeated him, he had expected that Gong Liangyu and his opponent would attack him at the same time. Since they had expected it, why did there still appear an indiscernible fluster in their eyes? Naturally, Xiao Chun had purposely shown an opening. When Gong Liangyu and his opponent arrived before Xiao Chun, they saw that Xiao Chun had already retreated to the edge of the continent. Gong Liangyu and his opponent could not help showing joy in their eyes. If they took another step, Xiao Chun would be forced out and eliminated. Suddenly, the two's expressions changed at the same time, and they looked up. They saw 20-odd tribulation clouds drifting over from all directions in the sky, instantly descending as the two charged at Xiao Chun. Boom! The 20-odd tribulation lightning bolts merged into one and descended. It was like the two had expected the two to charge over. To outsiders, it was not the tribulation lightning that struck the two. Instead, when the two charged at Xiao Chun, they took the initiative to crash into the descending tribulation lightning. With the two working together, Xiao Chun would die for sure. There would be no chance of victory. However, if the two had expected this and laid out a trap, the desperate situation would have become an opportunity for Xiao Chun. The fifth layer of the divine lightning, I was the trap that Xiao Chun laid out. The fluster in his eyes was also a disguise to attract the two's attention. The instant the two were struck by the tribulation lightning, Xiao Chun gently waved his hand, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram filled the sky, descending along with the tribulation lightning. Taiji Yin-Yang burst. Having just endured the tribulation lightning, Gong Liangyu and his opponent did not even have the time to catch their breath before Xiao Chun's Yin-Yang flame diagram self-detonated. Amidst the endless dust, the two of them coughed incessantly, suffering heavy injuries on the spot. Primordial Divine I Bloodline activated. Since the opportunity was right before his eyes, Xiao Chun naturally wouldn't miss it. He activated his bloodline and entered his peak state. One side was heavily injured, while the other side was at the peak. At this moment, it went without saying that sleep had the upper hand. Myriad changes in the blink of an eye. This was the true meaning of myriad changes in the blink of an eye. It caused everyone to be flabbergasted, and they were completely unable to react to it. Xiao Chun's eyes flickered with a golden light as he formed the 7-kill seal with his left hand. Under the 7-fold killing chi, he executed the mortal heart. Xiao! With a flash of light, Xiao Chen flew into the dust and waited for it to disperse. Gong Liangyu's opponent's head had already been separated from his body, and his body was slowly being teleported away by the world spirit. While the two were heavily injured, Xiao Chen decisively chose the more heavily injured one. Using the 7-kill seal and resolving the mundane, he killed him. Gong Liangyu was the only opponent left. Silence. The many sovereign emperors in desolate cities' starry heavens held their breaths, not saying anything. The exciting scene on the light screen for Secret Realm 8 made them fear missing out on a single detail. No one expected that aside from his stubbornness, Xiao Chen also had such a strategy. At the crucial moment, he used an exquisite disguise to grasp his opponent's state of mind, turning a desperate situation into an opportunity for him to turn the situation around. Talent. This was a true talent. He was brave and astute, possessed an outstanding mental state, and possessed outstanding talent. As Gong Liangyu looked at Xiao Chen, his complexion paled. First, he was caught off guard by the wave of tribulation lightning. Then, he suffered the self-detonation of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Although Gong Liangyu's situation was better than his opponent's, he knew that he was no match for Xiao Chen in his current state. Gong Liangyu revealed a self-mocking smile as he said, "How laughable. This is truly laughable. I thought that you were able to last until the end of the first stage because of luck. However, when luck was on my side, I was still the one who lost." Gong Liangyu's intelligence was extremely terrifying. Xiao Chen could tell from the first stage that even if this person obtained an absolute advantage, he would not show any pride. He didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. He was cold and indifferent to the extreme, and he was always cautious. However, this time, Xiao Chen's strength improved too quickly. After Gong, Liangyu easily killed Lin Shi. An opening appeared in Gong Liangyu's mental state. When Gong Liangyu noticed the fluster in Xiao Chen's eyes, he wanted to make use of this opportunity to easily avoid Xiao Chen. In reality, the moment Xiao Chen defeated Lin Shi, Gong Liangyu lost some confidence. Even Lin Shi lost to Xiao Chen. Could Gong Liangyu still defeat Xiao Chen? In the end, Gong Liangyu's mental state was still insufficient, unable to maintain a calm state of mind. That was why Gong Liangyu fell into Xiao Chen's trap, giving Xiao Chen a chance. In reality, unless there were extremely few people, the battle royale of the second stage had reached the last few people. Everyone's strength was about the same. It was impossible for it to be like the first stage. Xiao Chen could easily suppress countless sovereign personages in 2 or 3 moves. Those who could reach this stage were not weaklings. They all had a chance of winning. It all depended on whether one could grasp the opportunity or not. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was one's own strength as a foundation. If Xiao Chen had not advanced to great perfection sovereign personage and comprehended the Thunder Dao domain, increasing the might of his secret techniques and martial techniques related to the Thunder Dao, no matter how high his mental state was, it would not be sufficient before Gong Liangyu's absolute strength. Xiao Chen calmly looked at the other party. A hazy painting of 10,000 dragons soaring appeared behind him. An ancient blue dragon's divine might spread out from Xiao Chen's body. Together with his aura, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered loudly. As his long hair fluttered, a tyrannical air spread out. After activating his bloodline, Xiao Chen gave off a completely different air. His normally hidden sharpness and tyranny were completely revealed. Based on the other party's expression, Xiao Chen roughly knew what the other party wanted to say. "I admit defeat." After Gong Liangyu said that calmly, his figure quickly faded. Now, only Xiao Chen remained in Arena 8. Did I win? In the starry heavens above Desolate City, the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor felt like he was dreaming, not daring to believe the result before him. Old Chui exclaimed joyfully, "City Lord, he really won." Xiao Chen already obtained a spot to enter the Heavenly Alliance. Ha ha! The purple-haired old man guffawed, his laughter filled with boldness and joy. "Congratulations, Lord Shangwan." The other sovereign emperors showed joy on their faces as they congratulated Shangwan Yin. Only Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu showed an unsightly expression, feeling bitter. Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu seemed to have said that if Shao Chun really entered the Heavenly Alliance, he would give Shao Chun 70 million primeval heavenly pills as a reward. With this thought, Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu could not help feeling heartache. To Sovereign Emperors, primeval heavenly pills were not important. However, if there were so many, they would feel heartache. My lord, Nangong Feng also won. Just at this moment, Sovereign Emperor Xing Ji's follower reported joyfully as he pointed at the light screen for Arena 9. Only Nangong Feng remained in the light screen for Arena 9. The remaining 2 people from Desolate City had already passed the second stage. Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu immediately rejoiced, dispelling some of his depression. However, he still felt a knot in his heart. If only Nangong Feng had entered the Heavenly Alliance, he would have been the center of attention. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor snatched away all the limelight. This was very depressing. The disciples entering the Heavenly Alliance were not as happy as one imagined. Whoosh! A light flickered, and Shao Chun and Nangong Feng appeared at the same time. The 2 exchanged looks and nodded slightly. Then, they arrived before the purple-haired old man and performed cupped fist salutes. Greetings, City Lord. The smile on Shang Wanyun's face did not fade. He said seriously, Good, very good. The 2 of you fought for me. This is my reward for you. 2 storage rings flew over, each containing 20 million primeval heavenly pills. Shang Wanyun casually rewarded 40 million primeval heavenly pills. Faux gods were truly faux gods, not even blinking. Congratulations. This old man's words carry enormous weight. Since you passed the test and entered the Heavenly Alliance, this is my reward for you. Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu walked forward with a dark expression. The group of sovereign emperors suppressed their smiles as they looked at the unsightly Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu. Then, they handed the 70 million primeval heavenly pills to Shao Chun. Master, you are really biased. Even my disciple did not receive so many rewards, Nangong Feng said with a bitter smile, appearing somewhat helpless. Nangong Feng said helplessly with a bitter smile. Immediately, many sovereign emperors could not help guffawing. This was the result of boasting. Sovereign Emperor Xing Gu felt embarrassed. He said, We'll talk after we go back. Master will definitely not mistreat you. Shang Wanyin smiled faintly and said, All right, that's all then. Xing Gu, withdraw first. I have something to say to the 2 of them. All right. The purple-haired old man looked at Shao Chun and Nangong Feng and said, 3 days from now, someone will receive you and bring you to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. At that time, you will officially become members of the Heavenly Alliance. Although our Heavenly Alliance's accumulations cannot compare to those of the other super factions, we have plenty of resources. Once you become a formal member of the Heavenly Alliance, the authority and resources you will obtain will surpass your imagination. However, authority and obligation are equal. The more authority you have, the more obligation you have. I hope you understand. After the purple-haired old man finished speaking, Shao Chun and Nangong Feng said at the same time, We will definitely remember Lord Shangwan's teachings. All right, you may withdraw first. Chapter 2111. The battles in the Losers' Arena continued. Lei Hao was already eliminated, but Yun Fei was still fighting in the endless arenas. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was still around. After Shao Chun took his leave from Shangwan Yunfei, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he waited with Lei Hao for Yun Fei's results. Congratulations, little brother Shao Chun. Lei Hao looked at Shao Chun with some envy. Shao Chun had joined the Heavenly Alliance and become a member of one of the 8 super factions. Shao Chun's future cultivation path would be much easier. He would leave the other cultivators who did not join a super faction in the dust. Thinking of this, Lei Hao felt somewhat sad. Who did not want to go further on the path of cultivation? Thank you, big brother Lei Hao. Shao Chun could see the disappointment in Lei Hao's eyes, so he consoled him softly. More than 1 million sovereign personages participated in the test. In the end, only 100 people from the winner's arena and 10 from the loser's arena could enter the Heavenly Alliance. 99% of the people were already eliminated. It cannot be said that Lei Hao was weak. It could only be said that the test was too cruel. Lei Hao looked at Xiao Chun and smiled. Little brother, don't worry about me. After this failure, I only hope to break through to Sovereign Emperor in the future. Perhaps without a high goal, it will not be so tiring. The two chatted softly, casually chatting about some things, explaining their experiences in the loser's arena and the winner's arena. 4 heaven-defying experts appeared in this Heavenly Alliance's test. Little brother Xiao Chun, you have to pay attention to them in the later ranking battles, Lei Hao said to Xiao Chun. Lei Hao asked Xiao Chun. Compared to Xiao Chun, Lei Hao had a better understanding of the entire Heavenly Alliance's test. Heaven-defying experts? What was a heaven-defying sovereign personage? They were heaven-defying sovereign personages who could suppress the other geniuses in the first stage and the second stage of the winner's arena. Xiao Chun and Gong Liangyu could not be considered heaven-defying. When it came to the last 30 people, everyone's strength differed greatly. The only thing that mattered was one's state of mind. Whoever's state of mind was better would have a greater chance of advancing. As for heaven-defying sovereign personages, they were clearly much stronger than the others. Mental states could no longer affect the situation. The difference in strength was too great. Even if the other party were to casually exchange blows with you, you would still be no match for him. Such a participant could be considered unrivaled among sovereign personages, a heaven-defying existence. Xiao Chun thought to himself, it is not surprising that such a heaven-defying sovereign personage appeared. After all, the examiner's requirement was to be a sovereign personage under 500 years old. They gave Xiao Chun 300 years. He was confident that he could crush Gong Liangyu and Lin Shi without any pressure. However, Xiao Chun was a little surprised that 4 of them had appeared at the same time. Which 5? Lei Hao said sullenly. Saber Demon Wu Meng, a participant from the Tianwu dynasty's test zone, is simply a strange talent. I was eliminated by him. It was just 1 slash. I didn't even see it clearly before I was eliminated. Thinking back to that guy's eyes, I still feel a little scared. With just 1 look, I knew I was going to lose. Saber Demon Wu Meng? He's a demonic Dao warrior? Lei Hao quickly denied it. How can that be possible? The demonic Dao Hall and the underworld God Hall are our mortal enemies. It is impossible for the Heavenly Alliance to recruit demonic Dao cultivators. I call him a saber demon because of his style. His saber technique is as terrifying as a demon's. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. It looked like he had to be even more careful in the future. He could not expose the fact that he cultivated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. The other 4 are Grim Reaper Lin Feng, Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan, and Spear Sovereign Mou. Of them, the scariest is Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Many people say that he might be the strongest participant in this Heavenly Alliance test. At that time, he will receive many benefits. Xiao Chun thought to himself, memorizing all these names. Then he asked Lei Hao for the portraits of these people. After arriving at the Heavenly Alliance, there was still a ranking battle for those who entered the Heavenly Alliance. The ranking determined the final reward, as well as whether one could attract true experts from the Heavenly Alliance. After Lei Hao gave Xiao Chun all this, he smiled and said, aside from these 5, little brother Xiao Chun, your fame in this Heavenly Alliance test is no less than theirs. In fact, you might even surpass them. What do you mean? Previously, someone said that if you can enter the Heavenly Alliance, you will be the youngest member in the history of the Heavenly Alliance. It is not just for this test, but for all the previous ones. From the Heavenly Alliance's establishment until now, you have always been the youngest member. That seemed to be the case. Normally, there were many outstanding talents like Xiao Chun and the other super factions. For example, the Bushin Palace, which controlled the 8 great empires, and the Universe Origin sect, which controlled the Tianwu dynasty. These super factions were much more attractive to outstanding talents than the Heavenly Alliance. In reality, barring any surprises, Xiao Chun would enter the Bushin Palace through Ancestor Dragon City. Xiao Chun. As the two chatted, Nan Gongfeng walked over and greeted Xiao Chun. Then, he smiled and said, We will be entering the Heavenly Alliance together 3 days from now. I hope that everyone will take care of each other. The Desolate City test zone is rather weak. If we are not united, we might get bullied, right? Xiaochen did not have much of an impression of Nangong Feng, so he nodded slightly in agreement. This was good. In any case, Xiaochen would not offend the other party. If the other party was willing to be on good terms with him, Xiaochen would remain calm. What are you doing? Why are you still here? Nangong Feng asked softly with a faint smile when he saw Xiaochen nod. Lei Hao answered, We are waiting for my senior brother Yunfei. He is in the loser's arena. If he is not eliminated by now and does not die, he has a high chance of obtaining one of the 10 spots in the loser's arena. There was no light screen for the loser's arena, so one could only guess. Nangong Feng said softly after some estimation. Nangong Feng's words cast a shadow over Xiaochen and Lei Hao's hearts. Indeed, it was easy to imagine that the battles of the loser's arena had reached the end as well. If one had not been eliminated yet, there were only 2 outcomes. One was that one was still fighting, and the other was that one was already dead, unable to teleport over. I hope that Yunfei is still fighting. Xiaochen prayed in his heart. The test was very cruel. However, no matter the result, he still hoped that the people he knew could survive. The loser's arena test is over. Just at this moment, Lord Shangguan, who received the message from the throne in the starry heavens, announced loudly. Whoosh! Right after the old man spoke, a light flashed, and a fatigued and injured Yunfei appeared before everyone. After a moment of shock, thunderous applause resounded. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy. Success! In the Desolate City test zone, someone survived the loser's arena's battles to the end, snatching the last 10 spots out of the 1 million people. Shock flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He could not help clapping along with the others. Nangong Feng exclaimed in shock. It was really not easy. To be able to fight to the end in the loser's arena is no exaggeration to call it a miracle. Lei Hao felt somewhat excited. He exclaimed, He really succeeded. Ha! 2 of Master's disciples entered the Heavenly Alliance in one go. Before everyone's eyes, Yunfei stepped forward and arrived before the purple-haired old man to receive Lord Shangguan's reward, including Xiaochen and Nangong Feng. A total of 3 people from the Desolate City test zone entered the Heavenly Alliance. Congratulations! 1 more of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples entered the Heavenly Alliance. I'll take my leave first. Nangong Feng smiled as he congratulated Xiaochen. Then, he took his leave. His master was probably going to feel depressed again. After waiting for so long, there was finally a good result. Yunfei managed to fight his way out of the loser's arena. After everything ended, old Shui gathered Xiaochen and the others. He smiled and said, Come back with me first. The city lord still has something to discuss with the other sovereign emperors. This time, you have gained face for the city lord. In the future, people will not talk behind his back. 2 days later, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperors summoned Xiao, Chun, and Yunfei to their residence in Desolate City. Before Xiao Chun died, he had returned 5,000 primeval heavenly pills to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not stand on ceremony, directly putting away the primeval heavenly pills. Right now, Xiao Chun did not lack primeval heavenly pills. You'll be leaving in a day. I really can't bear to part with you. I really can't bear to part with you. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said somewhat ruefully as he looked at Xiao Chun and Yunfei. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Chun. After some thought, he said, This is especially so for you, Xiao Chun. I have not even truly interacted with you for a month. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor wanted to say something, but found that he did not have much to say. After all, he was not a person who was good with words or emotions. I won't say much. Is there anything you want to know about the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters? You can ask. This is also the time to tell you. It is not considered a leak. Chapter 21:12. What was there to ask about the Heaven Alliance? Be it Xiao Chun or Yunfei, they would definitely be curious about the Heavenly Alliance. However, even though he wanted to ask, he didn't know where to start. Master, just what kind of organization is the Heavenly Alliance? Yunfei asked, what kind of organization was the Heavenly Alliance? It was said to be an organization formed by the merchant associations of the world. How did it operate? How did it coordinate the interests of the various merchant associations? What did joining the Heavenly Alliance mean? Were those merchant associations not members of the Heavenly Alliance? It seemed like a simple question, but it was actually filled with many mysteries. At the mention of this topic, the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor showed a somewhat complicated expression. He said softly, "The Heavenly Alliance's accumulations are rather weak. It was established after the previous great war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions. Not only were they plundered and massacred by the various demonic sects, but they were also extorted by the forces of the righteous path. Without top martial power, no matter how much wealth you have, it's all in vain." After that, the top 10 merchant associations of the martial epoch worked together to form the Heavenly Alliance. Their goal was to gather the strength of everyone and create their own top-notch combat strength that belonged to the various large merchant associations. They would nurture them without any regard for resources. Facts had proven that as long as there were enough resources, peerless experts could always be nurtured. Furthermore, when the Heavenly Alliance was established, it used all sorts of treasures to attract some neutral foe gods, finally allowing the Heavenly Alliance to become a new superfaction. Now, it has the capital to contend with the other superfactions and will no longer be extorted or suppressed. Yunfei asked doubtfully, "The righteous Dao factions will also extort merchant associations?" The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor said indifferently, "Of course, they will be suppressed if there are benefits. Furthermore, those sects and empires cannot compete with professional merchant associations in terms of business. Furthermore, there were some merchant associations that pursued profits too much, causing the sect to loathe them. Since I can't compete with you, I'll just have to use force to take it. Otherwise, if you take all the benefits, how will the sect survive? There's no right or wrong in this. It's just a battle of interests. In fact, even now, the Heaven Alliance is forced to give up a lot of its interests when it encounters some troublesome factions." At this point, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor paused for a moment before continuing. "Let me return to the earlier topic. After the Heavenly Alliance became a super faction, some interesting things happened." What interesting phenomenon? Those merchant associations discovered that they could no longer control the Heavenly Alliance. However, that was the truth. Now, the Heaven Alliance was no longer an alliance of merchant associations. Now, the various merchant associations are the subordinates of the Heavenly Alliance. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said seriously, "Hence, Yunfei, you asked what kind of organization the Heavenly Alliance is. More accurately speaking, the Heavenly Alliance is the super faction that controls the merchant associations in the world. The difference in power has changed long ago." Xiao Chun was slightly startled, but he did not change too much. Strength reigned supreme, and the weak were prey to the strong. The martial epoch always followed this rule. Since they had the strength to destroy others at will, why should they listen to the orders of these merchant associations? "Master, I understand." Yun Fei nodded, indicating that he already understood what kind of organization the Heavenly Alliance was. At the end of the day, the Heavenly Alliance was a colossus that ruled over countless chambers of commerce and had subsidiary forces all over the Great Thousand Worlds. However, only a small number of people were in control of these behemoths. These were the official members of the Heaven Alliance. One could say that Xiao Chun and Yun Fei joining the Heavenly Alliance meant that they were the masters of these subordinate factions. No matter how much authority those famous merchant associations had or how many resources they controlled, their statuses were lower than Xiao Chun and Yun Fei's. After that, Yun Fei asked many more questions about the Heavenly Alliance, and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor answered them all. "Xiao Chun, do you not have any questions?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked when he saw that Xiao Chun had been listening. Xiao Chun entered deep thought before replying. "Actually, I do not have much to ask. I only care about how many benefits I can obtain by entering the Heavenly Alliance and what the price is. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled when he heard that. Xiao Chun was so direct that he did not know how to answer. Compared to the other super factions, we might have to pay more. Due to the Heavenly Alliance's accumulations, it is more utilitarian. It will maximize the value of every member, unlike the other super factions. At the mention of this, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt helpless. Although the Heavenly Alliance turned from guest to host, taking over the merchant associations in the world, the merchant associations were the Heavenly Alliance's foundation. However, the merchant association was the Heavenly Alliance's foundation, after all. Inevitably, it was more utilitarian than the other super factions. This is to my liking. This is good. Xiao Chen thought for a while. He did not mind the Heavenly Alliance's utilitarianism. They were just using each other. There was no need to be so calculative. After the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor explained a little more, he said, "As for the rest, I cannot explain it to you in detail right now. Remember, do not change your original intentions. Go back then. The Heavenly Alliance's people should arrive tomorrow." After the two took their leave, Yunfei appeared somewhat excited compared to Xiao Chen's calmness. He had lived in the peaceful Peach Blossom City for 100 years. Now, he could finally enter the Heavenly Alliance. He felt like a great wind was blowing and a great rock was about to take flight. He wished that he could immediately display his abilities and fulfill his martial Dao ambitions. "Xiao Chun, what are your thoughts on entering the Heavenly Alliance?" Yun Fei asked. "Me? I don't seem to have any thoughts. I just hope to gain the strength to match a sovereign emperor." Right now, Xiao Chen's vision was no longer limited to the sovereign personage realm. His temporary goal was to gain the strength to fight a sovereign emperor as soon as possible. Yun Fei smiled and said, "After we enter the Heavenly Alliance, it is just a matter of time before we become sovereign emperors. We should aim higher." Early the next morning, the blazing sun rose from the east of the overflowing sea. The surface of the sea shimmered with light. Everyone in Desolate City watched this scene. This scene was pleasing to the eye and shocking to the eye. Every sunrise left a deep impression. Xiao Chun, Yun Fei, and Lei Hao got up on time to exercise in the courtyard. After a while, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor appeared at the same time with a gray-robed old man. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor pointed to Xiao Chun and Yun Fei. The gray-robed old man nodded slightly and sized up the two. Xiao Chun knew that this old man should be bringing them to the Heavenly Alliance. "Come with me, then." The gray-robed old man walked over and looked at Xiao Chun and Yun Fei. He did not say anything more. This straightforwardness made Xiao Chun and Yun Fei somewhat uncomfortable. The two were stunned for a while before saying their goodbyes to Lei Hao and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. As Lei Hao watched Xiao Chun and Yun Fei being led away, he felt very complicated. He knew that after they left, Xiao Chun and Yun Fei would be led away. He knew that after leaving, he would no longer have any interactions with Xiao Chun and Lei Hao. Xiao Chun felt disappointed. Only after the Heavenly Alliance's test ended did he truly taste disappointment. "Master, do I still have a chance to enter the Heavenly Alliance?" Lei Hao asked, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt some heartache. He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and sighed. "You might not become a powerful expert just by entering the Heavenly Alliance. You will have plenty of opportunities." However, Lei Hao smiled bitterly in his heart. This answer told him that he had no chance of entering the Heavenly Alliance. If Xiao Chen were as young as Xiao Chun, he would definitely have a chance. However, he was already close to 100 years old. He could not wait for the next Heavenly Alliance's test. After leaving the residence, the gray-robed old man called Nan Gongfeng over. Then, he brought the three to Desolate City's city lord, Shang Wanyan. The two each took out a damaged jade pendant. The jade pendants matched perfectly. Then, Shang Wanyan activated an extremely hidden Dao platform in the city lord's residence. Work hard. Entering the Heavenly Alliance does not mean that it is over. This is just the beginning. You still have a long way to go. Don't disappoint me. When the three stepped onto the Dao platform, the purple-haired old man warned solemnly as he looked at Xiao Chun, Yun Fei, and Nangong Feng. We will follow Lord Shangwan's instructions. After Shangwan Yun withdrew, Yun Fei looked at the hidden Dao platform under his feet. He asked curiously, "Where are we going? Are we going directly to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters?" "No, we're going to meet up with the people from the other test zones first. With your authority, you cannot use the Dao platform to teleport to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters." The gray-robed old man explained casually as he busied himself with activating the Dao platform. "Meeting up, I can finally see the experts from the other test zones." Xiao Chun felt anticipation in his heart. Chapter 21:13. When the Dao platform activated, the figures of Xiao Chun, Yun Fei, and Nangong Feng turned hazy. As space changed, all they could see was a blurry, seven-colored energy flow. That was space-time turbulence, and one couldn't touch it carelessly. Otherwise, one would get lost within. When his vision returned to normal, Xiao Chun found himself on an even larger platform. There were many other sovereign personages like Xiao Chun on the Dao platform. All of them had deep cultivations and a strong aura. A fearsome sharpness hid on their faces. All of them were peak sovereign personages. Some of them had cold expressions, while others had arrogant expressions. Most of them were like Xiao Chun, sizing up the other kings. Thinking about it, these people should be the 110 people who would be joining the Heaven Alliance this time, who were the 4 heaven-defying human kings: Saber Demon Wu Meng, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, Sword Venerable Gongzi Lan, and Spear King Mou. Xiao Chun thought curiously in his heart. His gaze fell on a burly man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a face full of stubble. The bearded man carried an ancient dragon tooth saber on his back. The saber's body was intertwined with canine teeth, and its shape was odd. It looked quite ferocious. It was as if he could turn into a ferocious beast at any time and wreak havoc everywhere. Saber Demon Wu Meng recalled the appearance that Lei Hao described to him. It seemed to be him. Saber Demon Wu Meng sensed Xiao Chen's gaze and grinned. However, when this face smiled, it really didn't look good. It looked even more frightening. Xiao Chen nodded slightly in response to her smile. So cold. All of a sudden, a shiver ran down his spine as a terrifying chill swept out in all directions. A cold-looking young man with a spear on his back appeared on the platform and scanned the platform. The coldness came from his gaze. It was the spear Sovereign Mou. This person should have cultivated his Ice Dao domain to a certain level. Xiao Chun thought to himself, "My Thunder Dao domain should not be able to defeat the other party." Before the shock from the spear Sovereign Mou faded, a deathly intense spread across the platform. It caused one's entire body to feel uncomfortable and their hair to stand on end. They had no choice but to circulate their quintessence to disperse this deathly aura. "Grim Reaper Lin Feng," Nangong Feng said in a deep voice. He frowned as he looked at the black-clothed youth on the Dao platform. "You know him?" Yun Fei asked in surprise. Nangong Feng nodded. "In the first stage, I was placed in the same mystic realm as him. I was nearly eliminated by him. He is an invincible existence. To the people of our mystic realm, it's a nightmare. No one is willing to run into him. His Death Dao domain is too despairing." Death Dao domain. Derived from the Dao of death, it was hundreds or even thousands of times more difficult to cultivate than the great Daos of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. To be able to comprehend the Death Great Dao into a Dao domain, this person must have paid an extremely terrifying price. Cultivating this kind of dark martial arts could cause one to go berserk if they were not careful. It was best not to provoke this person. It could be seen that the examinees who came with Lin Feng all kept a distance from him, not daring to get close. When all the candidates had arrived, a huge silver warship appeared on the platform, its entire body shining with a cold luster. With a single glance, one could tell that it was a divine material. It was a special metal that had been forged through tens of thousands of processes. "Everyone is here." The cabin door opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in green walked out. He was as handsome as a man from a painting. He glanced at the crowd and said softly, The azure-clad man had the same plum blossom symbol as Lord Shangwan embroidered on his chest, with 6 petals. The center of the flower looked like snow, and the petals were inlaid with golden threads. This exuded nobility and pride, looking extraordinary. Lord Mu, all the new members of the Heavenly Alliance are here. An old man responsible for welcoming the newcomers said respectfully after stepping forward. The azure-clad man nodded slightly and praised, "Not bad." The potential and strength of this batch of members far surpass that of the previous batches. I'm afraid that there will not be so many peak sovereign personages joining the Heavenly Alliance for many years to come. In the entire martial epoch, there were more than 1 million sovereign personages in the Great Thousand Realms. Only 110 people were allowed to enter the Heavenly Alliance. With such strict standards, it would be strange if the remaining people were not strong. Good. Before you go to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, you'll have to undergo a final test here to determine your ranking. Actually, this ranking is not very useful. It is only related to some rewards. Hence, I hope that you will not treat this as a fight to the death. Just stop when you're exchanging pointers. Otherwise, it will be my Heavenly Alliance's loss if you suffer any internal injuries or hidden injuries. Lord Mu looked at Xiao Chun and the other participants. After a pause, he continued, "So, end this quickly and stop when you are done. There is no need to worry. I cannot make out your strength. Even if a victor is not decided, I will know who is stronger." When Xiao Chun and the others heard that, they felt stunned. Unexpectedly, the third stage would be so casual. However, when they thought about it, this made sense. The first and second stages were very cruel. Everyone felt very tense. If they were not careful, someone might really die. At that time, it would be the Heavenly Alliance's loss. Now, we will start fighting in pairs to determine the top 50. The top 10, with the total points of the first stage, will advance to the final stage. This was a special treatment for the seeded participants. The remaining 100 people would fight in pairs. As this was just exchanging pointers, everyone held back. The battles progressed very quickly. When one felt that they could not defeat their opponent, they decisively admitted defeat. There were cultivators who clearly could not defeat their opponents, but wanted to drag things out. Lord Mu reprimanded them and declared them to be losers. Xiao Chun was pretty lucky. He won 2 rounds in a row and entered the top 20. This attracted many people's attention. Clearly, many people had heard that he was the youngest member in the history of the Heavenly Alliance. The 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages were Saber, Demon Wu Meng, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan, and Spear Sovereign Moyu. Aside from them, the most well-known was the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. I really couldn't tell that he could make it into the top 20 at such a young age. He is rather capable. Incredible. However, this is not a true fight, after all. We cannot take it too seriously. As the discussions continued, the final round was about to begin. Xiao Chun and the other 9 participants would face the top 10 experts who advanced to the final round. The final round begins. Your final privilege is to choose your opponent. Whoever wins will enter the top 10 and proceed to the final competition. Lord Mu said softly as he looked at the top 10 participants of the first stage. Immediately, Xiao Chun and the other 9 felt somewhat nervous. They all hoped that the 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages would not choose them. The 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages were already publicly acknowledged as unrivaled among sovereign personages. The others could not be a match for them. Whoever was chosen by the 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages would lose for sure. They would not have any chance of entering the top 10. My opponent is him. Xiao Chun looked around. Unfortunately, the one who chose him was Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan, one of the 4 heaven-defying experts. While Xiao Chun felt somewhat disappointed, he quickly adjusted his state of mind. Xiao Chun showed a calm expression as he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Peach Blossom City's Xiao Chun, please give me some pointers. You can still remain so calm when facing me. This is truly shocking. Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan's handsome face exuded a righteous aura, giving off a feeling of righteousness and untainted by evil. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not deny it. He gestured with his hand and said, "Make your move, then, as you wish." Clang. Gongzi Lan frowned slightly. Immediately, a sharp light appeared on his face. Like a treasure sword being unsheathed, it turned into a sharp sword move and launched itself at Xiao Chun. Ferocious, sharp, upright, and upright. This was a terrifying arrow that seemed to crush everything. This was Gongzi Lan's sword Dao, the King's sword Dao. Ding, ding, dang, dang. In that instant, Xiao Chun moved as well. However, he did not move his feet. What moved was the saber intent in his heart, and the saber moves in his entire body. The flawless saber, Dao used the body as a saber, his hair as a saber, and his clothes as a saber. Xiao Chun's fine black hair and clothes fluttered. He clearly did not move, but his clothes fluttered along with his fluttering hair and fluttering clothes. His saber moves were like a vast army surging. When Gongzi Lan charged over, Xiao Chun drew his tyrant saber and clashed with the other party's upright, an upright sword move that contained the King's sword Dao. Dang, dang, dang. The weapons clashed. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Their figures crisscrossed, and afterimages filled the air. The saber and sword danced chaotically, creating a magnificent and chaotic, mysterious phenomenon. Clearly, many people had not expected such a scene. To think that Xiao Chun could last so long against Gongzi Lan. Whoosh! After exchanging another 100 moves, the two of them separated from the mysterious phenomenon. There were already some sword wounds on Xiao Chun's body. However, there was a faint saber wound on Gongzi Lan's face. The two were evenly matched. Unexpectedly, there was no clear victor in this exchange. Lord Mu did not call for me to stop. It looks like he thinks that my sword Dao will have some difficulty defeating you. However, I have a method that can make you admit defeat now. Gongzi Lan sheathed his sword, and his lips curled up in a confident smile. Xiao Chun said calmly, "In that case, bring it out and let me see." Gongzi Lan smiled faintly and held two fingers together. Suddenly, a strand of sword light condensed at his fingertips. Whoosh! The instant the sword light appeared, Xiao Chun felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He felt some fear in his heart, so he quickly took a few steps back. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. He saw a leaping golden line in that sword light. Divine energy. This Gongzi Lan actually managed to cultivate a strand of divine energy as a sovereign personage, a divine energy that only divine vein realm sovereign emperors could grasp. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. There was indeed no need to continue fighting. Clearly, Gongzi Lan had already cultivated this strand of divine energy to perfection. Combined with Gongzi Lan's sword Dao, even if Xiao Chun took out the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, he was not confident of blocking it. Whether Xiao Chun dared to block it or not was another question. Once he failed to block it, this sword light containing divine energy could instantly severely injure him. If it were a true fight, the best choice would be to leave quickly when the other party used divine energy. There was no need to gamble on the unknown. Gongzi Lan was indeed one of the 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages. To think that he managed to cultivate a strand of divine energy. This made Xiao Chun feel helpless. There was no need to continue. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, he sheathed his saber and performed a cupped fist salute. "I lost. Thank you for letting me win." Gongzi Lan smiled faintly and scattered the sword light. Then, he held up his sword and moved back. In the final ranking matches, Xiao Chun could only reach the top 20. His exact rank would depend on Lord Mu. Chapter 21:14. It was regrettable to lose, but that was all. Xiao Chun took his leave calmly. The defeated 10 did not need to continue fighting. Lord Mu, who had 7 plum blossom petals embroidered on his chest, would determine their ranking based on their performance. Yin Fei and Nangong Feng walked over. The two were not as good as Xiao Chun, unable to make it into the top 20. To think that he managed to cultivate a strand of divine energy. This Gongzi Lan is really a monster, Nangong Feng said, somewhat aggrieved. After advancing to the divine vein realm, One's veritable essence energy would evolve into even stronger divine energy. In front of divine essence, true essence was just like paper paste. It was completely two different levels of things. There were not many opportunities. Xiaoqun thought that if he used his heart flame together with the god Shadow Bao, he might have a chance. After all, this was not a true fight. While he had a soul tool, the other party might have one. This is simply like cheating. No wonder he is a heaven-defying sovereign personage. How despairing. Yun Fei sighed softly. The four heaven-defying sovereign personages, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, Saber Demon Wu Ming, Spear Sovereign Mo Yu, and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan, were not people to offend. If you had not run into Gongzi Lan, Xiaoqun, you might have made it into the top 10, Nangong Feng said objectively. At the same time, he wanted to console Xiaoqun, not wanting him to feel too depressed. Xiaoqun smiled and said, "It's fine. A defeat is a defeat. It does not matter whether I can make it into the top 10 or not. In any case, we will enter the Heavenly Alliance in the end. There will be opportunities in the future." Xiaoqun. Just at this moment, a figure walked over to Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun looked carefully. It was Qiangying. This was the first peak sovereign personage that Xiaoqun met in the Heavenly Alliance's first stage of the test, the Ink C Cluster's Qiangying. To think that Qiangying managed to make it out of the losers group and get to Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun stepped forward with some pleasant surprise and said, "Unexpectedly, you really made it." Qiangying smiled and said, "I said it before. As long as there is a losers group, I will definitely climb out. I will set you as my goal and surpass you." Xiaoqun admired Qiangying's character. This person came from the outer endless sea cluster, and it was not easy for him to reach where he was now. He had a tenacity and a drive that would never admit defeat. Xiaoqun smiled and said, "I'll wait for you. Let me introduce you. This is Yun Fei, my senior brother from the same sect. This is Nangong Feng, who is in the same exam area as me. He's Qiangying from the Ink C Cluster. He's the first expert I met in the first stage." After a round of introductions, the few of them slowly became familiar with each other. Unknowingly, the topic shifted to the four heaven-defying experts. Qiangying said in a deep voice, "These four fellows are all heaven-defying existences. However, the strongest is still Grim Reaper Lin Feng. He's simply too dazzling. Even the combined brilliance of everyone in our cohort is overshadowed by him. Wu Ming and Mou are about the same. Gongzi Lan is slightly inferior." "What do you mean?" Yun Fei asked. This Gongzi Lan managed to cultivate divine energy as a sovereign personage. Qiangying explained, "This Gongzi Lan is definitely not weak. Even without divine energy, he would rank in the top 4, slightly stronger than us. However, he is only slightly stronger. He can be called a heaven-defying sovereign personage only because of his divine energy. He definitely did not cultivate this divine energy by himself. He must have had some fortuitous encounter, which allowed him to succeed in cultivating it by chance. When we reach the sovereign emperor realm, everyone will have divine energy. His advantage will no longer be obvious. However, the other three are different. Lin Feng relies on his Death Dao domain, Wu Ming on his Saber Dao, and Mou on his Spear. Once they reach the sovereign emperor realm, their advantage will strengthen further. Gongzi Lan's advantage will seem mediocre." Nangong Feng nodded and said, "That's true. However, it is hard to say if this Gongzi Lan has any other means. Right?" As the few conversed softly, the ranking battles ended in a rather peaceful atmosphere. After all, it was just an exchange of pointers. The atmosphere was still very friendly. Lord Mu started to call out names. When he called out someone, he would tell them their rank and give them a Heavenly Alliance medallion. Xiaoqun. Upon hearing his name, Xiaoqun stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute to Lord Mu. The azure-clad man looked at Xiaoqun and sized him up. Then, he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. You truly deserve to be the youngest person in the history of my Heavenly Alliance. I have long wanted to meet you. I heard that you even rejected Lord Swearin Ji's invitation. I am very curious. Can you tell me the answer?" Xiaoqun replied after some thought, "Freedom. Freedom. Lord Mu felt stunned. When the Heavenly Alliance was first established, it had been a very loose alliance. At that time, the Heavenly Alliance's cultivators were the freest, able to come and go as they pleased. The atmosphere of the Alliance was also different from now. However, now, the atmosphere was already very different from before. Time would slowly change a person. Time would corrode the human heart. Under the baptism of time, the Heavenly Alliance slowly changed. Who could do anything about the passing of time? Lord Mu handed the Heavenly Alliance medallion to Xiao Chun. Then, he said softly, "I rank you 11th. If you had not run into Gongzi Lan, you would have been able to enter the top 10. You might even have been able to enter the top 5. The medallion contains the rewards for the 11th rank, as well as some uniforms and inherited Dao tools for the Heavenly Alliance's members." "Thank you, Lord Mu." Xiao Chun put away the medallion and stepped back. Then, he fiddled with the medallion and found it to be rather heavy. There was a storage space inside the medallion. It seemed to be a secret treasure in itself. Due to the restrictions, Xiao Chun could not open the storage space. Then, he saw the others recognizing the medallion as their master. Xiao Chun did the same. A drop of essence blood came out of his fingertip and fell into the medallion. Immediately, the surface of the black medallion slowly melted like snow. The front of the medallion appeared. The 7 golden shards fit together perfectly, forming an ancient divine character. The background was an ancient bronze mirror burning with flames. The back of the medallion was smooth and exquisite, showing a vast snowy scene. An indistinct 8-petal plum blossom appeared in the snowy scene. However, only one of the 8 plum blossom petals lit up. The others appeared dim. Xiao Chun thought about the 7-petal plum blossom emblem on Lord Mu's chest. This might represent his rank. After injecting a strand of his soul into the medallion, this Heavenly Alliance medallion became perfectly bound to Xiao Chun. There were still some things in the storage space inside, including the ranking rewards. However, he did not have time to check them out now. Lord Mu said loudly, "Congratulations on officially becoming members of the Heavenly Alliance. Do you see the plum blossom on the back of the Heavenly Alliance medallion? Only 1 petal is lit up. What you need to do in the future is to contribute to the Heavenly Alliance by continuing to light up the petals. With every lit petal, your rank in the Heavenly Alliance will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you are still low-level members of the Heavenly Alliance. The authority and resources you have are very limited." Indeed, it was as Xiao Chun guessed. The plum blossom petals represented one's rank. As for the 7 golden shards and the ancient bronze mirror, Xiao Chun did not know what they meant. After giving some instructions, Lord Mu got everyone to board the silver warship to bring them to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. After Xiao Chun boarded the warship, he was informed that there were limited rooms in the warship, requiring 4 people to a room. If there were no cultivators with better abilities, Lord Mu would randomly assign 4 people to a room. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun, Yin Fei, Nangong Feng, and Xiong Ying chose a room. After entering the warship's guest room, the 4, who originally thought that the space would not be large, were startled. The interior of the guest room was exquisitely decorated, looking gorgeous and elegant. Everything was perfect and pleasing to the eye. There were ancient paintings on the walls, furniture made of divine wood, and screens clearly the work of a great master. The precious spirit fruits on the plates on the table made one sigh at the wealth of this warship's master. This Lord Mu really has deep accumulations. Just a plate of spirit fruits on the table is probably worth millions of primeval heavenly pills. Yin Fei could not help praising as he casually picked up a spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. The maidservant responsible for serving the 4 smiled faintly and said, "Everyone can enjoy these spirit fruits as they please. If you need more, you can summon this maidservant at any time. Milords can enjoy everything in the room at any time. There is no need to stand on ceremony. It will still be some time before we reach the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters." After the introductions, Xiao Chun nodded slightly and said, "You may withdraw first. We will call you again if there is anything." "All right." This maidservant will stand guard outside the door. If you have any instructions, I will come immediately." The maidservant smiled and bowed to take her leave. Her graceful figure appeared indistinctly as she bowed, inviting one's imagination. He really knows how to enjoy himself. My master is also a member of the Heavenly Alliance. However, he is one rank lower than this Lord Mu. It is just one rank, but the difference is like heaven and earth. No wonder Master dreams of becoming a doyen. Nangong Feng sent off the pretty maidservant with his eyes, feeling somewhat reluctant to part. Yin Fei guffawed and said, "Nangong Feng, unexpectedly, you have such tastes." He seems to have said that if you have any instructions, I can come immediately. Although the four of us share a room, if you need us, we can leave for a while. If you don't mind us watching, of course, that is fine as well. Scram, Nangong Feng said softly, hiding his embarrassment as he gave Yin Fei a look of disdain. Upon seeing Nangong Feng's embarrassed state, Xiao Chun and the others could not help laughing. "Everyone look, what did I discover?" Xiaoying searched the room and opened a secret room. To think that it was a cultivation room. The group quickly put down what they were doing and went in to take a look. They immediately sighed in amazement. This cultivation room had a peak spirit gathering formation under it. The ceiling was decorated with gemstones, forming a starry sky. When one blinked, it looked like a vast starry sky materialized into a beautiful painting. It was like one could pluck stars with a wave of one's hand. The lamp on the wall gave off a faint fragrance. Xiao Chun took a whiff of the fragrance. When one took a whiff, it stunned both the physical body and the soul. They felt comfortable and refreshed, instantly forgetting all their worries. The lamp oil should have an extraordinary origin. However, the group's knowledge was limited, so they did not know what it was made of. Nangong Feng stepped forward and carefully observed it. Then he said, "My master once said that there is a deep-sea gigantic beast, the cruel demon Xianjing, in the bitter sea of the seven great forbidden seas. The cruel demon Xianjing has a kind of fragrance in its body that can be refined into the peak lamp oil in the world. Many large Buddhist temples use this kind of lamp oil. I suspect that the lamp oil in here is the one I mentioned." The bitter sea was one of the seven great forbidden seas. It was a place where the seven bitter sufferings of the world gathered: birth, aging, sickness, and death, resentment, separation from love, and unattainable desires. It was a vast and boundless sea of bitterness. It was filled with unknown dangers. If one was not careful, one would sink deep into it, unable to extricate themselves. Qiang Ying pointed to the primeval heavenly pills in the spirit gathering formation. These primeval heavenly pills were much darker in color than the ones in everyone's hands. The spirituality of these primeval heavenly pills was nearly solid, visible to the naked eye. These are primeval heavenly pills refined from medial grade spirit jades or superior grade spirit jades. They are completely different from the primeval heavenly pills refined from inferior grade spirit jades in our hands. Primeval heavenly pills were heavenly pills refined from inferior grade spirit jades and superior grade spirit jades. The primeval heavenly pills refined from inferior grade spirit jades circulated in the central great realm, as medial grade spirit jades and superior grade spirit jades were much rarer in comparison. Yun Fei sighed. This Lord Mu is not simple. He is definitely not an ordinary doyen. Chapter 21:15. The extravagance of the warship's guest rooms shocked Xiao Chen's group of four. This was truly extravagant. They felt like country bumpkins entering the city. Everything they saw shocked them for a long time. It looks like I really hope to stay in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters longer. Staying in this guest room for a lifetime would not be a loss, Nangong Feng sighed. Indeed, this kind of cultivation environment was truly an eye-opener. This was at least 100 times better than Xiao Chen's cave in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Most importantly, he could use the resources in there as he pleased. Should we pour out some of this lamp oil? If we sell it in the future, it might fetch a sky-high price, Yun Fei said softly as he looked at the dreamy lamp oil. Xiao Chen said calmly, "It is best not to. Right now, we feel that these are all precious treasures, worth cities. However, Our horizons are too low. After we enter the Heavenly Alliance, we might not feel this way anymore. That's true. Oh, right. Have you seen the storage space in the Heavenly Alliance medallion? The things in there seem pretty good. Yin Fei reminded them. With this reminder, Xiao Chun and the others remembered that they should take a look at the rewards in the Heavenly Alliance medallion. The group went to the table in the reception hall and sat down. Then, they took out the items in their medallion storage space. There were not many things, but they were more or less the same. Since they did not advance to the top 10, their rewards were about the same. Xiao Chen's ranking reward was 10 million primeval heavenly pills, 9 medicinal pills for treating injuries with varying effects, and a jade bottle containing an unknown essence liquid. Aside from these rewards, there were the basic tools that everyone who joined the Heavenly Alliance received. Of the 2 books, one introduced the Heavenly Alliance's organizational structure and how to deal with specific matters, a book to help newcomers familiarize themselves with the Heavenly Alliance. Aside from the Heavenly Alliance, there were also detailed records of the other super factions. The other book was called the Myriad Item Register, an encyclopedia that introduced the various aspects of the martial epic in detail. This included the origins of the martial epic, historical records of the wars between righteous factions and demonic factions, many rare herbs, divine materials, ever-changing stars, and all sorts of strange things. Not bad. These 2 books can answer most of our questions. This is especially so for the Myriad Item Register, which is very helpful for broadening our horizons. Xiao Chan gave the 2 books a cursory look and became very engrossed, feeling very interested. Not only did the all-creation list introduce various resources, but it also explained various martial arts techniques, secret techniques, and cultivation methods. All of them were written by faux gods. It was not just for broadening one's horizons, but was also helpful for cultivation. What's Essence Myriad Item Register? Everyone was rewarded with a bottle of liquefied elemental essence. Because of the ranking, the amount of liquefied elemental essence was somewhat different. Bai Yunfei opened the bottle cap and sniffed it. He did not feel anything and asked in confusion. Xiao Chan put down the Myriad Item Register in his hand and picked up the jade bottle. More accurately, it should be called Origin Liquid. The spirit jade origin is the source of the jade mine. If all of them were taken away, the jade mine would not dry up and new spirit jades would not be produced. Normally, they would only take a third of it before going down to retrieve it. They would have to wait for 1,000 or several thousand years before the spirit jade origin would recover. This unrefined, primeval origin liquid can be perfectly absorbed by the physical body without any side effects. It has many wondrous uses. It can strengthen the physical body, convert bloodline energy, aid cultivation, and recover from severe injuries. Sovereign emperors can even use origin liquid to recover quickly when their divine energy runs dry. When Yin Fei heard that, he quickly closed the bottle. Unexpectedly, the most valuable reward of the ranking battles was this origin liquid. This was a treasure that even sovereign emperors would treasure. It had many wondrous uses and could be said to be omnipotent. Although it has many uses, it is too comprehensive. It does not have any outstanding advantages, which can be considered a disadvantage. However, the most proper thing is that it has no side effects and does not require an alchemist to refine it. Xiao Qin smiled faintly as he continued. He had the most origin liquid. The others only had 5 kilograms, but he had more than 250 kilograms. How did you know? Yin Fei and the other 2 asked out of curiosity. Xiao Chun pointed to the Myriad Item Register in his hand, smiling without saying anything. Also, what is this? Qiong Ying asked in confusion as he put on a pair of black gloves. These gloves were very thin. After putting them on, he revealed half a finger. There were 7 pieces of metal imprinted on the back of the gloves, forming ancient divine characters. It was the same as the image on the front of the Heavenly Alliance medallion. However, there was no bronze mirror. This was not a reward, but a tool that came with every new member of the Heavenly Alliance. There was no record of this in the Myriad Item Register. When Xiaochen put on, he felt that it was strange as well. Nangong Feng smiled and said, "Let me tell you what this is. I guarantee that it will be an eye-opener. Soul energy fluctuations appeared on Nan Gongfeng's body, and the ancient divine characters on the back of the gloves flickered. In the next moment, silver liquid metal flowed out from Nan Gongfeng's wrist, looking incredibly mystical. Then, the liquid metal covered Nan Gongfeng's arm, forming gauntlets, wrist guards, and shoulder guards. Then, it continued to spread, covering the entire body, forming a set of silver battle armor shining with flowing light. The battle armor, shoulder guards, leg guards, arm guards, and combat boots, none of them were missing. Silver light flickered endlessly, forming a complete set. This greatly startled Xiao Chun. Be it the battle armor, shoulder guards, arm guards, or leg guards, they were all inherited Dao tools. This was a perfect set of battle armor formed by a complete set of inherited Dao tools. Not only that, but there was something even more shocking. The materials used to forge this battle armor seemed to be made of countless divine materials, somewhat similar to the materials of the warship they were currently on. Nan Gongfeng stood up. The silver battle armor covered his entire body, giving off a flowing light. Every part of the armor was connected to the Dao. Under the contrast of this divine battle armor, Nan Gongfeng looked very heroic, giving off an overwhelming aura. After Nan Gongfeng activated this set of mysterious battle armor, Xiao Chun, Yun Fei, and Xiong Ying felt a strong pressure. This, even with Xiao Chen's extraordinary mental state, he was still somewhat shocked. Not long ago, Xiao Chen had seen someone in the Divine Dragon Empire wearing a complete set of inherited Dao tools. But that was because he didn't know that not only was the quality of the individual parts incomparable, but the whole was also incomparable. After seeing Nan Gongfeng's battle armor and thinking back to the Golden Dragon race's Qin Outyin's battle armor, Xiao Chun felt like Nan Gongfeng came from the countryside. Who knew where he came from? Xiao Chun, now that I'm wearing this set of alloy battle armor, you have no chance of victory against me, Nan Gongfeng said confidently. Nan Gongfeng said confidently. This set of battle armor did indeed give off an extraordinary aura, shocking everyone. Xiao Chen did not deny it. This set of battle armor seemed much stronger than it looked on the surface. If they fought, victory would be hard to say. However, Nan Gongfeng's words were just a casual remark. He was not the only one with this set of battle armor. Xiao Chun, Yun Fei, and the others also had it. Alloy battle armor? Xiao Chun asked, feeling suspicious when he heard Nan Gongfeng mention it. That's right, it's the alloy battle armor. Nan Gongfeng smiled faintly and withdrew the battle armor. The silver battle armor immediately turned back into liquid metal and flowed back into his unremarkable black gloves. Seeing the others looking at him curiously, Nan Gongfeng smiled and continued explaining. The so-called alloy is made by mixing hundreds or even thousands or tens of thousands of divine materials in a precise ratio. Then, a Grandmaster Blacksmith would have to refine them. Only after tens or hundreds of years of continuous tempering can the final alloy be formed. In the martial epoch, divine materials were resources that could be called divine materials in the Great Thousand Realms. They were already considered peak materials and extremely valuable. Divine materials were the strongest metals that naturally existed in the Great Thousand Realms. There were only about 1,000 kinds of metals that could be called divine materials. Without exception, they were all extremely rare existences. Alloys were made by mixing these divine materials through a mysterious formula and tempering them for tens or hundreds of years. Furthermore, a Grandmaster Blacksmith was needed to guarantee a success rate. Then, the martial epoch's strongest metal would be formed. It was easy to imagine the terrifying effects of tens or hundreds of thousands of tempering. Among the 8 super factions, only the Heavenly Alliance was rich and had the most Grandmaster Blacksmiths. Of the 8 super factions, only the Heavenly Alliance, which was rich and had the most Grandmaster Blacksmiths, could forge the alloy battle armor on a large scale and provide every member of the organization with a set. In terms of accumulations, outstanding talents, and peak combat prowess, the Heavenly Alliance was weaker than the other super factions. Without the alloy battle armor, the Heavenly Alliance would not be able to compare to the other super factions. Otherwise, such a wealthy organization would have been destroyed long ago. After hearing Nan Gongfeng's introduction, the other three's horizons were indeed broadened. Alloy was already extremely precious, yet the Heavenly Alliance forged such a set of alloy battle armor for every member. A super faction truly lived up to its name. Now that they thought about it, the requirements to join the Heavenly Alliance were already so strict. Why did more than 1 million sovereign personages risk their lives to take the test? This was not without reason. The charm and attraction of a super faction were simply too great for a cultivator. I learned all this from my master, Sovereign Emperor Xingge. He once showed me his alloy battle armor and told me a little about it. There is a total of 3 grades of alloy: Transcendent Alloy, Immortal Alloy, and Eternal Alloy. Each grade is split into 9 stars. If we make sufficient contributions to the Heavenly Alliance, we can collect divine materials to continue strengthening the Transcendent Alloy battle armor. Nan Gongfeng's explanation revealed the Heavenly Alliance's boundless charm, stirring up the imaginations of others. Xiao Chun activated his alloy battle armor. The silver armor, which shone with a flowing light, covered all the vital spots on his body. Xiao Chun's delicate appearance and silver battle armor complemented each other perfectly, making him look valiant and extraordinarily handsome. He was like an immortal soldier or immortal general walking out of a painting. Elegant, cold, proud, noble, extraordinary. Damn, Xiao Chun, you look like a completely different person when you wear this armor. Nan Gongfeng looked at Xiao Chun with some incredulity. This set of armor completely changed Xiao Chun's aura. His normally reserved sharpness, his extraordinary pride, and his hidden domineering aura were all displayed without a doubt. The 3 retreated. The pressure from Xiao Chun was much greater than after Nan Gongfeng put on the alloy battle armor. They quickly activated their own armors. Otherwise, they would not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly at Nan Gongfeng's praise. Then, he carefully experienced the various mysteries of the alloy battle armor. Interesting. Every part is an inherited Dao tool. However, when put together, it is not messy at all. They are all lightning-attributed inherited Dao tools that are perfectly compatible with me. The Heavenly Alliance's people are really thorough. With the help of this set of armor, the might of my Thunder Dao domain can increase by at least 30%. What was even more mysterious was that Xiao Chun discovered that his strength seemed to affect the alloy battle armor. For example, his physical body was the awakened blue dragon divine body. The alloy battle armor seemed to benefit from it, further strengthening its defense. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chun's mind. He figured something out. This set of alloy battle armor was a set of alloy battle armor. This set of alloy battle armor brought out the Thunder Great Dao not because it was lightning attributed in the first place. Instead, it sensed Xiao Chun's Thunder Dao domain and automatically turned it into the Thunder Great Dao. It was just like how the alloy battle armor's defense strengthened when it sensed Xiao Chun's blue dragon divine body. That was to say, Xiao Chun comprehended the Ice Dao domain. The Great Dao that the alloy battle armor brought out might be the Ice Dao. Yin Fei and Xiong Ying discovered this as well. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. The blacksmith who forged this alloy battle armor was indeed a grandmaster. His blacksmithing skills had already reached a level that they could not comprehend. Chapter 21:16 Alloy Battle Armor. A complete set of inherited Dao tools forged from transcendent alloy, Xiao Chun thought. Its practical value already far surpasses that of some inferior grade soul tools. Fortunately, alloy battle armor was hard to forge. If the Heavenly Alliance gave its sovereign personages each a set of alloy battle armor, it would simply be unrivaled. Unifying the entire Great Thousand Realms would not be a problem. Xiao Chun took a look. After the gloves were activated, they turned from black to silver. The ancient divine characters formed by the 7 golden shards on the back of the gloves looked even more mysterious and extraordinary. Xiaochen also saw similar divine characters on the Heavenly Alliance medallion. However, he did not know what they meant. Around the divine character were 9 stars that formed a circle around it. However, only one star was lit at this moment. This meant that this transcendent alloy battle armor was only 1 star. Just 1 star was already so strong. How strong would it be if it was fully lit? Xiaochen felt anticipation. After entering the Heavenly Alliance, he would be able to wait and see. Dang, 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 dang. While wearing the alloy battle armor, the 4 carefully exchanged moves in the room. Unfortunately, they were in the warship and could not fight without restraint. However, their excitement was indescribable. After the excitement, the 4 reluctantly took off the alloy battle armor. How strong! I really look forward to reaching the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. A super faction is truly unimaginable, Yun Fei said with an excited expression. Xiaochen's state of mind had already calmed down. He was sitting quietly by the window, drinking a cup of tea and reading the mysterious book, List of All Things. Outside the window was the starry heavens. Countless stars stretched out as far as the eye could see. Through the window, one could see the sea of stars, admiring the countless wonders of the starry heavens. It had to be said that living in this warship was truly a delightful thing. One could eat precious spirit fruits at any time. One could admire the boundless starry heavens outside the window. If one wanted to cultivate, one could use the peak spirit gathering formation and casually consume primeval heavenly pills made from medial-grade spirit jades. For example, Nangon Phone would even call on the pretty maidservants outside to tease them. There were all sorts of furniture in the room. There were casually placed decorations, exquisite screens, and paintings hanging on the walls. Just any one of them would make one ponder for a long time. They were all ancient artifacts, all extraordinary. Occasionally, the 4 of them would drink tea and chat, exploring martial techniques with each other. They were never bored. He also heard from a maid that there was a tavern inside the warship. If one wanted to drink, they could go there at any time. However, the tavern would charge a fee. In the dark, gloomy, and empty universe, this super battleship made entirely of immortal alloy. In the starry sky, he flew like a phantom of flowing light. It looked as if he was constantly leaping and jumping, walking on the edge of space. If the transcendent alloy battle armor that Xiaochen and the others were wearing was already priceless, then the value of this warship made of immortal alloy was so horrifying that Xiaochen and the others did not dare to imagine it. It could only be said that the more he learned, the more he found the owner of this warship, Lord Mu, to be unfathomable. At this moment, in a room filled with colorful lights inside the battleship, Lord Mu was meditating with his eyes closed. In the next moment, he opened his eyes and said calmly, "Come in." Xiao. Without a sound, a gray-robed old man appeared in the room filled with 7-colored light. The old man said respectfully, "Lord Mu, according to your instructions, I have personally looked through the information on these 110 people. I found something interesting." "Oh, tell me about it." Lord Mu raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. He was just following the usual procedure and checking the new member's identity again. Usually, there wouldn't be too much of a problem after going through the examination of the various examination areas. There's nothing special about the others, but there are 2 people worth mentioning. Which 2? Grim Reaper Lin Feng and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower, Xiaochen. Lord Mu raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Tell me, this Lin Feng is a flood dragon human. 200 years ago, he was a genius disciple of the underworld god hall. Someone made an exception and accepted him. He was a true genius disciple, and the underworld god hall thought very highly of him. We spent a lot of resources to nurture him. Someone once said that he might become a sovereign emperor before the age of 100. Lord Mu frowned slightly. The underworld god hall was one of the righteous path's mortal enemies. It was established by the Netherworld's strongest race, the Azura race. Historically, the underworld god hall had once ruled the abyssal underworld, dealing a catastrophic blow to the human cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms. During the previous Great War between the righteous and demonic factions, the Black Dragon King started it after he ruled the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. After that, the entire martial epoch was nearly destroyed in that Great War. The world tree broke, the heavenly realm collapsed, and order fell into chaos. To think that Lin Feng was once an underworld god hall disciple and a flood dragon human. Such a person should not have been allowed to participate in the test. Continue. Lord Mu's interest was completely piqued. The old man nodded and said, however, 100 years ago, he suddenly betrayed the underworld god hall and killed more than 100 underworld god hall elders. Then, he crippled his demonic Dao cultivation, aside from his death Dao domain. His cultivation fell from Sovereign Emperor to Cloud, Sea, Star Venerate. Is there a reason for this? Yes. Rumor has it that his lover had an extreme body and caught the eye of the underworld god hall's Vice Hall Master. For the sake of currying favor with that Vice Hall Master, his master sent his lover away behind his back, completely underestimating Lin Feng's love. After that, such a tragedy happened. Before he left the abyssal underworld, he swore 1,000 cycles of reincarnation oath to the Azura Blood Sea. If he did not destroy the underworld god hall, he would turn his soul into a malicious spirit, never to reincarnate, wandering the Blood Sea. Even if he died, he wanted to see the underworld god hall destroyed. After the gray-clad old man finished speaking, Lord Mu's expression turned grave. This oath was extraordinarily heavy. It was no wonder that the assessment area he was in did not suspect his identity. The person who swore such a heavy oath had an irreconcilable relationship with the underworld god hall. He would rather give up on reincarnation and turn into a malicious spirit to see the underworld god hall destroyed. This is a troublesome character. Such a person has too much resentment. He might fall into the demonic Dao at any time. This is a double-edged sword. There should be people in the Heavenly Alliance who like such a character. They are good at killing. Lord Mu smiled self-mockingly. After some thought, he said, let's talk about Xiao Chun. I'm very curious. Would there be any problems with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciple? Based on Lord Mu's tone, he seemed to be old friends with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and had a pretty good relationship. Clearly, the gray-clad old man knew this. He hesitated before saying, that is not a problem. However, in truth, he might be even more problematic than the one above. Oh, what do you mean? This Lin Feng was a flood dragon human who once joined the underworld god hall. If he was not careful, he might fall into the demonic Dao. Could Xiao Chen's problem be greater than his? Lord Mu expressed his confusion. It's a long story. He is a demonic genius of the Divine Dragon Empire. He has shown his brilliance long ago and is extremely famous among the mixed blood dragons. However, during the competition between the 7 outer palaces, Ancestor Dragon City's elders suspected that there was a problem with his bloodline. Then, he refused to accept it and refused to test his bloodline. He disobeyed the elders and used the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat the Golden Dragon race's Qin Mu's Emperor Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist? Yes, that is the Supreme Dragon Fist. That is the Supreme Dragon Fist created by that strange genius of the Divine Dragon Empire, the Heaven Dragon Cultivator who once shook up the entire Great Thousand Realms. When Lord Mu heard this, he guessed the ending. The Supreme Dragon Fist defeated the Golden Dragon race's Emperor Dragon Fist. It would be strange if the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor could remain calm. Back then, that Heaven Dragon Cultivator nearly scared him to death. Now, how could there be another person who successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist as a member of the dragon race? How could he leave behind future trouble? Lord Mu also understood what the gray-robed elder was talking about. The Bushan Palace behind the 8 great empires was a righteous Dao faction like the Heavenly Alliance in name. Although they fought intensely, they were on the same side. If the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor used the Bushan Palace's name to ask for Lin Feng, things would be difficult. No matter what happened to Lin Feng, the Underworld God Hall would not dare to come to the Heavenly Alliance to ask for Lin Feng. At that time, If the purple gold dragon emperor heard that the Heavenly Alliance had sent its youngest member in history and learned that it was Shao Chun, he would definitely not be able to remain calm. "My lord, what do you think?" Lord Mu raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. "What do I think? Do you think I fear the purple gold dragon emperor? If the old ancestor of the golden dragon bloodline comes, I definitely cannot block him. However, he can forget about it. Even if he cannot sit still, he has to. Mu Qing, will protect this Shao Chun." Chapter 21:17. Hence, one had to break the mundane. However, the fourth move's name was in the mortal realm, which contained profound Buddhist principles. In the current martial epoch, one could only cultivate to faux God at most. One can no longer cultivate to true God. The seemingly simple Buddhist Gatha actually contained all sorts of methods. After comprehending it, one would be able to comprehend the true meaning of this move. Even with the Immortal alloy warship speed, the group traveled only half the distance after traveling for 1 month. 2 months later, Nan Gongfeng said joyfully when he entered the room. Soon, 1 month had passed. Shao Chun and the others were informed that they had traveled only half the distance. They saw a vast and boundless continent hovering in the dreamy starry heavens in the distance. The golden continent stretched endlessly into the starry heavens. The vast scene that Shao Chun and the others saw was just the tip of the iceberg for the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Time passed slowly. As Shao Chun worked on his saber technique, the Immortal alloy warship approached the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The surroundings were densely packed with people moving around the huge cauldron, continuously transporting all sorts of materials. Then, more than 1,000 blacksmiths executed hand seals together, using the astral flame to forge secret treasures. Fortunately, Shao Chun and the others were in their cultivation rooms, unaffected. Shao Chun's talent and comprehension ability were worth the Heavenly Alliance protecting. Since Lord Mu already made up his mind, there was no need to say anything more. However, after thinking about it, Shao Chun did not think much of it. Given his current strength, if he used his full power, he would be incredibly huge. There were huge cauldrons more than 30 kilometers tall. Occasionally, lights flickered on this incredibly vast golden continent. The many Grandmaster-level alchemists and blacksmiths of the Heavenly Alliance worked anxiously. However, Shao Chun did not find this too boring. He had already finished practicing the first 3 moves of the Mahmaya abstinence violation saber technique. He could make use of this time to study the middle 3 moves. In the mortal realm, 3 life flower, and colorless killing. The ceiling of the Great Hall was 10 kilometers tall. Complicated and profound formations covered it. Just looking at them made one dizzy. After some thought, Lord Mu said, "Find a time to let this grim Reaper Lin Feng meet me. I want to test him." There were millions of medicinal cauldrons and artifact cauldrons. The Immortal alloy warship seemed to jump through space in the boundless starry heavens, traveling through thousands of stars and heading for the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. At this moment, Shao Chun glanced back and saw a starry sky outside the window. Fortunately, Shao Chun had the Sarara left behind by the great limitless Buddha. After fusing with it, his Buddhist nature was already comparable to that of many senior monks and masters. Everyone stepped forward. Yun Fei and the others were somewhat surprised. They did not expect that they would have the opportunity to enter the faux god world to cultivate. The real gods that still existed were those who had survived the previous great war between the righteous path and the demonic path. Really, for the past 1 month, Shao Chun had mainly studied in the mortal realm. This was a very interesting Buddhist saber technique. The first move of the Mahmaya abstinence violation saber technique was breaking the mundane. There were many troubles in the mundane world, such as birth, aging, sickness, and death, love, hate, and separation. Unfortunately, the saber technique manuals were already scattered in the Great Thousand Realms. It would be difficult to collect them all. The Mahmaya abstinence violation saber technique had a total of 11 moves. It was derived from the first move of the primogenitor grade cultivation technique, the Gautama Divine Palm, and was incredibly mighty. It seemed like someone was refining stars and absorbing the flames of the stars to refine secret treasures. When facing Lord Mu, Shao Chun and the other peak sovereign personages did not dare to say anything. Be it the might and pressure from Lord Mu or his position in the Heavenly Alliance, Shao Chun and the others maintained a respectful attitude towards Lord Mu. Right after Lord Mu spoke, pillars of light shot down from the ceiling and encased these Heavenly Alliance newcomers. The many stars in the universe could not withstand his destruction. After all, they could not compare to the Central Great Realm. That place was the center of the martial epic. The entire world contained the epic's power. It was practically impossible to destroy it. Originally, Lord Mu had grasped 3 moves. However, after exchanging with the little monk Yen Shun, he obtained another 3 moves. Nangong Feng smiled and said, "The 3 of you have been staying here for the past 2 months. How could you know? The newcomers in our batch definitely have people with strong backgrounds and are well informed. It would not be difficult to go to the taverns and find out about this." When everyone heard Nangong Feng's introduction, they found it incredibly mystical. This supercontinent was even larger than many stars. It was truly a little too shockingly large. In the mortal realm, the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, that supercontinent was made up of 7 golden shards. When viewed from the starry heavens, this supercontinent flickered with golden light, looking like a star. Nangong Feng and the other 2 rushed over. As they looked at the floating golden continent in the distance, they felt shocked. Even for a sovereign emperor, the Mahlia abstinence violation saber technique still possessed strong might. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters is really ridiculously large. Shao Chun felt somewhat shocked. He saw many stars floating above the headquarters, looking like mung beans dotting that boundless continent. It was a special space similar to the Heavenly Realm. However, it could not compare to the Heavenly Realm in the end. The gray-robed old man was not surprised by Lord Mu's decision. After all, he was the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciple. I, Mu Qing, will protect this Shao Chun. Soon, an intense collision rang out, and the entire alloy warship shook intensely. Nangong Feng nodded and said, "It's true. Only the 8 super factions are qualified to send their new members to the faux god world to cultivate for 10 years. After these 10 years, if we want to enter the faux god world in the future, we will have to pay a huge price. Otherwise, we will have to advance to faux god realm to enter. Time flows very slowly in the faux god world, 10 to 1 compared to the outside world. That is to say, 10 years in there is actually only 1 year in the outside world." Shao Chun discovered that the 110 new Heavenly Alliance members were in an empty hall, looking around curiously. The warship is preparing to descend on the headquarters. "Everyone, please enter the cultivation rooms and do not make any strange movements." The faux god world? Lord Mu's voice rang out in Shao Chun's ears. Then, he and the other 3 entered the cultivation rooms protected by formations and waited. If they went by themselves, it would take them more than 10 years to reach the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Lord Mu looked at everyone and said, "According to tradition, the newcomers will be sent to the faux god world for 10 years of bitter cultivation. I hope that you will cherish these 10 years. It was not easy for the Heavenly Alliance to send you in. Remember to abide by the rules of the faux god world. After 10 years, when you come out, you will be official members of the Heavenly Alliance." From the alloy battle armor to the Heavenly Realm fragment before them, to the faux god world that they were about to enter, Shao Chun felt that he had become a true member of the Heavenly Alliance. Chapter 21:18. This feeling? Enveloped by the light, Shao Chun felt an indescribable pressure. It was very uncomfortable, and gradually, he even felt some pain. However, Shao Chun was considered lucky. Among the 110 candidates present, there were already people screaming miserably. Their eyes were bloodshot, and blood seeped out. Lord Mu's expression was solemn, and he said nothing. The other elders beside him were not surprised either. So uncomfortable. My eyes. Every realm had newcomers who would die in the process of heading to the Void God Realm. The Void God Realm and the Great Thousand Realms they were currently in were 2 completely different material realms. The flow of time here was 10 times slower than in the Great Thousand Realms. During the teleportation process, one's physical body had to endure the pressure. Lord Mu sincerely wished them good luck. He also hoped that he could help these people. However, there was no other way. Whether or not he could get through this, he could only rely on himself. Actually, a large part of the reason why the Heavenly Alliance's threshold was so high was because it lowered the threshold. Many people could not enter the faux god world, harming themselves instead. However, if one could not enter the faux god world, joining the Heavenly Alliance would be pointless. These 10 years in the faux god world were too crucial. The reason why a superpower could widen the gap between itself and the other powers was because of its core members. No other faction had the privilege of entering the faux god world before advancing to Sovereign Emperor. This was something that no other faction could do. Not to mention the various experiential training grounds in the Void God realm and the various secret techniques that were hard to find in the outside world. Just the 10-to-1 ratio of time was enough to create a gap between them. Think about it. If you cultivated in the Great Thousand Worlds for a year, then I cultivated in the Void God world for 10 years. It went without saying who would be stronger. So. With a flash of light, Xiao Chun and the others disappeared from the spacious hall one by one. Lord Mu was slightly startled. How rare. This batch actually managed to smoothly enter the Void God realm. Not a single person's body exploded along the way. Among the 1 million sovereign personages, the 110 are indeed extraordinary. The gray-robed elder sighed softly. Lord Mu nodded slightly. You go to the headquarters to take over. I'll take them to the sanctuary to report. Yes, my lord. Lord Mu's body slowly turned incorporeal, and he vanished into thin air. In a daze, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His face was pale, and he seemed to be in a bit of discomfort. Looking around, he realized that most of the others were clutching their heads and squatting on the ground. Fear was written all over their faces. Everything around him was a blur, filled with 7-colored streams of light. Xiao Chen knew that this was the reversal of time and space. Very good. I'm very happy. You've all made it. In the past, there would always be people who died while traveling. Lord Mu's figure reappeared in front of everyone. His words made everyone rejoice. In another 15 minutes, we will reach the Void God realm. Right now, come to my side and seize the time to rest. Remember, don't move. Space-time reversal is everywhere. If you enter, you will die unless you're a faux god. Mu Qing's expression was solemn. She formed a seal with her hands, and ripples appeared under her feet. Xiao Chun and the others had no idea what was going on, but they still hurried over, not daring to hesitate. When everyone was close, Mu Qing crossed her hands and formed a seal. Light runes condensed into an energy ball that enveloped everyone. We're here, Lord Mu said softly. Immediately, Xiao Chun and the others perked up with curiosity. He arrived at the Void God realm. Through the energy ball, everyone hurriedly looked outside. Xiao Chun raised his head and saw the endless darkness of the drill. The air was filled with mysterious air currents. The airflow seeped into the energy ball and entered everyone's body, making everyone feel comfortable all over. The discomfort and fatigue from before were all gone. This is the power of the world, the most primitive and ancient power in the world. It forms the foundation of all living beings and non-living beings. Unfortunately, there is very little of it now. You don't need to deliberately absorb and refine this world energy. Your realms are not high enough to comprehend the power of the world. To you, it is like air. Lord Mu said calmly when he saw the joy on everyone's faces. Air? Xiao Chen took a deep breath and sighed in his heart. If this was really air, he really wanted to be able to absorb it forever. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. The sky was chaotic, and winds and clouds churned. Strange cracks appeared indistinctly in the sky. It was like the Void God realm was not completely separated from heaven and earth. The entire world was gray and hazy, without much color. This place looked very primitive. Even the air felt ancient. Xiao Chun looked around. Occasionally, a bright light flashed in his eyes. This place was too mystical. The air of this place actually contained many primitive great Tao. Wind, fire, thunder and lightning. The Tao of these great Tao merged completely with the air. It was like the primal chaos had yet to split apart. It was fragmented and complicated, very contradictory. However, as he breathed, he could feel the various Tao at any time. Xiaoqin had to admit that this was too mystical. The others discovered the various mysterious phenomena as well. Excitement appeared in their eyes. They were right to come to the Void God Realm. Lord Mu is too awesome. How did this place form? How? Is this a heavenly realm ruin? It is clearly a treasure land. A member exclaimed excitedly. Mu Qing said indifferently, "This is the primal chaos space. It has existed since the great desolate Eon. During the Immortal epoch, it was modified into the heavenly court. During the Martial epoch, it became the heavenly deity world. Now everyone is used to calling it the Void God Realm. To us, this is indeed a treasure land. However, that might not be the case for ordinary people. This place is different from the main world. It cannot give birth to life. Due to the primal chaos, everything here is the most primitive. It is much easier for us to comprehend the great Tao here than in the great Thousand Realms. You can even see some of the laws of space and time and the circulation of great Tao energy with your naked eye. We are about to reach the Holy Domain." Lord Mu looked into the distance and said indifferently, "The Holy Domain is the only continent that the Faux God Realm opened in the primal chaos using the power of the World Tree. In the future, you will cultivate and live in the Holy Domain. Remember to abide by the rules there." Who controls the Holy Domain? In Xiaoqin's memories, someone seemed to have mentioned the Holy Domain to him before. However, he had not expected it to be in the Void God Realm. The master of the Holy Domain is a true god who managed to survive the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions. However, they can only live in the Void God Realm now. The flow of time in the outside world is too extravagant for their limited lifespans. Now, it is mainly managed by the 8 super factions. True gods still exist. Many people exclaimed in shock. True gods were the peak of the martial Tao. These were legendary existences. Don't make a big fuss. Otherwise, if you disturb some ancient existences, even I will not be able to save you. We have arrived. After Mu Qing finished speaking, she led the group to descend. A complete continent finally appeared in the hazy space. After everyone landed, they felt much more at ease. Earlier, they had been drifting in the air. Even with Lord Mu's protection, they had been on edge. This was the Holy Domain, the only complete continent in the Void God Realm. However, what appeared in front of everyone was a seemingly substantial energy barrier that blocked everyone's line of sight, making it impossible to see the appearance of the sanctuary. "All right, I will send you off here. Later, a Holy Domain envoy will come to receive you. You will spend most of your 10 years in the Void God Realm in the Holy Domain. Remember to abide by the rules here. After all, my Heavenly Alliance is not considered strong among the 8 super factions and cannot provide you much protection. If you cause trouble, no one will be able to save you." Lord Mu gave them his final instructions. "Ah, Lord Mu, you're leaving?" Many people were startled. Unexpectedly, Lord Mu was leaving. Lord Mu smiled faintly and said, "It is just 10 years. 10 years is not long. After 10 years, you will be formal members of the Heavenly Alliance. I look forward to seeing how much you will improve in the next 10 years and whether there will be any changes to your previous ranking." As Lord Mu spoke, 3 figures passed through the barrier and appeared before everyone. The person in the middle arrived before Mu Qing. After the two exchanged a few words, Lord Mu quickly left. "Come with me. Don't worry too much. You just need to cultivate in peace." The Holy Domain treats the members of the 8 super factions equally. The blue-clad Holy Domain envoy said softly. The blue-robed Sacred Domain emissary said softly and pointed with his finger. A mark appeared on everyone's forehead. When they opened their eyes in a daze, they discovered that the earlier barrier had vanished. The magnificent Saint Domain was immediately presented in front of everyone. Chapter 21:19. A group of people blocked the entrance and looked at Xiaoqin coldly. However big the sacred region was, this city was as big as it was. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with them. Although the physical pressure was somewhat great, it was still within the acceptable range of his blue dragon divine body. Xiao Chun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he prepared to head for the 100,000 steps. Many cities that were hundreds of times smaller than the divine capital hovered in the sky. Many faux gods discussed in soft voices as they watched Xiao Chen's group from these floating cities. Along the way, several cultivators who came down guessed Xiao Chen's identity when they saw his alloy gloves. They all smiled coldly. Soon, the Heavenly Alliance's 100-odd people scattered and started to choose their own houses. Incredible! Even the geniuses of the Universe Origin sect, Bushin Palace, and the other super factions are only at this age. After the Holy Domain envoys took their leave, Xiao Chun, Yun Fei, Qiong Ying, and Nangong Feng gathered together, feeling incredibly excited. They could also sense the faux god world's existence and enter it with their own strength. All right, that's all that needs to be said. I've also told you some of the rules. Now, I'll repeat myself. The true God Palace is a forbidden land. Do not approach. If you disturb the true God, the organizations you are in will be affected. After sorting out his strength, Xiao Chun made his preparations. The divine capital had all sorts of facilities. When one cultivated here, one could practically find everything one wanted. Soon, Xiao Chun found a courtyard. There was a dim door plate outside. When Xiao Chun infused his soul energy, the door plate flickered with a bright light, revealing Xiao Chen's name. A ruthless person. That's right. Rather than paying attention to this person, it is better to pay attention to this generation's Lin Feng. I heard that this person comprehended the Death Dao domain. Back then, he destroyed his demonic Dao cultivation technique. Now, he forcefully recultivated. After stepping on it, Xiao Chun felt somewhat strange. A formless force pressed down on his physical body. With every step he took, his physical body felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was still within an acceptable range. This is the Dao Comprehension Platform. There are many praying mats used by true gods. Comprehending the Dao here will definitely yield twice the results with half the effort, and the effects will be remarkable. However, you have to walk up these 100,000 steps one step at a time. If your physical body isn't strong, don't try it. From today onwards, I will live here for 10 years. The Immortal Capital is too big. I don't even know where to start. Yunfei said excitedly. If one was not a faux god, even a sovereign emperor would find it extremely difficult to enter this place. Unless one had a good relationship with one of the 8 great powers, or was originally a member of one of the 8 great powers, they could only pay a certain price and enter the void god realm to cultivate. Soaring into the air, Xiao Chun flew towards the enlightenment platform in the divine capital. Back then, in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun and Xiao Chun underwent their emperor's tribulation at the same time. The emperor's road that they took was somewhat similar to the 100,000 steps before them. This was a majestic city. The 2 words divine capital intimidated everyone. Divine capital, that is the trial tower, the one that the divine master personally built. If you want to obtain faux god coins, you can go to the trial tower. We're going off topic. The Heavenly Alliance has never been famous for nurturing geniuses and outstanding talents. Although we call them geniuses and outstanding talents, they're only comparable to the Heavenly Alliance itself. They're still far from comparable to the other super factions. This is the Faux God Plaza, where the inner city and outer city intersect. The divine ranking is there. Many faux god seniors have limited energy and can't be bothered to deal with some minor matters, so they post the ranking here. Aside from this, if something major happens, it will also be posted on the divine ranking. If you have nothing to do, you can come and take a look. Feeling somewhat rueful, Xiao Chun suddenly thought of Diwuk. The city was much livelier than everyone expected. As long as one was a faux god, even if one did not belong to one of the 8 super factions, one would be able to enter the city. Ancient words were written at the bottom of the city walls. This city was called the Divine Capital. Or faux god coins. The currency in the Holy Domain's divine capital is faux god coins. As long as one has enough faux god coins, one can exchange for any resource. There are so few people, only 100 odd. I heard that they have the youngest newcomer in history, only 47 years old. Xiao Chun and the others only raised their heads to take one more look before finding it somewhat unbearable. The world spun around them, and they saw stars, feeling drowsy. Compared to Yin Fei, who was at a loss, Xiao Chun was very meticulous. He had already made preparations for his plan. There are many empty houses in the divine capital, aside from the ones in the sky. As for the other empty houses, you can choose to use them as your residences for the next 10 years. Whoosh! However, these true gods rarely showed themselves. The True God Palace was also a forbidden land of the Holy Domain's divine capital. No one could get close. The Holy Domain's divine capital was such a city where all the faux gods of the entire martial epic gathered. The courtyard was very large and had an average-sized lake, somewhat similar to Xiao Chen's Cold Moon Cave residence in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Let's find an empty house to stay in first. We can use the medallion of interest to contact each other at any time. Let's disperse for now." The barrier vanished, and a 30-kilometer-tall city wall appeared before Xiao Chun and the others. This is an arena. You can fight with people or challenge faux beasts. Of course, you need to pay in faux god coins. Plop! Xiao Chun immediately knelt on the ground, nearly shattering his knees. The Holy Domain envoys were very responsible, leading the group around the divine capital and explaining the rules of the divine capital. It's a little strange. Further out were the inner city and outer city, as well as the many houses and buildings outside the city. As for Xiao Chun and the others, these were the privileges of the super factions. These were the disciples of the other super factions. They had already been cultivating in the divine capital for a long time and could easily deal with the 100,000 steps. The entire divine capital was divided into 5 layers. The core was the True God Hall. The true gods who managed to survive the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions lived there. Aside from the core True God Hall, the Faux God Pavilion was next. It was like the divine capital's city lord's residence, managed by the faux gods of the 8 super factions. When the true gods did not appear, the Faux God Pavilion could be considered the core of the divine capital, managing the Holy Domain's divine capital. The various super factions had a limited number of slots for their newcomers to enter the faux god world to cultivate. The most important thing right now is to successfully practice the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 4th move in the human realm. After that, I can stabilize my Thunder Dao domain. I'll go to the comprehension platform first. As Xiao Chan stood in the pavilion in the courtyard, he looked into the distance. He could see some other cultivators cultivating in their respective pavilions. Aside from the Heavenly Alliance's people, there were also members of the other super factions. Some of them seemed to have been here for a long time already. The Heavenly Alliance? Interesting. To think that they dare to come to the comprehension platform on their first day. The Holy Domain envoy's introduction greatly broadened Xiao Chen's horizons. This place satisfied all the cultivation requirements of a cultivator. Sorry, my profound Heaven Holy Land has reserved the comprehension platform for today. Come back tomorrow. However, there is only one. It is far from comparable to the other super factions. The Holy Domain envoy did not find this strange. He said indifferently, "The Divine Master wrote these 2 words. Just take a look and don't act rashly. Come with me into the city. I will bring you around to familiarize you with the Holy Domain's divine capital. You will be living here for a long time in the future. The Heavenly Alliance's newcomers are here as well." How unfortunate. Xiao Chun soared into the air, preparing to look for a remote house. The faux god world was the only continent that the true gods carved out of the remnant world. The Holy Domain was both a continent and a majestic city that Xiao Chun and the others had never seen before. Definitely. Xiao Chun gently drifted down and landed firmly on the ground. As he stood below, He looked at the 100,000 steps in the distance. It looked like an endless road. Lord Mu was right. Do not be arrogant. Here, you are nothing. If one did not pay attention, they would run into faux god experts. Even if they did not purposely release their auras, one would still find it hard to beat them. The comprehension platform was a 30-kilometer tall platform with 100,000 steps. At the summit was the comprehension platform with the prayer mat for the true body. Xiao Chun felt some pressure. In this holy domain, it made one feel insignificant. The Heavenly Alliance's group moved majestically. As they walked on the street, they immediately attracted attention. Yes, these 10 years are very crucial. If you don't grasp it well, you'll be doomed. If we do not grasp it, we might fall behind others for life. I hope that everyone will not fall behind. Everyone here was a peak sovereign personage. All of them were proud and arrogant people. However, in this place, they had to tuck their tails between their legs. Just as Xiao Chun finished climbing the 100,000 steps and was about to reach the comprehension platform, there was someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, using his own aura to compete with the words divine capital. If one looked down from the sky, the 5 layers would appear orderly. They intersected with each other in an indescribable pattern, eventually gathering at the true God Hall. Chapter 21:20. The profound Heaven Holy Land was one of the 8 super factions, a colossus that controlled the Shunwu dynasty. The profound Heaven Holy Land possessed deep accumulations, having existed for many years before the previous Great War between the righteous factions and demonic factions. If Xiao Chun recalled correctly, the Heavenly Alliance's sword venerate, Gongzi Lan, seemed to be from the Shunwu dynasty. The tall platform had 100,000 steps. At this point, the surroundings were already shrouded in clouds. A sea of clouds churned, making the place look like an immortal realm. The 100,000 steps were not easy to walk. Anyone would feel upset if they were suddenly told that they had reserved the entire place. Naturally, Xiao Chun was no exception. A total of 4 people blocked him, all of them peak sovereign personages. Xiao Chun could tell that these people had been in the holy domain's divine capital for some time. Their auras were exceptionally dense. Their cultivations felt as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the sea. When the 4 stood together, their auras flourished. Xiao Chun looked behind him and discovered that there was no one else on the true God prayer mats on the comprehension platform. It seemed like only one person was comprehending the Tao. What are you looking at? Quickly scram. When the person in the middle saw that Xiao Chun had no intention of leaving, he felt somewhat enraged. He stepped forward and pressed down with his aura. There were 100,000 steps, and every step was filled with immense pressure. The person standing on top of the steps would be able to press down with the momentum of the steps, giving him a huge advantage. Bang! Without saying anything, that person looked down from above and punched at Xiao Chun. A mysterious, profound seal flickered in the fist light. This was the profound Heaven Holy Land's strong martial technique, the profound Heaven Fist. The profound seal light spread out, materializing a 100-meter-wide light wave between the fist light. Many 9 profound seals flowed in the light wave. When that person punched, it was like a small world pressing toward Xiao Chun. Senior brother Hong Tao's profound Heaven Fist is becoming increasingly exquisite. With one punch, 9 profound seals appear. The newcomer dares to be arrogant. He overestimates himself. The profound Heaven Holy Land disciples at the side smiled coldly. In their minds, their senior brother Hong Tao would knock Xiao Chun into the air in the next moment. After that, Xiao Chun would roll down the 100,000 steps in a sorry state. Dang! However, something unexpected happened. Xiao Chun threw a punch and clashed with it. He, who was at the bottom, took the punch head on. However, he was like a mountain, not moving an inch. The hazy 10,000 dragons picture appeared indistinctly behind Xiao Chun. Dragon roars came from the 10,000 dragons picture, perfectly blocking this punch. You want to compete with me in fist arts? Xiao Chun smiled coldly, and the hazy 10,000 dragons picture behind him suddenly lit up. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. The 10,000 dragons behind him roared out in rage, turning into streaks of fist light that smashed into the nine seal light. Kacha kacha. In just a moment, the fist aura, which was like a world of nine seals, shattered. Hong Tao staggered and almost fell. He's from the Dragon Clan. How strong? What fist technique is this? Its offensive might is nearly on par with Bushin Palace's Qin Ming's Emperor Dragon Fist. The other few people were greatly startled. They did not think that under Xiao Chen's punch, it actually forced senior brother Hong Tao back. This was a newcomer to the Void God realm. Hong Tao's expression turned somewhat unsightly. He roared as he looked at Xiao Chun, and his aura surged out. Hong Tao's long hair fluttered as he shouted coldly and pressed toward Xiao Chun again. A profound seal appeared on his forehead, and the might of this punch was several times stronger than the previous one. Xiao Chun felt slightly stunned. The Faux God realm was indeed incredible. However, he arrived a few years earlier, and this person's strength already rivaled that of the Heavenly Alliance's 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages. However, since you are proficient in fist techniques, you are destined to lose this battle. The vast and mighty group of dragons roams the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who is honored? The group of dragons is leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world is unfair, and the evil dragons rule. Who is honored? Commanding the group of dragons. Without even thinking, Xiao Chun executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, the second move. A tyrannical aura that made the group of dragons submit to him appeared in his fist light. Bang! After forcefully receiving the other party's punch, Xiao Chun grunted but did not take a step back. Regretless Heaven Dragon. Xiao Chun executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's third move again. A terrifying offensive aura surged out from Xiao Chun. The boundless aura turned into lofty aspirations, gathering in Xiao Chun's punch. When he punched, it was like a regretless Heaven Dragon. It carried a sense of determination and self-sacrifice as it pressed forward, not retreating but advancing instead. Damn it, what fist technique is this? It is so tyrannical. Hong Tao cursed in his heart. His fist technique clearly surpassed the other parties. His cultivation also firmly suppressed the other parties. However, the offensive aura of the other party's fist technique forcibly suppressed his fist's momentum, forcing him to retreat. Bang! 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 After another 3 punches, Xiao Chun stepped onto the tall platform. As 10,000 dragons roared, he knocked the other party back. Plop! Hong Tao fell to the ground, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Hong Tao looked at Xiao Chun in horror, confusion filling his eyes. To think that he lost to the other party's fist technique. Senior brother Hong Tao. The others were greatly startled. They quickly went over and helped Hong Tao up. At the same time, Hong Tao looked at Xiao Chun and raged. What a fellow! You just arrived, and yet you dare to injure the people of our profound heaven-holy land. Don't you know that this comprehension platform is the territory of our profound heaven-holy land? Letting you come tomorrow is already giving face to a newcomer like you. Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. He retorted indifferently. Giving face? Never mind. My face is too thin, and I can't take it. The Holy Domain Envoy did not tell me that I have to give face to your profound heaven-holy land when I come to the comprehension platform to cultivate. The Supreme Dragon Fist truly lives up to its reputation. However, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. A person comprehending the Tao suddenly opened his eyes. His voice contained the sound of the great Tao. At first, Xiao Chun did not care. Then, it gradually became deafening like a great bell, dong dong dong, accompanied by the rumbling great Tao, surging and roaring like a surging river. It was just one sentence, but it made Xiao Chen's qi and blood surge. He vaguely felt cracks appear in his internal organs. As his qi and blood surged, his face flushed and his throat tasted sweet. He could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. The Tao voice spread out, scattering the clouds and the surroundings and spreading throughout the entire divine capital. In an instant, Many cultivators cultivating in their caves opened their eyes and looked towards the comprehension platform. They were all surprised. Isn't Mu Yunju coming out of closed-door cultivation tomorrow? Something's not right. It seems like someone interrupted him. I wonder who it is. Interesting. Mu Yunju seems to have gained a lot from this comprehending. Let's go take a look. Several super faction members felt somewhat curious. They either went to the highest floors of their residences or flew over, wanting to see what was going on. Pussy-eye. In the end, Xiao Chan could not hold back and vomited a mouthful of blood. As Xiao Chan knelt on one knee, the Tao voice lingered in his ears, lingering for a long time. The other party's great Tao directly merged with his soul energy and entered deep into Xiao Chen's soul pool. With just one sentence, it achieved the effect of Xiao Chen's candle dragon eyes. Senior Brother Mu. Seeing this person open his eyes, the other profound Heaven Holy Land disciples quickly knelt in horror. We are useless. Someone interrupted Senior Brother Mu's comprehension. Senior Brother, please punish us. Hong Tao showed a horrified expression, not daring to look. He really should not have done this. Had he known, he would have attacked together and directly chased this trash away. Hong Tao only hated himself for underestimating the other party. Unexpectedly, a Heavenly Alliance newcomer grasped such a terrifying fist technique. Stand up and speak. Kneeling before an outsider is unbecoming, Mu Yunju said indifferently as he slowly stood up. Mu Yunju said indifferently as he slowly stood up. He wore profound robes of alternating blue and white. Mu Yunju's expression was stern, and he gave off a frightening sharpness. So, it is a Heavenly Alliance newcomer. It's over. He just arrived, and he already obtained the profound Heaven Holy Land's Mu Yunju. This Mu Yunju ranks third among the 200-odd people of the profound Heaven Holy Land. He is terrifyingly strong. How can a newcomer who just entered the faux god world block him? Some of the onlookers sighed after seeing from afar. Mu Yunju looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chun, who knelt on one knee. His expression turned cold, and disgust flashed in his eyes. Where did this dog come from? How ignorant! Scram! Mu Yunju, try and touch him if you dare. Just as Mu Yunju prepared to attack, a melodious, pleasing voice rang out from the 100,000 steps. Her voice was pleasing to the ear, but the anger and killing intent in her voice caused one to tremble in fear and tremble all over. Mu Yunju's expression changed slightly, and his movements paused. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Why is this person from the Bushin Palace suddenly interfering in the profound Heaven Holy Lands matters? Chapter 21-21. The first thing to appear on the 100,000 steps was a small bird covered in feathers that looked like burning flames, glistening with golden light. The moment this bird appeared, the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples on the comprehension platform retreated in horror. Even Mu Yunju's expression changed slightly. However, he did not move back. Soon after, the main character appeared. It was a petite girl with an impressive figure and a youthful face. The person who arrived was the Golden Crow Empire's solar divine daughter, Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao glanced at Mu Yunju and said coldly, "You'd best pray that nothing happens to him." While Mu Yunju spoke, Ao Jiao strode over to Xiao Chen's side to check on Xiao Chen's condition. The other party's Tao voice invaded Xiao Chen's soul pool, causing his soul to be shaken. It was somewhat difficult to treat, but it was not a fatal injury. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen was fine. Unexpectedly, when we meet again, it would be in such a situation. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Upon hearing Ao Jiao's voice, Xiao Chen knew that the other party had arrived. He felt somewhat embarrassed, letting the other party see his weak side. However, such thoughts only existed for an instant. Xiao Chen's joy at seeing Ao Jiao again diluted it. Seeing that Xiao Chen was fine, Ao Jiao's worried heart immediately relaxed. She glared at Xiao Chen and said, "Idiot, what are you saying? If I were one step later, you would have fallen off these 100,000 steps. That would be very painful." A scene of him rolling down the 100,000 steps and falling to the ground appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chun rolled down 100,000 steps and fell to the ground. Before he could get up, Ao Jiao happened to see this scene. Xiao Chun immediately smiled faintly. In comparison, his current situation was much better. How did you get here? Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity. Being able to see Ao Jiao in the faux god world was truly a pleasant surprise. Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "Don't you know? The 8 great empires are backed by the Bushan Palace. After I met the requirements, I naturally could enter." Xiao Chun suddenly understood. Actually, as long as he thought about it carefully, he would be able to figure it out. He hadn't seen Ao Jiao for a long time, and his brain wasn't working well. The disciples of the super forces who were watching from the outside were all stunned. They had never expected that the Bushin Palace's Ao Jiao would stand up for a newcomer from the Sky Alliance. Damn, what's the background of this newcomer? The Sun Goddess seems to have known him for a long time. It can't be. My goddess is gone just like that. It's hard to say. Judging from their words and actions, they clearly have a close relationship. Many disciples of the super forces looked at the Enlightenment platform with envy and confusion. I say, are the two of you done being intimate? Mu Yunju's expression turned somewhat unsightly. It was already bad enough that Ao Jiao stopped him from making a move. However, after she arrived, she completely ignored his existence. When Ao Jiao heard that, she turned around and said, "Mu Yunju, since you are done comprehending, don't occupy the comprehension platform. Earlier, everyone gave you face and did not want to disturb your comprehension. Don't think that this comprehension platform really belongs to your profound heaven holy land. What if I don't leave?" Mu Yunju's lips curled up slightly as he smiled coldly. "You interrupted my comprehension, and you want to chase me away? Ao Jiao, do you really think that I, Mu Yunju, fear you?" Whoosh! Before Ao Jiao could say anything, Little Yellow Feather gently spread its wings. Immediately, rings of resplendent, solar true flame flew towards the profound Heaven Holy Land's people. Whoosh! 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 A strong wind blew, and the solar true flame containing divine might spread out, surging over with vast divine might. Mu Yunju threw a palm strike and scattered most of the solar true flame. However, he was still forced back several steps. While Mu Yunju was fine, the other profound Heaven Holy Land disciples found this somewhat unbearable, forced into a dead end. "Come back," Ao Jiao called out softly. Little Yellow Feather circled around and landed on Ao Jiao's shoulder. Golden Crow. Mu Yunju stared at Little Yellow Feather, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. How hateful! To think that such a pure-blooded holy beast actually appeared in the martial epic. Furthermore, it was tamed by someone. Although it was still young, with the help of this Golden Crow, they would not be able to gain any advantage against Ao Jiao. "Let's go," Mu Yunju said coldly. Mu Yunju said coldly. When he passed by Xiao Chun, his body paused slightly. Then, he said indifferently, "Trash. If not for hiding behind a woman, I would be able to destroy you with one hand." Xiao Chun said softly, "Is that so? In that case, try and pinch me." Mu Yunju immediately smiled coldly in his heart. "I was just waiting for you to say that." Then, he turned around and kicked up a strong wind at Xiao Chun, making it hard for Xiao Chun to open his eyes. "If you dare to exchange one move with me, I will only need one move. If I cannot defeat you, I'll give you 1,000 faux god coins." When Ao Jiao heard that, she raised her eyebrows but did not say anything. She understood Xiao Chun. He had always been calm and would not make a rash decision. She asked softly, "Are you confident?" "Right now, I am indeed not as strong as him. However, I should have no problem receiving one move from him." Ao Jiao nodded slightly and moved to the side without saying anything more. This was trust, the tacit understanding and trust that came from living together in the Kunlun realm for 20-odd years, going through life and death together. Is he seeking death? What is this? Mu Yunju has been in the faux god world for 4 years already. His light Dao domain has reached the 2nd layer, and his profound heaven art has reached the 3rd layer. Among the profound heaven holy land disciples, his strength is firmly within the top 5. Young people still cannot take the provocation. With the Golden Crow around, this Mu Yunju cannot touch him at all. To think that he took the initiative to jump out. When the many watching super faction disciples saw this scene, they all felt it strange. Even if it was just one move, if the difference in strength was too great, even if one could not kill in the divine capital, it would still be sufficient to make Shao Chun bedridden for a year and a half. Shao Chun had wasted a lot of cultivation time. In the faux god world, the most valuable thing for everyone was time. Shao Chun looked at Mu Yunju and asked, "How do we decide victory with one move?" Mu Yunju smiled coldly and said, "Whoever retreats loses. If you lose, I do not need you to do anything. If you do not retreat, consider it my loss. I will give you 1,000 faux god coins." Mu Yunju's words were filled with absolute confidence. He did not believe that Shao Chun could win at all. As long as Shao Chun dared to receive a palm strike from him, Mu Yunju was confident of severely injuring the other party to vent the hatred in his heart. It would be worth it. Shao Chun said indifferently, "I don't want your faux god coins. If you lose, you will roll off these 100,000 steps. Unfortunately, I can't lose. You simply don't know how big the gap between us is." Mu Yunju laughed maniacally and directly attacked. Whoosh! A resplendent light burst out of Mu Yunju's body. The comprehension platform gave off a light as dazzling as the sun. Everyone within 5,000 kilometers could feel the piercing light. At the same time, a terrifying Tao might erupted from Mu Yunju's body. Before Mu Yunju made a move, his Tao might was sufficient to knock many ordinary sovereign personages into the air. Light Tao Domain, peak second layer. No wonder Mu Yunju was so angry. It turns out that he was trying to break through to the Tao Domain's third layer on the comprehension platform. In the end, Shao Chun interrupted him. "You can't speak carelessly. Even if he was not interrupted, he might not be able to reach the Tao Domain's third layer. However, it looks like this Heavenly Alliance newcomer will definitely lose. Look at his Tao Domain. He has not even stabilized the first layer yet. The difference is too great." Before Mu Yunju made a move, the strong Tao might coming from him already made everyone think that Shao Chun had already lost. "I'll show you the true, profound Heaven Fist 100 seal opening," Mu Yunju roared. Then, he punched with his second layer light, Tao Domain. 100 profound seals formed a wave of light on the fist light and ferociously punched at Shao Chun. Wherever the fist light passed, a small world was formed, and it swept through everything before it. Even space itself was slightly warped and rippled like water. Terrifying. This punch allowed everyone to witness Mu Yunju's strong strength again. They now knew that while this person was arrogant, he did have the capital to be arrogant. "Idiot master, don't let him injure you." When Ao Jiao saw the situation, she frowned heavily. She could not help worrying for Shao Chun, afraid that he would get careless. Great Desolate Ian Bloodline, Alloy Battle Armor, only I am supreme. Shao Chun did not dare to be careless. He instantly activated his various trump cards. He instantly activated his Great Desolate Ian Bloodline, and the Alloy Battle Armor covered his entire body. In an instant, Silver Battle Armor covered Shao Chun's entire body. After that, without even thinking, Shao Chun stepped forward and used offense as defense. Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. The 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind Shao Chun. Then, he used the Supreme Dragon Fist's strongest killing move to clash. It was not over yet. Martial and soul as one. The instant Shao Chun attacked, he entered the state of martial and soul as one. The fist light that burst out immediately made the world pale. Aside from Shao Chun's fist light, only black and white remained on the comprehension platform. Bang! The two fists clashed, and a thunderous sound shook the surroundings. A terrifying light wave radiated in all directions. The ancient comprehension platform seemed to tremble slightly. Martial and soul as one. Be it the Alloy Battle Armor or the Great Desolate Ian Bloodline, they were not shocking. This was because everyone could feel the great desolate Ian bloodline in Shao Chun. Naturally, the people of the Heavenly Alliance would have alloy battle armor. Mu Yunju must have taken all this into account. However, be it Mu Yunju or the watching superfaction disciples, none of them expected Shao Chun to have comprehended martial and soul as one. This was a state that even sovereign emperors dreamed of. A resplendent light erupted from the comprehension platform. It was too piercing and eye-catching, preventing people from seeing the situation inside. Who lost? After Shao Chun entered the state of martial and soul as one, the crowd felt that something unexpected might happen in the originally one-sided situation. However, at this crucial moment, they could not see the situation inside. This immediately made them anxious. Chapter 21-22. When the light scattered, Shao Chen's and Mu Yunju's figures slowly appeared before everyone's eyes on the comprehension platform. Shao Chun retreated. However, the one who retreated was not Shao Chun, but Mu Yunju. One move to decide the victor. If Shao Chun could receive one move and not retreat, it would be Shao Chen's victory. However, no one expected Shao Chun to use offense as defense. He wore the alloy battle armor, activated his great desolate Ian bloodline, and used the Supreme Dragon Fist's strongest killing move under martial and soul as one to force Mu Yunju back. To think that Mu Yunju got knocked back. Mu Yunju paled on the comprehension platform. He had anticipated everything. He had even anticipated the horrifying eruption of the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, he had not expected Shao Chun to grasp the mysteries of martial and soul as one, perfectly merging the will of soul and the martial Tao. The will of the martial Tao was boundlessly ethereal. Only cultivators with an extremely high mental state, able to discern their true self at all times, could sense it. Many people cultivated their entire lives, only knowing how to get stronger. They might not even sense their own will of the martial Tao when they died. It was already extremely rare for one to sense one's own will of the martial Tao. Furthermore, one could perfectly merge it with the will of soul. This was a level that anyone would be envious of. Whoosh! A golden light flowed in Shao Chen's eyes as he withdrew his move and moved back. A trace of his will appeared at the corner of his lips. Honestly speaking, Mu Yunju's injuries were even more severe than the other parties. This was how offensive techniques worked. After continuously receiving injuries, one's aura would always be stronger than the other parties. Injuring the enemy by 1,000 while injuring oneself by 800 was unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. If the other party's cultivation was much higher than his, he might not be able to last before the other party died. Mu Yunju, it is already clear who won and who lost. You can scram now. Ao Jiao walked over. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled into crescent moons, her youthful face filled with mischief. Mu Yunju gritted his teeth, showing an uncertain expression. Getting off before everyone was a great humiliation. How could Mu Yunju do such an embarrassing thing? However, he was the one who suggested this bet. If he did not do it, no one would believe him in the future. He would not be able to survive in the faux god world. Senior brother, I'll scram for you. Hong Tao, who was at the side, felt anxious. Mu Yunju was one of the faces of the profound Heaven Holy Land. If he left, the profound Heaven Holy Land would lose a lot of face. Without waiting for Mu Yunju's reply, Hong Tao rolled on the ground and landed on the 100,000 steps. Come back, Mu Yunju shouted and forcibly grabbed Hong Tao. Then he said, I'll scram by myself. After that, Mu Yunju looked coldly at Shao Chun and said sullenly, Today you made me scram down these 100,000 steps. Next time, I, Mu Yunju, will make you kneel down step by step on these 100,000 steps. Looking at the grievances he had suffered, his face was filled with unwillingness, and he wanted to work hard. Shao Chun could not bear to watch this any longer. He said indifferently, Interesting. You have two mouths, but you have already said everything. Even if you admit defeat, you still have to gnash your teeth in anger. Who was it that thought that my cultivation was low and wanted to provoke me into a bet to teach me a lesson? Isn't it you, Mu Yinzhu? Who was it that monopolized the comprehension platform, acting tyrannically and wanting to teach someone a lesson after coming to take a look? Now, you dug a hole for yourself, and you still want to take revenge on me. Mu Yinzhu, this is all you are capable of. Quickly scram. Have you not embarrassed yourself enough? You. Mu Yinzhu felt ashamed of himself. His face flushed red, appearing flustered and exasperated. You're not convinced? Do you think that I only won against you with martial and soul as one? You only won against me because you came to the faux god world a few years earlier. Give me half a year, and I will be able to defeat you. Xiao Chun believed that he would have no problem defeating such a narrow-minded person who dragged his feet in half a year. If Mu Yunzhu had immediately scrammed off without saying anything else, Xiao Chun would have a higher opinion of him and remind him to be careful of this person in the future. Now that Mu Yunzhu acted like this, he could not even afford to lose. How could he be magnanimous? Very well. Mu Yunzhu, will give you half a year. After half a year, I will definitely wash away today's humiliation. Dong, dong, dong. Mu Yunzhu felt extremely sullen. Right after he spoke, he did not say anything more, just scramming off with a sullen expression. Senior brother, the profound Heaven Holy Lands people immediately panicked. They looked at Xiao Chun and said, "You are dead for sure. This girl has less than half a year left in the faux god world. Let's see what you will do then." After glaring at Xiao Chun, these people quickly chased after Mu Yunzhu. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Ao Jiao and said, "You are leaving in half a year? Is that half a year in the outside world or half a year in the faux god world?" During the half a year in the faux god world, the members of the other super factions can enter the faux god world. As long as they meet the requirements, they can enter. There are many slots. There is no need to be like the Heavenly Alliance, which uses up all the slots for the next 500 years. Now that I think about it, I have been here for a long time already. Ao Jiao revealed a smile as she explained to Xiao Chun. Unfortunately, they managed to meet each other after so much difficulty. To think that they could only interact for half a year. Actually, there is no need to find it unfortunate. After you leave, you can come to the Golden Crow Empire to look for me at any time. I only need to wait for you in the outside world for 1 year. Oh, right, Lu Ryue came to the faux god world as well. However, she does not seem to remember anything. She has no impression of me at all. Ao Jiao said with wide eyes, finding it strange. Xiao Chun felt excited. He had not expected Lu Ryue to come to the faux god world as well. However, after thinking about it, the 8 great empires all relied on the Bushin Palace. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Chun would enter the Bushin Palace as well. Perhaps he would enter the faux god world through the Bushin Palace. It would not be strange for Lu Ryue to come. What's wrong with you? Why are you so calm after hearing that Lu Ryue is here? Ao Jiao asked with a smile as she blinked. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and said somewhat dispiritedly, "I already met her. The White Dragon King sealed her memories, so she does not have much of an impression of me. I do not know how to face her either. I can only help her recover her memories after I grow stronger." "You are really silly. I heard that she is still single and has rejected countless suitors. How could it be that easy to forget her memories of Qing and Peak? There are definitely some unforgettable feelings in there. Can you try to get her back? She is still single now, but what if she gets abducted before she recovers her memories? You won't even be able to cry then." Ao Jiao scolded Xiao Chun, rendering him speechless. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. It made sense. However, he was not very good at this. I'll slow down first. Since the comprehension platform is empty, I'll comprehend my Tao first. Xiao Chun did not have any good ideas for now. He could only make a mental note and finish what he was doing first. Seeing Xiao Chun sitting cross-legged on a true god prayer mat, Ao Jiao sighed helplessly. However, when she saw a little yellow feather flying over, she smiled happily. What a fool. He is still as silly as before. Little yellow feather, don't you think so? Xiao Chun was indeed silly, as silly clumsy blockhead. However, he was still him. He was still the trashy master that made Ao Jiao worry for him, helpless and heartbroken. Little Yellow Feather's disdainful voice rang out in Ao Jiao's mind. He is definitely stupid, but not necessarily silly. Back then, if not for this little brother fanning the flames, who knows when this foolish fellow would have arrived on the island. Fortunately, he did something in the end. He is not hopelessly stupid. When Ao Jiao heard that, she immediately blushed slightly. She said bashfully, "If you keep speaking nonsense, I'll hit you." "Ha ha ha. I'm not speaking nonsense. It's the truth. Ha." The young woman and the golden crow happily played around on the comprehension platform. After a while, Ao Jiao grabbed Little Yellow Feather and said, "That's enough. Don't be noisy. Xiao Chun is comprehending." "All right, I won't be noisy. I won't be noisy. Ga, Ga, Ga." Just at this moment, a strange cry rang out. A scarlet light appeared on Xiao Chen's body. The demon blood vulture appeared with bloodshot eyes. Then, it flew towards the golden crow excitedly. "Ga, Ga, Ga, Ga." Ao Jiao frowned slightly. This should be Xiao Chen's demonic pet. However, why does it feel somewhat silly? Golden Crow. Golden Crow. The demon blood vulture was a mutated demonic pet with a trace of a divine beast bloodline. It immediately felt the pure divine might from the golden crow and could not control its excitement. This situation was like a human cultivator seeing an idol that they worshipped for a long time. "Who are you?" "Big brother. I'm the demon blood vulture." When the demon blood vulture saw that the golden crow actually responded to it, it immediately became even more excited. "That's not right. I should call you Bird King. Golden Feather Great King, I'll follow you." "Ha ha ha. That's easy, that's easy. Your master used to follow me as well. You have good eyes. I'll take in this little brother." Little Yellow Feather cackled. Chapter 21-23. Tao Comprehension Platform. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the true God praying mat. Soon, he felt the Tao rhyme contained within the praying mat, which spread out in front of him like an ocean. It was like he was sitting cross-legged in a sea formed by the Tao, forgetting himself and the world. He opened his mind, and all he could see were the Tao marks left behind by the various experts and seniors, and they formed a myriad of phenomena and worlds. The thousands of Taos appeared incredibly complicated. Xiao Chen calmed his heart and sought the Tao. In this world, he materialized the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique in Immortal realm. In an instant, the myriad of phenomena disappeared, leaving only Xiao Chen's phenomenon in the human world. With the nurturing of the Grand Tao Ocean, Xiao Chen was able to develop all sorts of thoughts in his heart to the limit. It was truly boundlessly profound, causing one to click one's tongue in wonder and forget everything as they immersed themselves within it. After a while, he turned into a Buddha. His face was expressionless as he looked around coldly. Who is in the human world? Buddha is in the human world. He used the swastika Buddha seal to summon the supreme killing Buddha to descend into the world. With the might of the Buddha, he shocked the world and stabilized the seas and 8 desolate lands. A moment later, killing intent filled the sky and gathered at the swastika on his forehead. Who is in the human world? I am in the human world. The Buddha is me, and I am the Buddha. With the saber in my hand, I walk the world on behalf of the Buddha, subduing demons and vanquishing demons. As the mysterious phenomena materialized became more and more varied, Xiao Chen gradually came to a realization. So that's how it is. Whether Buddha is in the human world or I am in the human world, it doesn't matter. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 4th move in Immortal realm depended on how one comprehended it and what to choose. On the other hand, the Buddha in the human world was inclined towards defense and deterrence. It summoned the killing Buddha to defend against attacks from all directions and deterred the small evils in the human world. When I am in the mortal world, my murderous intent is even heavier. I am walking the mortal world on behalf of Buddha. I am Buddha, and Buddha is me. The saber in my hand can start a massacre. Those who do not respect me are all evil demons. How domineering. After Xiao Chun understood this, he was somewhat astonished. He did not expect that the Buddhist sect, which was known for its benevolence and virtue, would have such a tyrannical martial technique. But on second thought, there was no need to make a fuss about it. Only the strong could be merciful, because only the unrivaled could make a merciful choice. The weak couldn't even survive themselves, so how could they be merciful? How could they pity others? The phrase Buddha is merciful was actually the truth of Buddhism. The strong were invincible and compassionate. The weak were useless and begged for their lives. Xiao Chun didn't want to think too deeply about such profound principles. Right now, he had two choices in front of him. Am I in the human world, or is Buddha in the human world? One was attacking while the other was defending. After pondering for a while, Xiao Chun made a choice. He chose to guard the Buddha in the human world. Xiao. After making his choice, the mysterious phenomena that he had conjured all disappeared, leaving only a single one. It was an unparalleled killing Buddha. It turned into a strand of Buddhist light and entered the space between Xiao Chen's brows. The true meaning of being in the mortal realm was comprehended at this point. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked around. There were already many people sitting on the prayer mats beside him. Looking around, Ao Jiao and the blonde had already disappeared from the enlightenment platform. After capturing someone, Xiao Chen asked, "This brother, do you know how long I have been comprehending on this enlightenment platform? The Heavenly Alliances, Xiao Chen?" That person initially appeared somewhat impatient. However, when he saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he asked uncertainly, "That is me. So it is you. 1 month has already passed since your conflict with Mu Yunju. You're really something. You just arrived, and you already made Mu Yunju roll off the enlightenment platform. You ended up benefiting us. However, speaking of which, you have to be careful. Mu Yunju already said that he would come and look for you half a year later." It turned out that 1 month had already passed. This made sense. On the Enlightenment Sea, Xiao Chun materialized the various mysterious phenomena in the human world to their limits. Finally, he confirmed the two correct choices. Immersed in it, Xiao Chun forgot about the flow of time. "Many thanks." Xiao Chun expressed his thanks and left alone. After 1 month, Ao Jiao should have returned already. In the Void God realm, everyone only had 10 years of time. Time was limited, and no one could waste it. Without thinking too much, Xiao Chun headed back to his residence. Xiao Chun had started practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 4th move in the mortal realm in the drill ground of his residence. He had already comprehended the true meaning of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique on the comprehension platform. Xiao Chun executed it in one go without any hindrance. He had chosen Buddha in the world, so it was destined that this move would not be able to cause too much damage. It was more focused on defense and deterrence. However, this effect was what Xiao Chun wanted. In terms of killing, the might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 3rd move, entering hell, was already sufficient as a powerful killing move. The various saber moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques did not differ in strength. Each move had its own specialties, suitable for specific environments. There was no difference in strength. Every move was a killer move that could be used as a trump card. As he became more familiar with the mortal realm, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and entered deep thought. Each move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique could be a killing move. However, one could not directly use a killing move in a regular fight. Furthermore, one could not keep up with the expenditure. In the past, Xiao Chun had the 1,000 army break to make up for this. However, now that he was a sovereign personage, the 1,000 army break clearly could not keep up with his cultivation. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, one could obtain cultivation techniques, martial techniques, divine weapons, and any other resources one wanted. Of course, one needed faux god coins. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Xiao Chun saw a figure approaching from afar, flying towards him. It was Ao Jiao. When Xiao Chun saw the other party, he waved his hand and removed the restriction around his residence. Congratulations. Those who can last 1 month on the comprehension platform must have gained something. Xiao Chan said with a smile. After Ao Jiao landed, she said with a smile. Little Yellow Feather and the demon blood vulture chased after her in the air. Xiao Chen took a look and fixed his gaze on Ao Jiao. Then he smiled softly and said, Fortunately, I comprehended the true meaning of a killing move. I did not waste 1 month. Ao Jiao suggested to Xiao Chun, Let's go. Let's go to the trial tower. Most newcomers would go to the trial tower first after familiarizing themselves with it. Firstly, they could verify their strength, and secondly, earn faux god coins. Should I go after some time? I still have room for improvement. The Holy Domain envoy once introduced the trial tower to Xiao Chun. It was the first way for newcomers to earn faux god coins. However, Xiao Chun feared that the faux god world had a limit. If he was not strong enough, he would be wasting this opportunity. It's fine. The trial tower does not have a limit. We can go at any time. Let's go then. After chatting for a while, the two arrived before the trial tower in the divine capital. The Tower of Trials was situated in the middle of the largest lake in the divine capital. A small path paved with bamboo and would lead directly to the Tower of Trials. This was a pagoda made of jade. It had a total of 81 floors, looking like a sword piercing the clouds. The trial tower had not opened yet, so many cultivators gathered at the entrance. Most of them were from the Heavenly Alliance, waiting in line. As Xiao Chan sized up the trial tower, he asked out of curiosity, How do I earn faux god coins? Ao Jiao explained, You will obtain the corresponding faux god coins by breaking through the corresponding floor. Everyone has only one chance. This is the basic faux god coins. On top of this, if one performs well, there will be additional rewards. Perform well? Yes. The time taken to clear each floor is recorded. If you can enter the top 10, it will be considered an outstanding performance. If you can break the record, it will be incredible. You will obtain a large number of faux god coins. You might even attract the attention of the older generation faux gods, who will give you pointers behind closed doors in the faux god world. So that was the case. The trial tower really had many benefits. Not only could one test one's strength, but one could also obtain faux god coins. If one performed well, one could even attract the attention of faux god powerhouses. Xiao Chun. Several people from the Heavenly Alliance recognized Xiao Chun. They had gotten to know each other on the way here. When they saw Xiao Chun arrive, they greeted him. Xiao Chun nodded slightly and responded to all of them. Suddenly, Xiao Chun noticed a stone stele in front of the trial tower. Many people were looking at it. This is the glory stele. The names of the record holders of each floor are recorded there. Xiao Chun went over and looked from top to bottom. The top row was empty. There was no record of anyone clearing the 81st floor. Xiao Chun continued looking, and a familiar yet unfamiliar name entered his eyes. The record holder of the 80th floor, the Universe Origin Sex, Chu Chaoyan. Xiao Chun was stunned for a while. Then he muttered, Is this the Chu Chaoyan I know? Chapter 21-24. Chu Chaoyan? Is that the Chu Chaoyan I know? Ordinary people could not come into contact with the 8 super factions. They only knew of their existence on the surface. The Universe Origin Sex faction on the surface was the Tianwu dynasty of the 3 dynasties, a major faction that ruled the Central Great Realm. The person who broke the Trial Tower's 80th floor record was the Universe Origin Sex, Chu Chaoyan. That was to say, if Xiao Chen's guess was right, he should be from the Tianwu dynasty. He might be the Chu Chaoyan that Xiao Chen knew. The one who used the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind to come to the Great Thousand Realms from the Kunlun realm was Chu Chaoyan. Ao Jiao gave Xiao Chen a definite answer. Then she said softly, That's right. It is that Chu Chaoyan that you know. I met him once 5 years ago. However, he caught the eye of a powerhouse in the faux god world long ago and received closed-door guidance. It is hard to say whether he is still in the faux god world or not. It really is him. Xiao Chun could not help recalling. After a while, he asked, Why do you say that it is hard to say whether he is still in the faux god world or not? Ao Jiao explained, According to the rules of the faux god world, after one becomes a divine vein realm's sovereign emperor, one has to leave even before the 10 years are up. Chu Chaoyan possesses outstanding talent. but I am not sure. Furthermore, he received closed-door guidance from a powerhouse in the faux god world. He might have already become a divine vein realm sovereign emperor. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt stunned. Ao Jiao's words immediately shocked him. After not meeting for so many years, Chu Chaoyan has actually become so strong already? If that was really the case, there was only one possibility. Chu Chaoyan should have come into contact with the Tianwu dynasty's royal court. In the past few years, Chu Chaoyan had been enjoying the resources of the royal court. Then, he entered the Universe Origin sect and was sent to the faux god world. This put some pressure on Xiao Chun, but he did not feel too anxious. Xiao Chun had an acquired divine body and a grade 8 blue dragon bloodline. His cultivation would definitely improve slower than others. If Xiao Chun had the same physical body as the others, he would have reached peak sovereign personage long ago. Right now, he was neither in a rush nor too slow. If he continued walking down his own path, he would eventually be able to achieve what he wanted. Xiao Chun was full of confidence in himself. These 10 years in the faux god realm would be the most crucial time for him to climb to the peak. As Xiao Chun continued to read on the honor stele, he discovered that the fastest record for many levels was Chu Chaoyan. This guy, I really want to meet him. Xiao Chun was slightly shocked and said softly. The other Heavenly Alliance members were similarly shocked at this name that appeared many times, appearing somewhat envious. Indeed, the other super factions have deeper accumulations. There is no one from my Heavenly Alliance on this record stele. I heard that you can't use alloy battle armor in the trial tower. You can choose your own weapon, but all other treasures are prohibited. However, we have 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages in our batch. Perhaps we can change things. I hope so. As the crowd discussed, an old man with white eyebrows and a beard walked out of the trial tower. He looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "So, the Heavenly Alliance's newcomers have arrived. No wonder there are so many people here this time." Clearly, the white-bearded old man was the person in charge of the trial tower. After explaining the rules to the crowd, he said, "This trial tower can only allow a maximum of 5 people to enter at a time. Remember not to use any secret treasures aside from weapons after you enter. I will not say anything else. Do as you please." Right after the white-bearded old man spoke, 5 people immediately stepped forward and entered the trial tower, appearing very confident. However, in less than 15 minutes, the first person to be eliminated appeared with an unsightly expression. He was eliminated on the first floor. Time passed slowly. At first, everyone was eager to try. However, their expressions slowly turned grave. For hours later, most people were stuck on the first floor. Only 2 or 3 people managed to break through to the second floor. However, no one managed to break through to the third floor. The difficulty surpassed everyone's expectations. The white-bearded old man smiled and said, "Don't be shocked. There is a small hurdle every 3 floors of the trial tower, and a large hurdle every 9 floors. Most newcomers stop at the 3rd floor. If you can break through to the 3rd floor on your first attempt, that would already be extremely incredible. So, that is the case. Then, what will happen if I break through to the 6th floor on my first attempt? If you break through to the 6th floor on your first attempt, then all the faux god powerhouses in the entire holy domain will fight to recruit you." The old man stroked his beard and laughed softly. Clearly, he did not believe that anyone could break through to the 6th floor on their first attempt. As Xiao Chun looked at the trial tower, he entered deep thought. Is it really that difficult? Look, someone broke through to the 3rd floor. It must be Saber Demon Wu Meng. A spot of light flickered on the trial tower's 4th floor. Of the 5 people in there, only Saber Demon Wu Meng possessed such strength. 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. Saber Demon Wu Meng moved like a hot knife through butter. After breaking through to the 3rd floor, he continued on to the 2nd floor. However, he did not last long on the 6th floor before being defeated. Whoosh! Wu Meng appeared somewhat fatigued. However, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes as he said, "Great!" The white-bearded old man's expression changed slightly, and his eyes lit up as well. Even the other super factions, people who managed to make it to the 6th floor on their first attempt, were rare. Spear Sovereign Mou and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan entered the trial tower one after another. The two did not disappoint, making it to the 6th floor. However, they also did not last long before being defeated. Of the Heavenly Alliance's 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages, only Grim Reaper Lin Feng remained. Lin Feng showed an indifferent expression. His eyes were dull and lifeless, devoid of color. No one dared to look at him. Whoosh! Without any warning, Zhang Xian entered the trial tower without a sound or warning. The white-bearded old man felt slightly startled. His eyelids twitched as he exclaimed, "Death Dao Domain." After Lin Feng entered the trial tower, the many faux god powerhouses and closed-door cultivation in the floating palaces in the sky of the divine capital opened their eyes. Before Grim Reaper Lin Feng entered the faux god world, many holy domain faux gods already knew his name. Many people thought highly of him, a descendant who could comprehend the Death Dao domain. Such a person would definitely become a sovereign emperor. If he could light up his divine flame in the future and advance to faux god, he would immediately soar. Lin Feng was a rare good sapling. Whether it was taking him in as a disciple or as a nominal disciple, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Ao Jiao said after some thought, "How strong. To think that a demonic genius appeared in your heavenly alliance. I believe that as long as he makes it to the 6th floor, a faux god will definitely appear and give him closed-door guidance." A faux god time was very precious. In the holy domain's divine capital, being able to receive a faux god's closed-door guidance was an extremely high honor and rare. Xiao Chun said softly, "This person is indeed very strong. However, his character is somewhat strange. I have practically never seen him speak. The murderous aura on his body is even more terrifying, but there seems to be an aura on him that I'm very familiar with." A very familiar aura? Yes. However, there is no need to look into this. Let's see how many floors he can make it to. Before everyone's anticipation, Lin Feng, who was known as the Grim Reaper, fought steadily, living up to everyone's expectations. He broke through the 1st floor, the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, and the 5th floor. Soon, he arrived at the crucial 6th floor. Saber Demon Wu Meng, Spear Sovereign Mou, and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan all looked somewhat nervous. Previously, the 4 had been equally famous. The 3 of them had been eliminated on the 6th floor. If Lin Feng passed the 6th level, it would undoubtedly mean that Lin Feng's strength was a level higher than theirs. The proud and arrogant people would definitely find this hard to accept. Time passed slowly. Soon, Lin Feng lasted longer than Saber, Demon Wu Meng, and the others on the 6th floor. Is this fellow really going to break through to the 6th floor? Saber, Demon Wu Meng, said with a frown. He had personally experienced the horrors of the 6th floor and naturally knew. Whoosh! Just as Wu Meng, Mou, and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan felt uncertain, a light flashed in the trial tower, and a spot of light appeared on the 7th floor. Lin Feng broke through. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. He really broke through to the 6th floor. Entering the holy domain's divine capital with such a person placed a mountain of pressure on them. After breaking through to the 6th floor, Lin Feng remained on the 7th floor for several times longer than on the 6th floor. Clearly, he was already a spent force. However, Lin Feng forcefully broke through again and charged to the 8th floor. Then, before everyone's shocked gazes, he stepped onto the 9th floor. Even the jaws of the disciples of the other super factions nearly fell off in shock. This was Lin Feng's first time entering the trial tower, and he already charged to the 9th floor. This was truly horrifying. However, the miracle ended here. Lin Feng failed on the 9th floor. The instant Lin Feng was sent out of the trial tower, 4 faux god experts descended from the sky. After they appeared, they extended invitations to him. The strong auras of faux gods pressured others to the point of suffocation. However, the 4 faux gods before Lin Feng had smiles on their faces. They withdrew their auras and walked over. "Huh, I say, there is no need for the 4 of us to fight here." "That's true. This is not a good place to talk. Little friend Lin Feng, are you willing to move to another place to talk? Some hesitation flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Then he nodded silently. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, these faux gods and Lin Feng vanished from everyone's sight. Damn! To think that 4 faux gods took a fancy to him at the same time. When the disciples of the other super faction saw this scene, they felt somewhat envious and went crazy. Compared to the people who came to the Heavenly Alliance in the beginning, they knew very well what kind of honor it was to be favored by a faux god expert. The benefits of being able to get a faux god expert to give up their precious time to provide closed-door guidance were endless. Only geniuses among geniuses were qualified to be favored by a faux god expert and willing to spend time to give pointers. Under normal circumstances, faux gods would not even be willing to spare a few more glances at a sovereign personage that they looked down on. Saber, Demon Wu Meng, Gongzi Lan, and the other 2 felt somewhat helpless as they watched the 4 faux god experts invite Lin Feng away. Gongzi Lan said somewhat unhappily, I can already condense divine energy in advance. Why are no faux god experts interested in me? Wu Meng smiled mockingly and said, save it. Your little tricks are nothing before a divine vein realm sovereign emperor. What more a faux god expert? Humph! I will prove it to everyone. Gongzi Lan snorted coldly and turned to leave. His pride must have suffered a huge blow. Chapter 21-25. On his first attempt, he managed to clear the trial tower's 6th floor in one go, attracting the attention of 4 faux god experts. The main reason why Lin Feng could attract 4 faux god experts at once was not because he had broken through to the 6th layer, but because his name had already spread in some circles of the faux god world before he came. High-level Great Daos were existences that were much stronger than elemental Great Daos. Very few faux gods could comprehend high-level Great Dao. However, once they did, it would be incredible. Without exception, they were definitely the top few faux gods, existences so strong that they were suffocating. For a seedling like Lin Feng, he was still far from becoming a faux god. However, once he became a faux god, he would immediately surpass many older faux gods, and his status would rise infinitely. This was equivalent to a commoner in the secular world who had the fate of the Son of Heaven. Roping them in and building a good relationship with them would only bring benefits and no harm. Coupled with his outstanding talent, faux god experts were naturally willing to spend time to guide such a person. If you put yourself in his shoes, you would understand. However, even if they understood this, the Heavenly Alliance members and a few members of the other super factions still felt shocked. Xiao Chen, what do you think? Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chen mischievously. In the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm, it was the others who looked up to Xiao Chen. Anyone who lived in the same era as him would feel great pressure, forever seeing Xiao Chen's back. After arriving in the faux god world, Xiao Chen became one of the many people watching the backs of others like everyone else. Xiao Chen understood the meaning behind Ao Jiao's words and said, I'm used to it. After coming to the boundless world, I've had too many similar experiences. The other monstrous geniuses of the Great Thousand Realms had given Xiao Chen many surprises and shocks. He was already used to it. There was no need to be envious or jealous of others. If Xiao Chen exposed the state of cycle in the Heavenly Alliance's test, he would receive the same amount of attention as Grim Reaper Lin Feng. But there was no need. Many years ago, Xiao Chen understood that people had to live for themselves. Xiao Chen had only just comprehended the state of cycle. He was far from being able to bring it out. He just had to follow his own rhythm and walk step by step. He couldn't let mundane matters mess up his state of mind. Ao Jiao smiled and did not mention it. She said in a deep voice, how many rounds do you think you can pass this time? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After thinking seriously for a while, he said, not counting some trump cards, my strength is weaker than Gongzi Lan, Mou, and Saber Demon Wu Meng. If nothing unexpected happens, I should stop at the 6th layer. Breaking through the 3rd layer shouldn't be a problem. Most people would not be able to pass the 3rd level of the trial tower on their first attempt. Of the 100-odd people in the Heavenly Alliance, only 4 or 5 managed to clear the 3rd floor. Aside from Lin Feng, Only Gongzi Land's group of 3 managed to make it to the 6th floor. White-robed Xiao Chun, why aren't you going to challenge the trial? As the two chatted, Xiao Chun saw Spear King Mou and Saber Demon Wu Meng walking over. The one who spoke was Saber Demon Wu Meng. He was a rather strong and forthright man. However, the two had not interacted before. Now that Saber Demon Wu Meng took the initiative to come over, Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised. Xiao Chun nodded slightly and said, "There's no rush. I made a bet with Mou that you could make it to the 6th floor. He did not believe it and looked down on you." Saber Demon Wu Meng smiled. He radiated a strong, murderous chi, looking ferocious. Although this smile was meant to express friendliness, it still looked very scary. Mou, who carried a spear on his back, showed an indifferent expression, his gaze cold. His aura was similar to Lin Feng's. However, there was still a fundamental difference. Mou cultivated the Ice Great Tao, so his character was naturally like this, unlike Mou, who had no color in his eyes. Mou said coldly, "Don't try to drive a wedge between us. In my eyes, Xiao Chun is an opponent on the same level as Lin Feng. However, he still lacks some time." Wu Meng smiled and said, "Aha, I don't care about that. In any case, you might not believe that Xiao Chun can make it to the 6th floor, but I do. Xiao Chun, don't disappoint me. We made a bet of 100 faux god coins." Clearly, being thought highly of by an expert like Wu Meng was something to be happy about. Xiao Chun said, "I'll do my best." Not many people from the Heavenly Alliance had yet to enter the trial tower. After greeting the two, Xiao Chun headed for the trial tower. "Xiao Chun, I heard that he was the one who forced Mu Yunju down 100,000 steps 1 month ago. Cut it out. Senior Brother Mu was just careless. If not for the solar divine daughter of Bushin Palace relying on the Golden Crow Holy Beast, Senior Brother Mu would have been more than enough to suppress him with one hand. Senior Brother Mu would have been more than enough to suppress him with one hand. I heard that he is only 47 years old this year. He is like the geniuses of a universe origin sect and Bushin Palace, possessing boundless potential." Xiao Chen's appearance caused a huge commotion. It was unavoidable to mention what happened on the comprehension platform 1 month ago. Many of the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples immediately felt upset and started retorting. At the same time, at a palace high in the sky of the Holy Domain's divine capital, suddenly, an old man with an aged expression descended. This old man exuded a strong aura, and a vast saber intent radiated from his forehead. The old man walked out of the palace and smiled softly. "Shimu, you are here?" Shimu nodded and replied softly, "I heard that 2 excellent Bladesman saplings came from the Heavenly Alliance's batch of newcomers. It seems that they are here for the trial tower's opening this time. You are here to find an inheritor? I'm already old. I don't want the saber techniques that I spent so much effort on to not have an inheritor. Finding an inheritor is really difficult. You old fogey, aren't your standards too high? In the past few centuries, how many seedlings have we, your old friends, introduced to you? Even if there are not 10,000, there are at least 8 or 9,000 outstanding talents who want to inherit your legacy. However, you still look down on them." It was clear that the 2 old men had a good relationship. They did not hold back as they joked. "Faux God," Shimu shook his head slightly and said, "It is better to go without than to find someone suitable. They might as well stop me. Have they started yet?" Wu Meng already came out. "However, I've already recorded the entire process of him clearing the trial for you." The other one just entered. After the old man finished speaking, he handed a jade strip to Shimu. Shimu received the jade strip and gave it a cursory look. Then his eyes lit up. The other old man smiled and said, "This person is known as the Saber Demon in the Heavenly Alliance. When he executed his saber techniques, he was like a mad demon. His killing chi surged everywhere, and he did not hold back when he used it. However, he did not fall into the demonic Tao. Clearly, he could control it very well, showing finesse despite the coarseness. He is a rare genius in the saber technique. Not bad, not bad. This kind of crazed demonic energy is rare. He is a true bladesman with the heart of a bladesman. Shimu put away the jade strip and nodded in praise. However, he did not say anything. He asked, "What about the other person?" "The other person is equally incredible. He entered the Heavenly Alliance at the age of 47. He is known as the White Robe Bladesman. Although he is young, his saber techniques are experienced and steady. He walks his own saber Dao, which is different from the various schools of saber techniques." When introducing Xiao Chun, this old man was not stingy with his praise. Creating his own saber Dao, he is merely 47, and he wants to create his own saber Dao. He overestimates himself and is too boastful. Shimu frowned slightly when he heard that, feeling dissatisfied. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Coincidentally, he just entered the trial tower. How about we watch first? The other old man suggested. Shimu nodded and said, "Let's watch." Many of the youths nowadays are proud and arrogant. They refuse to submit to anyone and want to reach the sky in one step. They look down on all the senior powerhouses, thinking that they can create a Tao that surpasses the predecessors. In reality, they are just people who look at the sky from the bottom of a well. By the time they regret it, it will already be too late. The other old man's heart skipped a beat. My old friend, Shimu, hates people who bite off more than they can chew. It looks like it will be difficult for this Xiao Chun to gain Shimu's favor. Saber Demon Wu Meng's hopes were much higher. Inside the trial tower, Xiao Chun showed a calm expression as he entered the first floor. He did not know that two faux god experts were paying attention to his every move. Xiao Chun curiously sized up his surroundings. When he entered the first floor, a small light figure that looked like a realm spirit appeared before him. Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chun. Welcome to the trial tower. I am the item spirit responsible for maintaining the trial tower. As this is your first time challenging the trial tower, you do not have many privileges. Right now, you only have one privilege. You can choose the location of the first floor, desolate plains, desert, or grassland. Anything else? You only have these 3 privileges for now. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. The 3 locations were about the same. None of them suited his attributes. So, he could only choose one randomly. Desert. All right, the first floor's trial begins now. Good luck. Right after the trial tower's item spirit spoke, the scene before Xiao Chun suddenly changed. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast sea of sand. Chapter 21-26. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and yellow sand covered the ground. The boundless sand dunes looked like a golden sea. The content of the trial? As Xiao Chun stood in the sea of sand, he cautiously looked around. He thought about how to proceed in the upcoming trial, not daring to lower his guard. Although Xiao Chun was fully confident of clearing the 3rd floor, many people in the Heavenly Alliance had fallen on the 1st floor. However, many people in the Heavenly Alliance fell on the 1st floor as well. Xiao Chun could not be careless. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black-clad cultivator carrying 2 sabers on his back appeared from the sand behind Xiao Chun. Only his eyes were exposed as he charged at Xiao Chun. Amid rumbling sounds, a boundless sea of sand surged up like a tsunami behind the black-clad cultivator. This clearly showed the black-clad cultivator's aura. The instant the black-clad cultivator drew his sabers and chopped down, a terrifying, mysterious phenomenon materialized. The sky for 5,000 kilometers around instantly turned pitch black. The vast saber might contained terrifying pressure. The black-clad cultivator turned around and drew his saber, instantly spreading out his Thunder Dao domain. After blocking the other party's saber might, Xiao Chun easily blocked the other party's sabers with his tyrant saber. The sand under his feet did not move at all. Dang! 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 The black-clad mass cultivator did not stop at all after missing his first strike. The 2 sabers danced as he launched a frenzied attack in the air. Thunderclouds instantly covered the sky. Every move Xiao Chun made carried the power of lightning. This black-clad cultivator's attacks were very ferocious, catching others off guard. His saber techniques were exquisite, showing no obvious openings. Xiao Chun felt slightly stunned. He had not expected the other party to have a Thunder Dao domain as well. The usage of the two sabers also made his eyes light up. This is interesting. Xiao Chun revealed a smile as he temporarily dodged the attacks. As he retreated, he calmly analyzed his opponent's strength. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Xiao Chun dealt with the moves as they came, not flustered at all. The two clashed with their thunder, doubt domains, and their saber techniques, starting an intense battle in the vast yellow sand for 5,000 kilometers around. The other party's cultivation is higher than mine, and he has rich combat experience. He grasps the same thunder, Dao domain as me. He does not fear pain. It seems like the damage I inflicted on him does not affect him at all. Why does it feel like this matter is somewhat familiar? As Xiao Chun analyzed his opponent's strength, he was surprised to find the other party very familiar. The black and white eggs were combat puppets. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. The masked, black-clad cultivator before Xiao Chun seemed very similar to the black and white eggs. Could it be that the opponents he had to challenge in this experiential training were black and white eggs? Combat puppets similar to the black and white eggs? If that was the case, it was understandable why some people couldn't even pass the first trial. After all, 4 years ago, Xiao Chun had been mistreated by the black and white eggs for 4 years. Although the black-clad masked cultivator before Xiao Chun was much weaker than the black and white eggs and did not have the intelligence of the black and white eggs, he did not possess the strength of a faux god. However, it was normal for others to be defeated in the first round if they were unable to adapt quickly. If it's really as I guessed, then I've gained quite a bit of advantage from this trial. After all, Xiao Chun had fought the black and white eggs for 4 years and was very familiar with such combat puppets. It was like he had been on the trial for 4 years. Compared to the other rookies, he had a huge advantage. Don't worry, I'll take it slow. Xiao Chun thought of a possibility. This might be a huge opportunity before him, so he had to grasp it properly. Outside the trial tower, the many Heavenly Alliance members and the disciples of the other super factions watched Xiao Chen's trial. After all, Xiao Chun was the youngest member in the history of the Heavenly Alliance and caused a huge commotion 1 month ago. If Xiao Chun did not have any results in the trial, he would definitely be mocked by others. This was especially so for the profound Heaven Holy Lands people. They hoped that Xiao Chun would be eliminated on the first floor. In the palace in the sky, the old man across from faux god Shi Mu said indifferently, "It looks like this Xiao Chun is only so. He conforms to the norm and does not stand out at all." Unlike the people below, faux gods could directly see the situation inside the trial tower. The two faux gods could see Xiao Chen's every move. Not a single detail escaped their eyes. Shimu shook his head and said, "That's not it. You have to look at his eyes. They are clean and pure. From the start until now, they have been like an ancient well, rippling endlessly. Clearly, his mental state is extraordinary. The saber techniques he executed are even more exquisite." Exquisite? The old man across felt confused. Although he did not know much about the saber technique, he could tell that Xiao Chen's saber technique did not stand out at all. Shimu smiled faintly and said, "Yes, very exquisite." He was testing the strength of this combat puppet. However, while he was testing it, his saber technique not only stabilized the other party's attack, but he also grasped his strength perfectly. His control of strength was just right, not a bit more, not a bit less, not a bit more, not a bit less, not a bit wasted. It looks ordinary and unremarkable, but in reality, it is impossible without a solid foundation. Shimu was a faux god famed for his saber techniques. After all, his eyes were sharp and precise. At this point, Shimu already understood that his earlier evaluation of Xiao Chun was wrong. This Xiao Chun before him was definitely not an arrogant and overbearing person who bit off more than he could chew. However, this is the faux god world where all the outstanding talents of the world gather. He is pretty good now, but that is all. This is far from enough in the faux god world. Shimu, who set his sights very high, changed the topic and said indifferently. His meaning was clear. Xiao Chun was pretty good, but he was still too inexperienced. To others, he could be considered an outstanding talent. In Shimu's opinion, Xiao Chun was still somewhat lacking, not meeting the requirements to inherit his legacy. The old man across smiled faintly. It looked like the lucky person to inherit fiendish saber, Shimu's legacy, would be the Heavenly Alliance's Wu Ming. Trial Tower, amid the yellow sand for 5,000 kilometers. It is almost as I guessed. My opponents in this trial tower are the weakened versions of the black and white eggs. Since that is the case, there is no need to continue playing with them. With this thought, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed. The flawless Dao used the body as a saber, objects as a saber, and thoughts as a saber. In that instant, saber lights appeared all over Xiao Chen's body. His white clothes were sabers, his fine black hair was sabers, and the yellow sand filling the air was sabers. Everything was a saber. Kassier. One saber strike. Just one saber strike. Thousands of saber lights instantly stabbed the black-clad cultivator to death. Thousands of holes appeared on the black-clad cultivator's body. Blazing saber lights burst out of every hole. Kassier. The black-clad cultivator shattered into a pile of scrap. Indeed, it was a combat puppet. Inside the palace, the two foe gods watching Xiao Chun were indescribably shocked. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun destroyed the combat puppet with one saber strike. Just one moment ago, Xiao Chun was still a refined and elegant man, unperturbed. In the next moment, his saber intent soared into the clouds, appearing incredulous. Thunder roared again. The sand sea churned like a huge wave crashing over. The sea of sand surged like a huge wave. Another two battle dolls appeared. Good timing. Xiao Chen's fighting spirit sword. He smiled and did not hold anything back, continuing to execute his flawless saber Dao. Dragon subduing stance, breaking stance, cloud soaring stance. A hazy saber intent immediately spread out in the vast desert. The desert became like a real sea, churning under Xiao Chen's feet. 3 moves. In just 3 moves, Xiao Chen chopped the 2 combat puppets into pieces, displaying his tyranny. The two foe god old men were flabbergasted. This was not like a newcomer at all. Xiao Chun understood the combat puppet's weaknesses and openings like the back of his hand. His self-created saber, Dao, made their eyes light up and sigh in amazement. However, Xiao Chun did not feel cocky at all. After being tortured by the black and white eggs for several years, if he did not improve at all, he might as well kill himself. 2 combat puppets were destroyed. Then, 3 combat puppets appeared. Then, 4 more appeared. This cycle progressed. When 9 combat puppets appeared before Xiao Chun, the Trial Tower's item spirit's voice rang out in his ears. Trial Taker Xiao Chun, the final wave of attacks is about to arrive. If you can kill all your opponents, you will pass the test. It's the final wave already? In that case, let's end in one go. After consecutive victories, Xiao Chen's aura soared. He had already reached his peak and was still climbing. The saber intent blazing on his body and the thunderclouds spreading in the sky swallowed everything, appearing unstoppable. Mamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell. In the final wave of attacks, Xiao Chun directly executed his strongest killing move, the move with the heaviest baleful aura and killing chi of the Mamaya abstinence violation saber technique. The Buddhist said, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Saber lights flashed in the desert for 500,000 kilometers. Winds blew, ghosts cried, and wolves howled. An indistinct Azura hell appeared. The howling saber wind made the desert churn like waves, not resting for even a moment. Azura hell appeared completely, surrounding Xiao Chun in layers. Thousands of malicious spirits and countless aggrieved spirits appeared. It was like Xiao Chun had absorbed the entire hell into his body. If he was not careful, he would turn into a demon lord of hell. Intense flames covered Xiao Chen's entire body, burning fiercely. He looked deranged, his expression sinister and terrifying. Only his eyes remained as calm as still water. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. The instant the Buddhist swastika appeared, the various evil karma, aggrieved spirits, and Azura hell in Xiao Chen's body were all drawn into the saber. Immediately, It seemed like Xiao Chan was no longer holding a saber, but an evil dragon from hell that wanted to destroy the world. Xiao Chan felt that the saber in his hand could even pierce through the sky at this moment. The saber contained a strong force. The strong energy contained in the saber made Xiao Chen's entire body tremble. The moment the 9 combat puppets arrived before him, Xiao Chen roared and swung the saber in his hand. Light exploded. Before the 9 combat puppets could react, this energy blasted them into dust. Then, the shock waves blasted them into nothing. When the light scattered and the storm calmed, aside from the hum of the saber in Xiao Chen's hand, everything was quiet in the desert. Outside the trial tower, everyone chatted leisurely. They were not worried about whether Xiao Chen could clear the first floor or not. Of course, there was always a group of people who wished for Xiao Chen to be eliminated on the first floor. Humph! Don't get eliminated on the first floor. At that time, you will become a big joke. A profound Heaven Holy Land disciple said maliciously as he looked at the trial tower. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire ground shook violently. A terrifying might rushed out from the Tower of Trials. Aside from Xiao Chen, all the disciples in the trial tower were forced out one by one. What's going on? My trial is not over yet. The group felt confused, not knowing what was going on. The Heavenly Alliance's people and the people of the other super factions also felt confused, not knowing what was going on. Whoosh! Suddenly, the glory steel gave off a bright light that was even more dazzling than the sun, illuminating the entire divine city. When the light scattered, a name on the glory steel changed. Trial Taker Xiao Chen. Congratulations on breaking the record of the trial tower's first floor. This record has not been broken for close to 1,000 years. The Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen is hereby rewarded with 10,000 folk god coins. Then, a resonant voice resounded in every corner of the Holy Domain's divine capital. The Heavenly Alliance disciples and the members of the other super factions outside the trial tower were all stupefied, flabbergasted. Several disciples in closed-door cultivation opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the trial tower. Many faux gods also appeared in the palaces where faux gods resided and looked over. How did he break the record? Is that true? Saber Demon Wu Meng and Spear Sovereign Mo, you were both stupefied. This was something they never expected. Trial Taker Xiao Chen. Congratulations on breaking the record of the trial tower's first floor. This record has not been broken for close to 1,000 years. The Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen is hereby rewarded with 10,000 faux god coins. The resonant voice rang out again, repeating 3 times in the sky above the divine capital. The voice lingered, reverberating endlessly, telling everyone that it was true. The record of the first level has finally been broken by someone. Outside the trial tower, the white-bearded old man overseeing the situation showed a complicated expression as he sighed. Chapter 21-27. Trial Taker Xiao Chen, congratulations. This is your reward, the little light figure said as it looked at Xiao Chen. The desert environment disappeared, and Xiao Chen reappeared in the trial tower. The trial tower's item spirits said to him, "Whoosh!" A treasure chest fell, and Xiao Chen reached out to catch it. When he opened it, he saw stacks of faux god coins neatly arranged inside. With a cursory glance, Xiao Chen was surprised to discover a total of 13,100 faux god coins. 10,000 was the reward for breaking the record. 100 was the basic reward that anyone who cleared the level could obtain. Where did the remaining 3,000 come from? Xiao Chen looked at the item spirit in confusion. The little light figure smiled and said, "There are 2 ways to break a record. One is to try many times, and the other is to break the record on the first try. If it is the latter, there will be a hidden reward. The hidden reward for the first floor is 3,000 faux god coins." Xiao Chen felt enlightened. As he looked at the faux god coins, he grabbed a handful with his right hand and let it slide out, breaking the record. After figuring out that the black-clad cultivators were simplified combat puppets, Xiao Chen felt that his chance to break the record had arrived. At first, he held back. After figuring out the other party's strength, he erupted in one go, even easily unleashing his strongest killing move, all for this moment. Grim Reaper Lin Feng charged to the 9th floor on his first attempt, attracting 4 faux god experts to descend at the same time, shocking the world. However, Lin Feng failed to break the record. Perhaps he might be able to break the records of the other upper floors after many attempts. However, you would not be able to break the record on the first try like Xiao Chun did. The record for the first floor looks simple, but in reality, it is very difficult to break. This is because the trial tower has a rule. After you clear the first floor, you cannot challenge it a second time. No matter which floor you are defeated in, you'll have to try again. The little light figure said after some thought. Hence, no one has broken this record for more than 1,000 years. The reward is 10,000 faux god coins. However, the record for the second floor is not that long. Someone broke it 100 years ago, and the reward is only 3,000 faux god coins. So, that is the case. The longer the record remained unbroken, the greater the reward. Of course, if you broke a high-level record, such as the record after the 20th level, the rewards would also be great. Because of the increase in difficulty, the corresponding basic rewards would also be increased. You now have a special privilege. You can freely choose the location of the second floor's trial. At the same time, you can understand the contents of the second floor's trial. So good, but this didn't seem fair to the others. However, there didn't seem to be anything unfair about it. The privilege was something he had fought for with his strength. Others could also have it if they had the strength. Tell me the details of the second trial first. The content of the second floor is the same as the first floor. It's all battle puppets. Compared to the first floor's 9 waves of attacks, the second floor has a total of 18 waves of attacks. Its strength had increased by quite a bit, more than doubling. It was truly terrifying. However, if it were a combat puppet, even if its strength surpassed that of the black and white eggs, Xiao Chan felt that he could still break the record. This was because he had 4 more years of experience than the others. He had 4 more years of experience fighting virtual god-level combat puppets. Now, it was time to think about where to fight. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment and chose the snowfield as the location. It was a land of ice and snow. Why not a place like a thunder marsh? It was because his opponent also had a thunder Dao domain. If he could strengthen his opponent, he could strengthen his opponent as well. Although Xiao Chun did not grasp an ice Dao domain, his ice great Dao was sufficient for him to gain an advantage in the snowfield. Are you sure it is a land of ice and snow? The little light figure asked. I'm sure. Trial taker Xiao Chun. I wish you good luck. The little light figure gave its blessings before sending Xiao Chun to the trial tower's second floor. As he expected, heavy snow fell before him, a vast and boundless snowfield. Unlike Xiao Chen's calmness after breaking the record, the Heavenly Alliance disciples and the disciples of the other super factions outside the trial tower still felt stupefied. Miss Ao Jiao, how come no one has broken the first floor in the past 1,000 years? Wu Meng and Mo Yu still felt excited and incredulous. They could not help asking Ao Jiao, who was beside them. Ao Jiao replied after some thought. It's not just that no one has broken it in the past 1,000 years. Since the trial tower's existence, this first floor's record has only been broken 3 times, including Xiao Chun, that is 4 times. Wu Meng and Mo Yu felt slightly startled. They had not expected someone to break the seemingly simple first floor's record only 4 times. However, when they thought about it, when they first entered the trial tower and faced the first stage, they were inexperienced. They were caught off guard and nearly lost. By the time they stabilized themselves, they had already wasted a lot of time. The time he spent was several times longer than Xiao Chen's. The others were probably the same as the 2 of them, or even worse. How did this fellow break the first floor's record? This won't do. I have to inform Senior Brother Mu. Horror flashed in the eyes of a profound Heaven Holy Land disciple. After some thought, he said, stand guard here and see how many floors this fellow can clear. I'll go and inform Senior Brother. All right. This person was rushing out, but there were even more cultivators flying over from all directions. These people saw the profound light illuminating the divine city. When they heard that someone broke the record, they all rushed over to take a look. In a certain faux god palace in the air, fiendish saber, Shimu, and the old man across him remained silent for a long time. "Old fellow, what do you think?" The old man across, Shimu, asked with a grave expression. Originally, Shimu did not think highly of Xiao Chun. He felt that Xiao Chun was too inexperienced, lacking compared to Saber Demon Wu Meng. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun broke the first floor's record in one go. This was not the main point. The main point was Xiao Chun's final move, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, entering hell. Shimu thought for a long time before sighing. "He is rather strong." The other old man was mildly startled. Shimu's evaluation was not too high. He said that Xiao Chun was rather strong. Shimu was definitely not talking about Xiao Chun's strength, but his cultivation in the saber Dao. Shimu was known as the fiendish saber and had lived for a long time. In terms of bladesmen, he could be said to be one of the strongest in the faux god world, aside from that person. Right now, Xiao Chun was only a sovereign personage. To think that his skills with the saber caught Shimu's attention and even praised him. To think that the Heavenly Alliance produced two incredible geniuses in this batch, the old man said softly. The other person was naturally Grim Reaper Lin Feng. At this moment, in the two's eyes, Xiao Chun was already on the same level as Lin Feng. Due to Xiao Chun's youth, his potential was even greater. In an underground secret room in a desolate courtyard in the Holy Domain's divine capital, Senior Brother Mu, this is incredible. This was where Mu Yunju was in closed-door cultivation. After he gained something on the comprehension platform, he had been in closed-door cultivation, digesting what he gained. Mu Yunju slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, "I said before, do not disturb me if there is nothing urgent. If you have something to say it quickly." "Senior brother, the fella you told us to keep an eye on, he broke the record today. He broke the record for the Trial Tower's first floor." "What? The first floor's record? Is that true?" "It's true." Mu Yunju suddenly stood up, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. If Xiao Chun had broken the record for the other floors, he would not have found it so strange. The reason for this was that Mu Yunju's name was also on the glory steel outside the Trial Tower. Mu Yunju was also a genius, outstanding talent who had broken the Trial Tower's record before, more than once. However, no one had broken the first floor's record for the past 1,000 years. Back then, even the universe origin sex Chu Chaoyan, who caused everyone to despair, could not break the first floor's record. To think that Xiao Chun did so. What did this mean? It meant that Xiao Chun was now even stronger than when they first came to the faux god world. Such an opponent's future potential was scary just thinking about it. In reality, Mu Yunju was overthinking. Right now, Xiao Chun was not much stronger than when they first came to the faux god world. Aside from Xiao Chun's outstanding strength, he had fought the black and white eggs for 4 years to break the record. However, Mu Yunju did not know about all this. He, who was in closed-door cultivation, felt somewhat restless. "No, I have to go and take a look. Is his strength really that terrifying? Why did I not see it back then?" Mu Yunju did not say anything. He showed a sullen expression as he quickly left. After the two left the underground secret room, they arrived at the courtyard's gates. Before they could step out, a bright light suddenly appeared before the two. The profound Heaven Holy Land disciple who came to deliver the news found the light piercing and had to use his sleeves to cover his eyes. Trial taker Xiao Chun, congratulations on breaking the Trial Tower's second floor's record for 100 years. The Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chun is hereby rewarded with 3,000 faux god coins. When the light faded, a resonant voice rang out in the two's ears. Mu Yunju felt stunned, somewhat flabbergasted. Xiao Chun broke through 2 floors in a row, breaking another record. Chapter 21-28. The second floor's record was broken again. Inside the trial tower, Xiao Chun felt somewhat excited. Honestly speaking, he did not have much hope of breaking the second floor's record. As long as he did his best, he would try. Unexpectedly, he managed to break it again in the end. This was a pleasant surprise. Trial taker Xiao Chun. Congratulations on breaking the Trial Tower's second floor's record again. This is truly a cause for celebration. It has been a long time since someone broke 2 records in one day in the faux god world. The little light figure appeared and smiled faintly, giving Xiao Chun a reward. Xiao Chun opened the booth. Including the hidden reward, there was a total of 5,000 faux god coins. This was much less than the first floor's record. After all, the first floor's record remained unbroken for 1,000 years. However, the second floor's record was broken 100 years ago. Do I still have any special privileges this time? Xiao Chun was rather looking forward to this. Choosing the snowy plains as the venue was crucial for him to break another record on the second floor. Naturally, there is. Those who obtain the hidden reward will have one special privilege. Come with me to the third floor. Light and shadow flashed, and the item spirit brought Xiao Chun to the Trial Tower's third floor. The environment of the third floor was different from the first 2 floors. It was completely empty. Hundreds of statues appeared in the empty space. Each statue looked very heroic and majestic, each with its own grace. They look very lively and dignified. These statues are all strands of faux god flame left behind by faux god experts. Be it their intelligence or states, they're several times stronger than the combat puppets. When ordinary people come in to challenge, they will choose a statue at random. You can observe and choose freely. The little light figure introduced the statue's origins to Xiao Chun. The Trial Tower's third floor was a hurdle. Aside from the 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages, no one in the Heavenly Alliance could clear the third floor. It looked like there was a reason for this. This time, can I choose freely where I want to fight? Xiao Chun asked the little light figure. After confirming this, it would be better for him to choose his opponent. Yes. The little light figure nodded to indicate that there was no problem. In that case, things would be much easier. Xiao Chun looked at the hundreds of statues and felt somewhat dazzled. After some thought, he said, Lord Item Spirit, please help me eliminate all the statues that are not bladesmen. If Xiao Chun was not a bladesman, there was no point in challenging him. As for the Trial Tower, other than the rewards, it also focused on the word trial. The first 2 stages were not very helpful to Xiao Chun. He had already comprehended some of the experience the black and white eggs wanted to impart. This was a rare opportunity for the third stage. Naturally, he had to fight with a bladesman. As you wish. With a wave of the little light figure's hand, more than half of the hundreds of statues disappeared, leaving only a few dozen statues. There were still quite a lot of them. Xiao Chun said after some thought, help me eliminate the bladesmen good at the Thunder Dao and the Ice Dao. If one ran into these 2 kinds of statues, it was practically impossible to fight. Many cultivators with passable strength could only blame their bad luck if they ran into a statue of the same great Dao as them. After another round of elimination, only a dozen or so statues were left. Shimu, you seem to be one of these statues. In the palace, the eyes of the old man across Shimu lit up as he smiled softly. Shimu nodded and said, Indeed, I'm one of them. However, if he still wants to break the record, he probably will not choose me. As Shimu spoke, he showed absolute confidence. His statue was definitely the strongest of the remaining statues. He did not believe that Xiao Chun could not tell. Who knew? Right after Shimu spoke, Xiao Chun, who was in the Trial Tower, seemed to sense something and made his choice. This senior it is. It was Fiendish Saber Shimu. Inside the palace, Shimu and the old man across from him saw everything clearly, immediately stunned. After a while, the old man across Shimu guffawed and said, Ha! It looks like I really can't be too firm with my words. Fiendish Saber, Shimu could tell that Shimu was very ambitious, only submitting to one person in his life. Xiao Chen's choice caught Shimu off guard, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Shimu said seriously, to think that he really chose me. I want to see how you're going to clear the third stage. Inside the Trial Tower, the little light figure was also somewhat surprised at Xiao Chen's choice. After some thought, it said, This is Senior Shimu. Among the hundreds of statues, his strength ranks within the top 10. Since the trial tower opened, none of the people who chose him managed to clear it on their first try. Even after challenging him many times, only 3 people managed to clear it. Is that so? When Xiao Chun heard that, he said, "He is stronger than I imagined. Let me break this record, then." Although Xiao Chun said that, in reality, he was already very open about the record. With one glance, Xiao Chun could tell that faux god Shimu was the strongest of the remaining statues. The fighting spirit in his heart instantly blazed. The instant Xiao Chun met the statue's eyes, it felt like they were connected. His saber intent surged involuntarily. The tyrant's saber in Xiao Chen's hand trembled slightly, raring to go. He could not help wanting to draw it from the scabbard. When Xiao Chun felt the tyrant's saber's fighting spirit, he thought for a while before letting this fighting spirit surge in his heart. The strongest is the strongest. It does not matter whether I break the record or not. The opportunity to exchange moves with this senior is something that I can only hope for. Are you sure? If you are sure, not only will the record be hard to break, but you might even be defeated on the 3rd floor. Of course, with such a high hidden difficulty, the reward you will obtain will be even higher. However, many super faction members have gathered outside. They all came after hearing the news. If you break 2 stages in a row and lose on the 3rd, your previous reputation will be ruined. Xiao Chun said calmly, "When have I ever cared about the cold eyes of others? I just follow my heart." What a fellow. I'm starting to like him. The originally unhappy Shimu revealed a smile on his aged face when he heard that. The other party mocked, "Smile? Let's see if you can still smile when he tramples on you to break the record." Liking me is one thing, but you are overthinking if you want to defeat me on your first try. This touched his bottom line. Faux god Shimu withdrew his smile and showed a serious expression. The little light figure in the trial tower looked at Xiao Chun and said, "As you wish, then. Where do you choose to fight?" Thundermarsh. Whoosh. Light and shadow changed. When Xiao Chen's vision recovered, he was already in a thundermarsh. The sky was dark, and thunderclouds covered it. Thousands of bolts of lightning spread out like ferocious venomous snakes. Everything within thousands of miles was a black swamp, and the heavens and the earth were filled with dense, lightning-attributed spiritual energy. Since Xiao Chun grasped the Thunder Great Tao, the place he chose had the advantage of the terrain. This made it more convenient for him to succeed in his challenge. Whoosh! A statue descended from the sky and landed in front of Xiao Chun. When the statue appeared, it turned into a human, looking like it came to life. The faux god Shimu that appeared before Xiao Chun looked like when he was young. He wore loose white robes and looked delicate and handsome. His long hair fluttered as he looked at Xiao Chun, his lips curling up in a smile. Fiend! When the other party smiled, his aura immediately changed. The impression he gave Xiao Chun was one word: fiend. Becoming a fiend with a smile. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Ever since the trial tower was built, no one had succeeded on their first try. It looked like this was not without reason. Let me take a look. To think that you got a Thundermarsh. Your luck is pretty good, the younger Shimu said softly as he looked around. The statue had a trace of Shimu's divine flame and could think for itself, similar to the black and white eggs. However, the Shimu outside could not control it. Aside from that trace of divine flame, there was not much of a connection between the two. However, my saber techniques have nothing to do with the environment. Choosing me is fated to be your misfortune. Take this. The statue's temper was similar to Shimu's, proud and confident. Right after it spoke, it instantly drew its saber. The moment it drew its saber, a beautiful flower bloomed, bursting out with a resplendent saber light. At this instant, Xiao Chun looked around and found himself in a vast sea of flowers. The environment had changed drastically. An illusion? Or a mysterious phenomenon? Or is it purely the other party's saber Tao? Xiao Chun could not understand what was going on. He only calmly looked at Shimu, who was leaping around like a saucer in the sea of flowers, charging at him. However, just as the other party was about to charge over, Shimu's figure turned blurry in Xiao Chen's eyes. Many afterimages appeared. Strange. Since the trial tower was built, Shimu had only been defeated by 3 people after many challenges. Before he truly made a move, he already forced Xiao Chen into a passive position. However, the people outside knew nothing about this. Seeing Xiao Chen break 2 records in a row, several people felt excited. They wondered if Xiao Chen could break the record on the 3rd floor as well. If he broke 3 records in a row, he would truly be making history. With the strength that Xiao Chen displayed and the momentum of breaking 2 records in a row, no one thought that he might fall on the 3rd floor. Chapter 21-29. Fiendish Saber Shimu. A horrifying opponent with a hazy figure appeared, both real and illusory. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake in the sea of flowers. This was the first time Xiao Chen met such a strange opponent. He did not attack rashly, calmly retreating. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen retreated, he could not dodge in time. The other party's saber cut a thin wound on his right chest. Fortunately, it was just a superficial wound, not a major problem. The other party has blurred my senses, preventing me from determining the trajectory of his saber. Xiao Chen looked at the wound and thought to himself. Then, he could not help showing an even more cautious expression. Shimu held up his saber and continued charging over. Xiao Chen executed his flawless saber Dao. As Xiao Chen retreated, his figure moved. Saber light flickered, and his movements were graceful like a dance. Since Shimu could not determine the trajectory, he used his body as a saber, his clothes as a saber, and his hair as a saber. Every move flickered with saber light. Dang, dang, dang. Shimu's figure remained hazy. Every time he swung his saber, it was like a flower blooming. As the saber light danced, 1,000 flowers bloomed, creating many illusions. However, no matter how Shimu moved, Xiao Chen used his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber. His entire body shone with resplendent saber light. As Shimu moved, his defense was airtight. Xiao Chen could not determine the other party's trajectory, but Shimu could not charge in either. The two immediately entered a stalemate. Up in the palace in the sky, Shimu's true body and the old man opposite him focused on this battle. Shimu, how strong is this statue? After some thought, Shimu replied, This statue was forged in the image of me when I was young. His cultivation and experience stopped at 200 years old. He does not have much of an advantage. However, I did not expect him to last for so long. Back in the trial tower, although Xiao Chen had fallen into Shimu's strange domain, he did not fall into a disadvantage. He managed to stabilize his offense. The old man opposite, Shimu, smiled and said, This does not look good. You were not a match for him when you were 200 years old. His saber, Dao, happens to counter your saber Dao. You're getting careless this time. Humph. It's not over yet. Although this was the truth, Shimu felt somewhat unconvinced. He snorted and did not argue with his old friend. He's going to counterattack. The eyes of the other old man lit up. He saw Xiao Chen, who was in the trial tower, swiftly thrust his tyrant saber forward. In an instant, thousands of saber rays shot toward the statue like rays of light. Kacha-kacha. With a crisp sound, the flowers shattered and turned into petals that drifted with the wind. You won't be able to defeat me just by relying on these illusions. Break! Xiao Chen snorted coldly and spread out his thunder Dao domain. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared in the sky. When the thunder saber domain was brought to its peak, Xiao Chen stepped forward and thrust his saber again. Boom! In an instant, the sea of flowers disappeared, and a vast expanse of lightning reappeared. The great Dao was perfectly compatible with the surrounding environment, borrowing power from each other. The might of Xiao Chen's thunder Dao domain became even more ferocious. Xiao Chen's aura flourished, and he showed no mercy. He attacked with the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, breaking the mundane. Thump! The statue's heart skipped a beat, and its thoughts wandered. The mundane events of the past appeared in its mind. By the time the statue startled to its senses, Xiao Chen's saber light was already before it. CI. The tyrant's saber stabbed in, and the other party's physical body shattered, turning into countless shards like a mirror. The illusion shattered, and Shimu appeared behind the statue. A wound appeared on his right shoulder, and blood spurted out. Shimu had been too slow in dodging the earlier move. It was like a lotus flower not absorbing water, or like the sun and moon not remaining in the sky. Resolving the mundane, the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. When Xiao Chun executed the overwhelming attack, it flowed smoothly like flowing water. He controlled it as he pleased. The other party had just stabilized himself when an eternal and inextinguishable saber light swept over with the 7-fold killing chi. Bang! 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 When resolving the mundane swept across the vast expanse of lightning, countless cracks appeared in the ground, which quickly sank. The ground under the statue looked like it was hollow, continuously sinking. Pussy-eye! The statue vomited a mouthful of blood. It simply found this saber light somewhat hard to block, forcing it to retreat continuously. Old friend, you're probably really going to lose. The old man across, Shimu felt slightly shocked. He said in shock, the Buddhist sect's forbidden technique, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, is truly horrifying. His fortuitous encounters are much better than yours when you were 200 years old. The more problematic thing is that his saber Tao happens to counter your flower domain. Shimu said calmly, "You are overthinking. Since the trial tower was established, this statue of mine has never been defeated by anyone. How can it not have some trump cards? Just watch slowly. The show is just beginning." It looked like the boundless saber light would swallow up the statue Shimu in the vast expanse of lightning. Then he suddenly shouted, "What is a fiend?" The statue Shimu pointed his saber at the sky. The tall mountain behind him in the vast expanse of lightning seemed to come to life. The statue Shimu's aura surged. Then he hacked at the saber light materialized by the 7-fold killing chi. At this moment, the tall mountain in the lightning lake turned into a saber light and attached to his saber. Dang! As the saber lights clashed, a terrifying sound rang out. Compared to this, the thunder in the sky was like the buzzing of mosquitoes. What is a fiend? The saber light filled the sky. Amid the chaos, the statue Shimu turned into a beam of light and leaped out. Cracks appeared on his face. Clearly, he was already a spent force. As this saber light danced, the tall mountains, rivers, lakes, and swamps around Xiao Chun all came to life. As they wriggled, they turned into hundreds of saber lights of different styles surrounding Xiao Chun. Every strand of saber light seemed to have a life of its own, each one a lunatic, boundlessly outstanding. The vastness of the tall mountains, the surging of the rivers, the silence of the lakes, every strand of saber light was different. Shock appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. What kind of saber technique is this? I have never seen or heard of it before. When the other party executed it, it seemed somewhat crude, like he was barely able to execute it. But even so, he was already ridiculously strong, causing others to feel despair. No wonder no one could defeat the statue Shimu in one move. Facing such a killer move for the first time, who could resist it? If it was a month ago, Xiao Chun would have been defeated. As for now, the Buddha was in the human world and could fight with him. Mahamaya abstinence violation art. Without much time to think, Xiao Chun executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques in the mortal realm. The supreme killing Buddha descended into the mortal realm and calmed the seas and the surroundings. In the middle of Xiao Chen's brows, the swastika Buddhist seal shone brightly. In the next moment, the light directly condensed into a huge, unparalleled killing Buddha. Dang! The supreme killing Buddha appeared with an expressionless face. With a push of his palms, the hundreds of saber lights stopped in midair, unable to move forward. Then, with a bang, they were all annihilated. The Buddha in the human world, calming the seas and the wastelands. After choosing Buddha in the mortal realm, this move became the strongest defensive move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Kacha! When this move broke, the twilight statue, which was already a spent force, shattered before Xiao Chun. Trial taker Xiao Chun, congratulations on successfully breaking through the highest difficulty of the 3rd floor. You are the first cultivator in the Trial Tower's history to defeat Fiendish Saber Shimu in one go. This time, the Honor Steel did not give off light. He did not break the record of the 3rd floor. Fiendish Saber Shimu, inside the Trial Tower, Xiao Chun remained silent. It turned out that this senior was called Shimu. I wonder if he perfected his Saber Dao. If he perfected it, I really want to see it for myself. This is your reward. 5,000 faux god coins. Similarly, you obtained another privilege. Xiao Chun put away the faux god coins and said after some thought, I'll keep the privilege for now. What's wrong? You do not intend to continue the challenge? Xiao Chun shook his head and said, there's no need. I exhausted myself too much in the earlier battle. Furthermore, I already gained a lot on this floor. There's no need to keep clinging to it. Right? There will be plenty of time in the future. I'll send you out. A light flashed, and Xiao Chun was sent out. He was startled when he saw so many people. Initially, there were only 100-odd Heavenly Alliance members outside the Trial Tower. Now, there were close to several hundred people. Xiao Chun came out. How young? Why did he come out when he was only on the 3rd floor? How strange. He took the initiative to leave after clearing the 3rd floor. How strong is this person? All sorts of discussions arose. Xiao Chun showed a calm expression, ignoring them as he walked over to Ao Jiao. Chapter 21:30. Strange. He broke 2 records in a row, but he stopped at the 3rd floor and did not continue? Did he run out of stamina? He should have special privileges for breaking the record. The privileges should allow him to rest. Given that, he might have used trickery to break the records of the first 2 floors. The one we need to pay more attention to in the Heavenly Alliance is still Lin Feng. He broke through 8 floors on his first attempt and killed his way to the 9th floor. This is true strength. That's right. Compared to records, the faux god experts are more interested in true strength and accumulations. That's why Lin Feng attracted 4 faux gods to descend at the same time. That's right. If he really had strength, faux gods would have appeared. Breaking 2 floors in a row would have attracted the attention of faux gods long ago. Since no faux gods came, it means that he is just a show. Faux gods have better eyes than us. Many of the super faction disciples who heard the news and rushed over to the Trial Tower to observe showed surprised expressions. They were still hoping that Xiao Chun could break another record. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chun would withdraw? However, Xiao Chun did not care about this. He returned to the crowd and met up with Ao Jiao. Sorry, Brother Wu Meng. You lost. Wu Meng and Mo, you made a bet on whether Xiao Chun could make it to the 6th floor or not. The result was already out. In the end, Xiao Chun did not reach the 6th floor. However, breaking 2 records in a row had already made Wu Meng and Mou forget about this bet. A bet of 100 faux god coins was not worth mentioning compared to the reward for breaking the record. Wu Meng recovered his wits and said, "Haha, little brother Xiao Chun must be joking. I even forgot about this bet. Oh, right, little brother Xiao Chun, why did you stop making your breakthrough?" Xiao Chun answered honestly, "I exhausted myself too much and accidentally activated the highest difficulty of the 3rd floor. My soul energy, veritable essence energy, and mind are all somewhat fatigued. If I continued, I would likely fail." The highest difficulty? Wu Meng and Mou exclaimed softly. As they looked at Xiao Chun, they felt incredibly shocked. To think that Xiao Chun cleared the highest difficulty. This was simply inconceivable. This was his first time trying. We are ashamed of our inferiority. The 2 smiled bitterly, cupped their fists, and bade farewell, saying that they would meet again another day. Seeing the 2 go far away, Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Congratulations. Come, I'll bring you to the 10,000 treasure pavilion. As long as you have faux god coins, you can exchange for any resource in the 10,000 treasure pavilion." All right, let's go. He had a huge sum of money in his hands, so of course he had to spend it quickly and exchange it for resources to increase his strength. The 2 of them left, but the rest of the people in the Tower of Trials did not disperse. They had been influenced by Xiao Qin's 2 consecutive records. Many people felt that today was a good day. It was necessary for them to try and break the record. In a certain faux god palace in the sky, Shimu's aged expression was somewhat unsightly. He showed a sullen expression and did not say a word. The old man in front of him knew his nature. He was a loner, had few friends, and was proud and arrogant. His temper could be said to be strange. However, he was extremely strong and proud of his saber dao. The defeat of his statue in the trial tower was clearly too much for him to bear. Don't overthink. Everyone's statues in the trial tower are there for these juniors to trample on. My statue was defeated more than 1,000 years ago. Furthermore, it only represents our previous strength. It is not much. Shimu interrupted the old man halfway through his consoling words. I will not be bothered by such trivial matters. Earlier, 4 or 5 faux gods sent voice projections to me, asking if I would accept Xiao Chun. The old man's eyes lit up as he immediately understood. Xiao Chen's potential had clearly attracted the attention of some faux gods' bladesmen. Although they were tempted, the statue that Xiao Chen defeated was Shimu's statue. If they wanted to accept Xiao Chun, they had to ask Shimu first. What did you say? I told them not to target Xiao Chun. They're just a bunch of mediocre people misleading others. Although they were all faux gods, Shimu did not stand on ceremony when commenting on others. In that case, it looks like you intend to personally accept Xiao Chun? How? I already lost to him. How am I going to face him with my old face? Fiendish saber, Shimu said irritably. Clearly, he felt very upset and depressed. Ha ha, so that's the case. I was wondering why you were so conflicted. What do you intend to do then? You are not letting others teach him, and you are not teaching him either. That is not good, the gray-clad old man said with a smile. I'll do what I have to do. Fiendish saber, Shimu said something that made no sense. Then, he took his leave, leaving the gray-clad old man alone. This old friend of mine will die because of his temper sooner or later, the gray-clad old man said with a smile. Then, he shook his head and sighed softly. If Xiao Qin knew that this was the reason why no faux god appeared, what would he think? At this moment, Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao had already arrived at the 10,000 Treasure Palace. The grand and majestic 10,000 Treasure Palace had a total of 2 floors. There were many startling treasures, rare spirit herbs, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, profound weapons, all sorts of divine materials, and all sorts of wondrous items. Every treasure was labeled with the corresponding faux god coins. Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao could only exchange for them on the first floor. They could not go up to the second or third floors. Divine Firmament 9 changes, a lightning-attributed movement technique from the peak of the ancient martial epic. It has been passed down for a long time. Xiao Qin's gaze stopped on a brown metal plate. This was an ancient movement technique created by an expert at the peak of the martial epic. Although it was incomplete, it still held a great attraction to Xiao Chun. How expensive! This movement technique cost a total of 5,000 faux god coins. After Ao Jiao saw it, she said softly, furthermore, it is incomplete. It might not be very useful. Wait, I nearly forgot. You already broke the records on 2 floors. You do not lack faux god coins. Xiao Qin nodded and said, it is rare to come across a high-ranked movement technique that is compatible with me. Even if it is not worth it, it does not matter. After placing sufficient faux god coins under the pillar, the restriction automatically unraveled. Then, Xiao Chun took away the metal plate. Since there was an ancient movement technique like the Divine Firmament 9 changes, would there be other incomplete manuals of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique? Xiao Chun went to the exchange counter and asked the woman behind to see if he could make an exchange. Sorry, the 10,000 Treasure Palace does not have the incomplete manuals of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Even if there were, we would not be able to trade it with you. Why? The Hidden Spirit Temple has been searching for this saber technique. This is a Buddhist sect forbidden technique, so we cannot trade it with you. When Xiao Qin heard that, he could not help feeling slightly startled. He had forgotten about this matter. All right, In that case, help me make the exchange. 5,000 faux god coins worth of origin liquid. Also, please give me a list of how many extreme yin and extreme yang flames there are. Also, help me look for an ancient saber technique. Sure. Please wait a moment. On the first day, Xiaochen obtained close to 20,000 faux god coins. He did not feel any heartache as he spent them, flabbergasting Ao Jiao at the side. When the two left, Xiaochen had only 1,000 faux god coins left. You exchanged for a lot of origin liquid. Are you going to enter closed-door cultivation to raise your cultivation? Origin liquid was the pure spiritual liquid produced by Spirit Jade Origins. It was rare and valuable. Even sovereign emperors used it to cultivate. No matter how much they used it, there would not be any side effects. When Xiao Chan first entered the Heavenly Alliance, he obtained some origin liquid as a reward. However, he had not used it yet. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "My cultivation is still somewhat low. As long as I have enough origin liquid in the faux god world, I will advance rapidly when I cultivate." Right now, Xiao Chen was only a small perfection sovereign personage. Compared to the others in the faux god world, his cultivation was too weak. I'm afraid that I will have to leave the faux god world by the time you come out of closed-door cultivation. Ao Jiao noticed that Xiao Chen had prepared a lot of resources, 1,500 kilograms of origin liquid. He also needed to comprehend the Divine Firmament 9 Transformations movement technique. He would need at least a year and a half to use them all. After some thought, Xiao Chen said, "It's fine. When I leave the faux god world, I will definitely go to the Golden Crow Empire to see you. You just need to wait for me for 1 year outside." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "In that case, I'll wait for you. Don't go back on your word." "It's a deal, then." Xiao Chen also felt that it was unfortunate. They had just met. Before they could say anything, they would have to part again. However, time was precious in the faux god world. The geniuses and outstanding talents of the various super factions gathered here. If Xiao Chen did not work hard, it would be too late to regret it after he left the faux god world. After saying goodbye to Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen returned to his courtyard. However, he discovered a middle-aged man waiting at the entrance. Xiao Chen could not help feeling suspicious. This middle-aged man had a saber intent flowing around his body. He was a sovereign emperor and had extraordinary looks, looking rather handsome. The strange thing was this middle-aged man's cultivation. It was not strange to see faux gods or sovereign personages in the faux god world. However, it was strange to see a sovereign emperor. "You are?" Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity as he stepped forward. "Young Master Xiao, this humble one is Lu Benwei. I have been waiting here on Master Shimu's orders." When Xiao Chen heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up. Shimu. Chapter 21:31. "So, it is Senior Shimu's brilliant disciple. This way, please." "Not really. I'm just an in-name disciple." Hearing the other party's declaration, Xiao Chen did not dare to be negligent. Lu Benwei clasped his fist and entered the courtyard. After sitting down, Xiao Chen asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Lu Benwei took out a painting and handed it to Xiao Chen. "Master gave this to young Master Xiao." Xiao Chen wanted to unfurl the painting and take a look. However, Lu Benwei stopped him and said, "Master said that young Master Xiao can look at it only after I leave." Strange, Xiao Chen muttered in his heart, but he did not insist. "In that case, I will take my leave first. I will not disturb young Master Xiao any longer." Wait a moment. In the faux god world, you're either a faux god or a disciple of superfaction like me. How can you still stay in the holy domain's divine capital? Lu Benwei smiled and said, "Sovereign emperors can enter as well, as long as they pay a small price. As for me, Master has already helped me obtain a permanent identity in the holy domain's divine capital. I can enter the faux god world freely. However, even Master can't get a permanent identity. It's rare to see someone like me in the divine capital. Oh, I'll walk you out." "You're welcome." Xiao Chen stood up and sent the other party out of the door. Then he held the scroll in his hand and fell into deep thought. After Xiao Chen defeated the other party's statue in the trial tower, Shimu's true body gave him a painting when he returned. What does that mean? If he had taken a liking to me, why didn't he show himself and accept me as his disciple? Xiao Chan was very happy to have a faux god give him pointers and take him in as a disciple. Not only was he happy, but it was also a kind of desire. Having guidance from a faux god realm expert and not having guidance from a faux god realm expert were two completely different situations. With some doubts, Xiao Chun unfurled the painting. He saw a lake on the painting. Outside the lake were vast mountains, and the lake was dark green and serene. Green mountains, blue waters, white clouds, wild cranes flying in the sky. It was a typical landscape painting. The painting was exquisite, with verdant hills and clear waters, and a profound artistic conception that could draw one's imagination. But that was all. The painting shaft, the paper, the ink, and the paint were all ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Strange. For a disciple to give me a painting for no good reason, and not come to see me, and not say anything else, just what does this senior want? Xiao Chun looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out its true meaning. He could only shake his head helplessly and put it away. I shouldn't delay matters for now. 1,500 kilograms of origin liquid is enough for me to stabilize my cultivation base and perhaps even advance further. Sighing softly, Xiao Chun entered the secret chamber and began to cultivate. In Shimu's palace, Lu Benwei reported respectfully, "Master, I have already sent the painting out." I did not say anything else. All right, I'll give him the second painting a year later. If he can't understand it, don't blame me for ruining your future. Shimu felt somewhat bad for stopping the other faux god bladesmen. However, he could not lower his pride to meet Xiao Chun. Therefore, she directed such a play. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun really couldn't see anything. Lu Benwei thought to himself, Master's temper is really unfathomable. That landscape painting took Xiao Chun 10 years to comprehend some of its true meaning. Master even gave some pointers from the side. Giving someone a painting for no reason was probably something Xiao Chun could not figure out, even if he racked his brains. If Xiao Chun lost himself in it and ended up wasting time, he would really be ruining his future. Of course, Xiao Chun could only say this in his heart. His master had always been like this. Shimu looked indifferently at Lu Benwei. After some thought, he said, Master knows what you are thinking. Naturally, I have my reasons for doing this. Remember, don't meet him in private. Don't say too much. You may leave. Lu Benwei nodded and took his leave. However, he could not figure out what Shimu was thinking. Seeing Lu Benwei leave, a crafty look flashed in Shimu's eyes. He smiled and said, I already understood half of this painting when I was 200 years old. If you still don't understand, you're not as good as me. It turned out that Shimu was still unconvinced and wanted to compete with Xiao Chun. Many years later, when Xiao Chun understood this, he would smile bitterly. Had he known about the other party's temper, he would have shown an opening and lost. Then, he would not have needed to go through so much trouble to learn the fiendish saber's true meaning. Golden Dragon Bloodline Ancestor Palace, Divine Dragon Empire, Central Great Realm. A person wearing golden dragon robes sat on a high throne. His face looked like it was chiseled with a knife, showing distinct features. This was the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, the person with the highest authority in the Divine Dragon Empire. Your Majesty, we have already obtained conclusive news. Xiao Chun has indeed entered the Heavenly Alliance. Now, he has appeared in the faux god world and is undergoing 10 years of bitter cultivation. The news just came that he broke the records of the Trial Tower's first and second floors. This is very shocking. However, no faux god expert took him in as a disciple. Someone below asked respectfully as he knelt on the ground. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's expression did not change when he heard that. He said indifferently, It is strange that no faux god took him in as a disciple despite his potential. If there are no surprises, he will definitely become a sovereign emperor 10 years later. What do you think we should do? He should be killed, the person below said sullenly, appearing somewhat nervous. However, he is in the faux god world. How am I to make a move? This subordinate naturally has a way. After we succeed, we will not cause any trouble for your majesty." The purple gold dragon emperor said after some thought, "I did not kill him, nor did I give the order to kill him. How is there any trouble?" The expression of the person below changed slightly. His lips twitched as he nodded and said, "This subordinate understands. Withdraw, then." "Yes." After everyone left, the purple gold dragon emperor was the only one left in the empty hall. The purple gold dragon emperor held a high position, controlling the life and death of the divine dragon empire. However, no one knew about him. The purple gold dragon emperor muttered to himself, "Jiang Shan, your good inheritor really helped you gain some pride. However, my golden dragon bloodline absolutely will not end in my hands. No one could stop me." A cold look flashed in the purple gold dragon emperor's eyes, and the entire hall suddenly froze. As the cold chi spread out, the dazzling golden dragon pillars turned into ice pillars. Of course, those cultivating in the faux god world would not know that even though they were in the faux god world, they could not escape the attention of some people. Xiaochen was not in the mood to think about this. 1,500 kilograms of origin liquid required him to enter closed-door cultivation for 1 year. 1 year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, aside from A.O. Jiao's one visit, Xiaochen remained in his secret room. With 1,500 kilograms of origin liquid and the aid of his blue dragon divine body, Xiaochen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He was only half a step away from peak sovereign personage. Once he reached the bottleneck, he could no longer rely on resources to advance. He needed some fortuitous encounters and could not break through just by entering closed-door cultivation. After running out of origin liquid, Xiaochen started to practice the ancient divine firmament 9 transformations. Occasionally, he would go to the library to read books. During this period, Mu Yunju sought out Xiaochen once, wanted to fight him. However, Xiaochen rejected him. Aside from this, Xiaochen's life had been as calm as still water for the past 1 year or so. His days had not been particularly eventful. However, the faux god world was extraordinarily bustling. The fights between the various super factions were also very exciting. People continuously broke records in the trial tower, charging to higher levels. However, all this did not have much to do with Xiaochen. He took his time, advancing step by step according to his plan. Although Xiaochen did not move quickly, his footsteps were very steady. His strength advanced steadily, leaving a deep footprint with each step. It turns out that there are so many differences in strength in the sovereign personage realm. Inside the library, Xiaochen put down a book and entered deep thought. After reaching peak sovereign personage, most people's cultivation would get stuck either for 1,000 years or 100 years. The talented people might even be stuck for decades. This was normal. Sovereign personage was the limit of humans. Once one broke through, one would start cultivating the soul. After crossing this step, one would be separated from the divine. The difference was like a chasm, easily determined. Hence, there were strong and weak peak sovereign personages. The closer one was to a divine vein realm sovereign emperor, the stronger one would be. Peak sovereign personages normally had 3 grades. The first was heaven-defying sovereign personage. For example, the Heavenly Alliance's Gongzi Lan, Mo Yu, Wu Ming, and the others. These people were clearly much stronger than other peak sovereign personages. These people could be called heaven-defying sovereign personages. Half-step sovereign emperor was only half a step away from divine vein realm sovereign emperor. The most obvious sign was the merging of the Dao domain and soul energy, forming a divine seal in the soul pool. For example, the profound Heaven Holy Land's Mu Yunju was at this level. When he first met Xiaochen, he only said one sentence. Mu Yunju's voice containing the Dao entered deep into Xiaochen's soul, echoing endlessly. This was because he had formed a divine seal. Finally, there were false sovereign emperors. In reality, false sovereign emperors had already surpassed the sovereign personage realm. They could even turn their veritable essence energy into divine energy. However, they could not open their divine veins and were not true divine vein realm sovereign emperors. They were called false emperors. At this level, one could be said to be unrivaled among sovereign personages. Unless a sovereign emperor appeared, practically no one could defeat them. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, the four super factions, the Universe Origin Sect, Bushin Palace, the profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Hidden Spirit Temple, all had geniuses who reached this level. The more Shao Chun understood, the clearer and more aware he became when he was in the faux god world. Right now, he was only a peak great perfection sovereign personage, not even reaching consummation sovereign personage. He needed to work harder. With my current strength, I could be considered a heaven-defying sovereign personage. However, if I run into a half-step sovereign emperor like Mu Yunju, my chances of victory are only 50%. It will be very difficult for me to defeat a false emperor. I have to break through as soon as possible. Shao Chun entered deep thought. The 3,000 drops of origin liquid allowed his cultivation to advance rapidly. He could break through to consummation sovereign personage at any time. However, he lacked a fortuitous encounter. He needed a true battle. Perhaps I should leave the city to hunt foe beasts.